camera has been turned back at him. And he's like, wait, no. What do you mean, wait, no? It's your turn, bro. This beat is so Chino, about to go medieval, honest American tech reviewer. He's a fucking pedo. Discord server of unspeakable evil, gooning out to cuties, then sweep it up. Like Vito, your bank accounts approaching zero. So you hacked into Jay's PC and took his De Niro. Your parents take care of your kids on the D-Lo. Don't listen to your mom, because what the fuck does she know? Make believe making beats in your parents' home, but make believe don't mean shit on the streets of Rome. Manic episode, now you feel incredible. Do something regrettable, maybe something federal. Your Dropbox is full of photos that are questionable. Don't give a fuck, time to slam another edible. Playing Elden Ring and smoking dope. Stressed by an iPad from Best Buy so you could cope. I would tell you to jump, but you'd break the rope. It's because you're too fat. Now you get the joke. This goes over your head like Evil Knievel. You're acting kind of emo. Cry harder like a baby. Bambino, you're just a childish capo. But I am Gambino. Don't you know who I am? I won workplace at Eva. Time to bring up another Zeno. Say hello to the little friend of Pacino. This is Vegas, son. I'll send you back to Reno. There's only room for one mob in this casino.
Welcome back. Ladies and skeletons, that is Darksea the Flow. So Kino, Pig Roach Records. Big ups. We are back. We're so back. Never been more back. How you guys doing? I'm editing a video for Gundam. I'm a little bit late on getting it done, so I'm gonna need to do some editing in the background. I need to get this going. It's about the Dead Gay Olympics. The Dead Gay Olympics. It sucked. The opening ceremony and the fat idiots who threaten to sue people if they make fun of it. I'm about halfway done. Got a little bit of work to do. We're going through it. You know who else is going through it? King Cobra. He ended up breaking up with Naked and Laughing. They had a pretty eventful night last night. If you want to hear Naked and Laughing's side of it, you can watch her stream, but I'll summarize it for you. They had sex for like 2 hours, and then he beat off on Chatterbait, and then she got all up in his face and was asking him why. And then he put his hands on her, and then she proceeded to repeat that same thing over and over and over again for like 3 or 4 hours. So that's NAL side of things. By the time word finally got to Cobra, he had this to say in response. This is from Carrie's channel.
It's your boy King Cobra JFS, and I'm officially single again. The reason why I chose to break up with Jessica Boyle is because I'm sick and tired of her emotional manipulations.
Right?
Right now she's on Twitch talking all this shit about me, and it's like, I don't appreciate it. Instead of being like, oh, I know, how about if I wait till I'm off Twitch and me and Josh could talk about this like mature adults? And not drag the entire world into it. She does the exact opposite.
Covering the boxing.
Quite frankly,
I mean, the men beating up women.
Jessica is emotionally manipulative.
I don't think that's included.
And on top of that, you know, on top of being emotionally manipulative, she's easy to troll. And she is so fucking delusional, dude. Every time we'd have a fight,
it's easy to troll and delusional, but you're perfect for each other.
She would get mad and say, I'm not letting her finish her thoughts. And then when I would put the microphone on mute and just let her talk, why are you ignoring me? So I'm like, which is it? Jessica claims to be all about communication. So how does communication work? One would add that if I talk, you talk, I talk. It's called
one
back
would
and
add.
forth. It's called communication. And then it's like, if I didn't let Jessica finish her thoughts, I'm talking over her. All this dumb shit that she'll accuse me of doing. And if I don't say anything, I'm still a piece of shit. And I'm done. I'm physically done. She's on Twitch right now spreading lies about
But are you mentally done?
Derail my fame because she knows I'm right. And it's like, Jessica, you want to know why I broke up with you? Because you did it to yourself, love. You did it to yourself.
You did to yourself,
I
love.
blocked her mom's number. I blocked her number. I blocked her messenger. I blocked her from Facebook. I've unfriended her and changed my status to single. And it's like, Jessica, honey, no guy's gonna want you because no guy's gonna put up with your crazy bullshit. And isn't it funny that when I bought Jessica that fire opal ring, she was all crying and like, oh my God. I'm like, Jessica, what's the matter? And she goes, oh, these are happy tears. You're the first other half to buy me jewelry. So I'm like, wait a minute. I'm the first boyfriend that Jessica's had that's bought her jewelry just because. That's what guys are supposed to do.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm like, you know what? I've been very
like, you
patient
know.
with Jessica, and when she accused me of shit that I wasn't doing, and then gets me kicked out of my apartment,
Yeah.
and then spreads lies about me on her Twitch.
I thought the
now,
trolls did
I'm
that.
like, that's strike 3.
Okay. We can finally be honest
Good luck with
and
what you're doing in life, Jessica, because
admit that
I'm done.
she's gotten them kicked out.
Go ahead and cancel the flight to Casper because I'm done.
Oh.
You're emotionally manipulative. You love to play the victim. And you'll spread lies about people when you don't get your way. That's just how it is. A lot of people who support me and care about me were warning me about her, saying, Josh,
are you going to unban them now?
News. Ditch her, man. You could do so much better.
No. He doesn't know how to do
Jessica
that.
Because I know she's got mental problems and people are mean to her. And that's how you feel bad for her, you know?
Hmm.
And I'm like, no, I don't need this shit. I don't need this shit. I do not need this manipulative bullshit. And then she's on Twitch right now, and then when I try telling her, hey, Jessica, I will call you back later when I'm done doing my cameo shout-outs. Could you please quit blowing up my phone? Well, how am I supposed to know? I don't expect you to know. That's why I'm communicating with you, which is what you claim to be about. Well, okay then, and what does she do? Continues to blow up my phone. So I'm like, nope, I'm done. I don't need Jessica's emotionally manipulative, poor me bullshit. And now that Jessica's mad about me, she's going to do or say anything she can to try to derail me or fucking make me look bad because she knows she's wrong. And I'm not going to put up with her emotionally manipulative bullshit and her lies. I don't need that crap. And I appreciate my fans being on my side. Believe me, I didn't want to break up with her, but I'm like, how much more bullshit am I supposed to fucking take, dude? Jessica is fucking crazy, and she's emotionally manipulative.
Got her.
And I don't need that crap in my life. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, I hope you stick to this then. That's gonna be the problem, though. Do y'all think he's gonna stick
And then
to it?
here's how a conversation with me and Jessica would go. Like, let's say we're having a little disagreement. She would say things like, let me finish. You're talking over me. And it's like, Jessica, it's not that I'm not letting you finish. It's called having a conversation. I say something, you say something. That's how conversations work. It's back and forth. It takes two people to communicate. You can't have a conversation when it's all one-sided. And all I'm going to say is fucking ignore all the crazy bullshit she says about me.
Ignore everything she says about me.
She has no one to blame but herself.
Oh.
And Jessica's going, why did Josh break up with me? It's because you did it to yourself, Jessica. You're emotional, psychotic, manipulative bullshit. You did it to yourself. Or like, you know what started the fight earlier? And you saw it on Twitch, too. You saw it on fucking Twitch. Well, Jessica's like, no, I don't want to drink alcohol because I don't know when to stop. And I'm tired of these assholes sending it to me. And I go, Jessica, I'm proud of you for recognizing you have a problem. And I try to support her. I'm proud of you for recognizing you have a problem. Than I am because I don't get blackout drunk every time I fucking drink. So you want to talk some real shit?
Uh-oh.
You want to talk some real shit, Jessica? Most people in their fucking 40s are not living at home with mommy and daddy jobless.
Whoa.
Go fuck yourself.
Woo!
Savage!
It's like that.
I actually
Got her.
will commend Jessica's parents for being saints, for putting up with her bullshit. Jesus fucking Christ.
Woo!
And it's like, instead of being like, okay, maybe I should stop being so overly emotional and overthinking shit, and maybe I should cool off on Josh if I want to keep
When
him
people
as,
call Phil the
you know what I'm
king,
saying?
we got the king here.
Like, maybe I should stop giving this guy shit.
DSB's the king at
this
home.
guy right here. You know, it's like, hey, Jessica, if you want to keep me as your boyfriend, one would think, hey, you know what? I'm not going to drag our drama out on Twitch for the entire fucking goddamn world to see. But
And
she
then she
doesn't
did
make
the
that
opposite.
connection because Jessica's mentally insane and she has a fucking mental disconnect.
Got her. Damn.
Or like the other day when Jessica said, sorry to bother you. And then I try to reassure her that, Jessica, you're not bothering me. Stop. I'll call you back when I can.
You're not bothering me. Leave me
Into a
alone.
fucking fight. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this crap. I am not fucking doing this crap. I'm done. I will find a woman that's way less trouble and a lot hotter. So go fuck yourself.
Whoa!
And because I stand up for trans rights,
Oh, no.
she's gonna make fun of me for that too because she's mad. Sounds like Jessica's transphobic and she needs to get canceled.
Cancel her. There goes her
I'm like,
Disney
no, I
deal.
don't need this crap in my life. Like, I was very patient with Jessica. I put up with her emotional and physical abuse for too long. Too long, dude. She gets me kicked out of my fucking apartment. That should have been my sign right there to be like, I don't need this bitch in my life. Get the fuck out of here. And let me ask you this. If me and Jessica were fighting nonstop and it cost her parents to kick her out of their house, Jessica would break up with me because she wouldn't put up with it. So I'm like, I put up with it because, you know, I try to be a good guy and I try to be patient and understand that Jessica's got mental problems and people have been mean to her. But it's like, that's how she lures you in, dude. That's how she manipulates you, by getting you to feel sorry for her. And I'm like, I'm done. I am done, dude. I blocked both her mom and her number. I blocked her on Facebook.
Why'd you block her mom?
Her,
I don't get
and I
that.
changed my status to single.
You made it official.
Like, there's
It's
only
Facebook
so much you
official.
can put up with, dude. And I'm not going to sit here and put up with emotional and physical manipulation just because you have a pussy.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
No, I'm saying.
Whoa, don't go there.
I'm not going to put up with
That might
it.
not be the right way to go with it.
And Jessica, I'm sorry that I had to
I'm
break
sorry.
up with you like this,
Don't say that.
but you did it to yourself.
Don't start saying that.
Instead of being like, what am I doing? Maybe I shouldn't publicly put me and Josh's fights on social media to gain clout and try to make people feel sorry for me and make Josh look like an asshole. Maybe I should get off of Twitch and have an adult conversation with Josh like a mature adult. Instead, she does the exact opposite. And I'm like, nope, I don't need this bullshit in my life. I do not need it. And I appreciate my fans being on my side in the situation. And it's hard because I didn't want to break up with her. The idea of having a girlfriend, it's a nice feeling. Long distance relationships can be extremely hard. And it doesn't help the fact when your girlfriend makes it harder. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, nope, I don't need this bullshit in my life. And it's like, Jessica, good luck with whatever you're doing in life, but you did it to yourself.
He's looping. He's doing the thing.
I mean, I can't really argue with what he's saying at the moment.
The self-deprecating got really annoying too.
Yeah, that would be annoying.
Like if I forget to call Jessica, she would use it to guilt trip me. I know it's because I'm ugly and I'm fat and I'm this and that. And you don't care about me and you don't want me as your girlfriend. Really? Because last night when she said, I'll call you after my Twitch stream, she did text me, but she didn't call me. So I'm like, okay, you know what? That's what? So you can't get mad at me
What?
for forgetting when it's like literally we talk every day and sometimes for 2 hours on end. And I tried to be as patient as I could be with Jessica, but I can only put up with so much before I'm like, you know what? I don't need this mental and physical abuse in my life. I'm done. I will find a chick 4,000 times harder who's way better for me, and I don't care how long it takes. I've gone 6 years without it, so it's like I got the patience of a fucking saint.
True. What are you talking
And of course,
about?
now that fucking Jessica's mad at
Michael, weirdo, what are you talking about? Noah's really mine, Jeans hates him. What are you talking about, weirdo?
me, she's gonna say more things about me that are lies and misinformation because she wants people to feel sorry for her and hate my guts. And I'm like, Jessica, this is not how you maintain a healthy relationship. If you got a problem with me, then fucking talk to me. And then when you try to talk to me and I'm like, I'm busy,
His-
can I call you back?
His
And you
like
won't even give
lack
me a
of
chance to
teeth
call you
makes
back.
him
You
sound so
unsensibly blow
weird.
up my phone because it's all about you and what you want. It's not about the
It's a
relationship.
very distinct
And
way
that
of
kind
speaking,
mentality
not
is
having
seriously
teeth.
unhealthy, dude. Also, I have a shit ton more fans than Jessica has.
What?
So you don't want to fuck with me.
Whoa.
That's a call to brigading.
Whoa. Why is this getting so weird?
And Jessica's probably going to talk a lot of shit when she sees this video, and quite frankly, I don't care. Talk all the shit you want.
Sounds like you do care,
You
because
did
you're
it to
threatening
yourself,
her.
Jessica. You did it to yourself. And I guarantee you, no guy's going to want to put up with her crazy bullshit.
1 2 1 2. Okay.
None.
Yeah, take a sip. Anyways, Cobra, you there? You still alive?
Well,
Hold on, I tired myself out. I need a moment to regain my stamina.
And it's like if Jessica Boyle had any respect for me,
He's
she
just
would put
doxing her so
and she's done it
casually.
before. She has put the stream on mute, but there were times when it's
Why do you have to say your last name? I mean, you all
she
know
wouldn't
it,
put
but like
the
it's
stream on mute, and she would
just a
just
weird
stream
power
our
play.
conversation because we were fighting. And I'm like, that's bullshit. You're trying to sit there and do that so you can have proof in your eyes that somehow I'm the piece of fuck you.
Fuck you.
You emotionally
piece of shit.
manipulative cunt.
Woo!
whoa. Yikes.
And Messy Jesse rules Jessica Boyle's fucking sad life.
And the trolls, they rule your sad
You don't
life,
even know the half
Jessica.
of it. As soon as Jessica makes a video about Jessica Boyle, Jessica loses her shit and gets emotional over it.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And it's fucking sad. It's fucking sad to watch. And I tried toughening Jessica up. I tried telling her, Jessica, honey, ignore the trolls. Ignore the trolls. Ignore the trolls. And she would not listen. She'd sit there and say, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Like she knows everything. And it's so annoying. Instead of going, interesting. That's a great way to look at it. I never
You
thought
are
about it
smart.
like that
You're totally
before.
not dumb, like everyone says you are.
Instead of saying that, she has to act like she's all knowing.
Carrie.
Everyone else is beneath her, and
This is Carrie restreaming, so we got her commentary as well.
she's a victim, and blah blah blah. Fuck that. I don't need this emotional bullshit in my life.
Okay then.
And all the
Okay, well
trolls
you
text
did
me
when
about it.
okay when she was there.
You couldn't handle her crazy shit either. So fuck yourself.
So fuck you.
Well
Okay.
then. Okay.
There were a lot of factors that made this relationship extremely unhealthy, and it didn't help the fact that Jessica Boyle is an
You have to keep saying her name.
emotionally and physically manipulative fucking psychopathic cunt who has a mental disconnect, who's fucking crazy, delusional, and has no concept of how reality works.
I don't know. You guys think they're getting
Damn.
back
She
together?
doesn't. Jessica Boyle has no concept of how reality fucking works. And it's like, instead of being like, okay, me and Josh are fighting, maybe I should let it go and continue to focus on my Twitch and what I'm doing, and
Well,
then
that's
call him
gone
back
again.
later when I'm not on Twitch.
Her Twitch is banned yet again.
Wow. He
Like a
is
mature
still
adult. But instead
FYI.
of doing that, she digs her hole deeper. And I'm like,
He's
nope,
not
I don't need this
holding
crap.
anything back here, is he?
I do not need this crap.
Like, damn.
And that's just it. I think Jessica needed me more than I needed her, and she fucking lost it. She's the one that destroyed the relationship. It's all her fault. No guy will ever love her the way I tried.
I don't
And
know
that's a fucking fact,
about
because
that.
most guys aren't going to put up with it. And we shouldn't have to.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with.
You know?
I know.
And people would constantly
MGTOW
dog
arc
on
has
me.
returned.
Like, oh, people would criticize the way Jessica looks. And I'm like, I don't care if Jessica's the prettiest. I don't care if she's got mental problems, damn it. I'm trying my best.
I'm trying.
And then when your best isn't good enough and you get it and you have it thrown in your face, I'm like,
trying.
No, I'm done.
I don't know
I'm
what
physically
that
fucking done.
so distinct about.
I don't need
Like
this
when he gets
shit
upset.
in my life.
Ah.
Yeah, he sounds like he's fed up. I can't blame him. But they both.
It's like, Jessica, you did this to yourself.
They both have issues. Wow. Okay. Let's see.
Thank you.
Hold
They
on.
should.
What is this?
So Shani and Rev still aren't
Oh.
back.
So she's just checking in on Danny and Rev. They were having a weird little stream. Shani and Jason having
Really manipulative.
their goofy manic stream. So that was Cobra's video, and then Jessica went on to keep repeating what she kept saying. Bogcron has already put out a video on it. So I guess this is just already what we've heard. Yeah, just already everything. What is
Put
this?
his hands on me twice.
So this is what
When
she's
he
alleging.
Put his hands on me twice.
And it's like, Jessica, you want to know why I broke up with you?
I can see how that be frustrating. Like, she was just with this bog hag who's terminally unattractive, and like he's still watching porn, and then she catches him, and she's like, "Why are you still watching porn?" And she just won't accept any answer from him. Like, you can't just be like, "Well, because I wanted to." Because I wanted to. And she's like, no, what, am I not good enough for you? And he can't be like, well, apparently, I guess. So she just won't shut up. So he allegedly put hands on her. So that's the update. Not a whole lot going on. But they're broken up. Who knows if they'll get back together? I mean, speaking of Shani and her boyfriend, they got back together after the dude beat her children. So I guess anything is possible when you're dumb and in love, or whatever facsimile of love a sociopath can have. If you caught that being said, on Thursday they went over the Kino Casino updates with DSP. They're dragging their feet as usual. Dumb people can't just get things done. So we're just waiting for the outcome of that. Not a whole lot to report. DSP is delusionally thinking that the Kino Casino is going to go after all of his detractors, and they're going to put a stop to all of us. Finally, the tables are going to be turntables, and we're going down. What is this? Nerd Brew. So whatever happens, he's going to be disappointed because he's setting his expectations for it way too high. as always.
The casino never sleeps, and the stakes are always high.
Wait, there's no stakes here.
A place where only the weirdest and most unhinged online personalities get felted.
Zoom in on him when he sees that super chat money. He's just so f***ing seething at him. But this is on a whole other level.
This is next.
It's next level, Ralph, and it's got a little bit of everything.
And a place where lolcows like Boogie and Darkside Phil are never safe from the razzing.
I got some fries and some fresh corn on the cob. Who wants that?
You would say over and over and over again, the show is ending.
Not for $100.
It's over, guys.
You got
We're
ripped
ending
off,
the show.
idiot.
Why is he telling us any of this? You know, he doesn't have to tell us about the emergency situation with his wife in the hospital.
Listen, guys.
That he's permanently stuck on level 1 and he's like a Sisyphus, doomed to forever be pushing the boulder uphill and then it fall down the other side.
Now.
The jokers are wild and the house always wins. This is Kino Casino. Felted.
Yeah, but don't dare tell Phil that they're pretty much just like Keemstar and all the other misery brokers, all the drama channels that he hates, because they're being really, really sarcastic with him to the point that he actually thinks they're not being sarcastic. And I don't know, I don't know what more to say about it. He's just a big, dumb, gullible, easily manipulated, friendless idiot who doesn't socialize with anyone for so long that he literally doesn't understand when he's being buddy trolled and strung along. It's getting old. Hopefully this shit happens soon. Come on, June, release that documentary so this can all blow up in his face. In the meantime, we just have him being delusional. DSP gets demolished in Street Fighter 6. Did you watch this? Mighty D.
Someone attempted to send me a small tip of $2.07, but that's all I can see. It has been frozen pending approval. PayPal flags it as possible criminal activity or terrorist activity. I kid you not. You might want to try to retip without putting risque language in there if you'd like me to shout you out. I was above him.
That's weird.
That hit me backwards. That's game. He literally did nothing. Amazing gameplay, huh? Okay. Whatever you say. No f***ing lift. Unreal. Oh, I still can't block. Jab. That was level 1 super. No skill whatsoever. 0 skill Ken. Stand there, mash high priority moves. Everything stuffs me.
Hadouken! 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 Let's get
Oh, no flip again. Wow, my moves just drop nonstop.
Wow.
The
kid comes back.
You're such a good player, dude.
I mean, it is pretty good. You keep jumping in, get wall bounced, and you're dead.
Yo, nonstop. Non-stop drop moves. That's amazing. What a great Ken. That button, bro. Keep mashing. Jab beats everything. Go ahead. What an idiot.
Hey, idiot. Again,
Of course. 'cause I wanted
thinking
to see
everyone
him
is hurt by being called an
right?
idiot as
And
much
then
as
I
it
can
hurts
do
him.
Scrub gameplay. Scrub pattern gameplay. Scrub Ken.
You're the one losing to the scrubs. I don't think that's how scrubbing, being a scrub works. Get fucked.
Scrub Ken. Mash jab. Fucking, it's insane how bad these players are.
It's crazy.
And how high ranked they are just because they do high priority normals. You did nothing. You literally didn't outplay me at all. You never once trapped me. You never mixed me up. You never counter hit me. You just mashed high priority normals in one.
I mean, that was a counter hit
Fucking
where you
terrible
walked up
player.
and you got punched.
I keep dropping stuff because I'm rusty. That sucks. Dropping combos is the worst, especially when you're fighting a top tier scrub. You need to have
A
every
top
count,
tier
and your combos
scrub?
drop, or you get
What is a
frustrated.
top tier scrub?
Let me capitalize
Doesn't even
on
make
the
sense.
few precious hits I can get.
What in the world is a top tier scrub?
Of course. I can't get out. Unreal. 2 insanely lucky hits, and I get burned out because of it. Free combo for her. Get the fuck out of here with that.
No, you get the fuck
Why'd
out
I
of
get
here.
hit? I was parrying. I was literally
Wow.
parrying, and the game started giving her a hit and gave her a free combo in the middle of a parry animation. Combo stops for no reason. Totally my fault, right? Totally my fault. My combo dropped for no good reason whatsoever. What a stupid fucking game. Can't do anything. Mash. Just keep mashing buttons. Okay. Keep mashing
called the
buttons.
counter hit,
Stupid
dude.
Player. Can't do anything. Again, why did I lose? The game dropped my combo.
Because
It did not
you
play
were
me. You
trying
played
to
your
do
flowchart back.
high
The game dropped my combo. I did it
frame data
correctly.
moves
So,
and
fuck
they were
off.
stuffed
You
by
suck.
faster moves?
Congratulations on being a flowchart shit player. And no rematch because you're a bitch too. So on
Oof.
top of you being a terrible fucking flowchart player,
What a
you're also
coward.
a cocksucking bitch. Congratulations.
Well, I think I'm toxic now.
You're a cocksucking bitch. What a great ally. I mean, isn't it kind of normal for bitches to suck cock? How, like,
Okay.
isn't that like,
Every single hit counters me, right?
like what they should do?
Dude, are you shitting me? Every single hit is a counter hit now.
This is a funny comic. So there's scrubs under the bed, and there he is. He's the ultimate scrub, the sweaty tryhard who gets his ass beat and makes excuses for it. Just pure
Dude,
projection.
Oh my god. Every single hit is a counter hit. Right. And he wins. Mash, jab, desperation, and he wins the fight. These are the worst players online. They seriously are. They're the worst fucking players you could find, man.
But they're beating you. It just seems lost on him.
He didn't even win. He didn't even win. Oh my god.
Wow, he turned that perfect parry into a grab.
You fucking scrub online button mashers. What a fucking idiot.
What a fucking
And
idiot.
look,
What a fucking
Mash
idiot. Come up with some new insults.
What the fuck?
Surely Phil wins this, right? Aww.
This guy
Got
is
grabbed out of the ball.
terrible. Are you kidding?
I don't know, that was pretty
Level 3
skillful.
woman beats the ball. terrible player.
Ha ha ha
It's so
ha
funny
ha.
playing idiotic scrubs.
These people are dumb and I
Look
hate
at this,
them.
sits there
Ha ha ha
headbutting
ha.
the super. Get the fuck out of here.
He's surely
He's
not
so
trying
lucky
to
I'm
mask his anger behind a big fake laugh.
That was level 1. That was level 1. 2 level 1 supers in a row. Can't get him out. Wow, what a great player. What a great player.
Well, he beat
What a
you.
great online scrub. Can't do anything because my moves don't come out.
How is that their fault? Like,
What?
just because you
What
drop
the
all your
fuck?
inputs, they're
Literally,
bad?
What am I doing? Why even play?
Then don't.
It's dropping
Get
so
fucked,
much,
idiot.
It's like, okay, I give up. The guy is terrible.
You suck. My moves
The guy
dropped.
is absolutely awful. People are lucky left, right, up, and down. Everything is luck. Every kid he's hitting me with is luck. Fucking idiot.
Fucking idiot.
Okay, yes, that's totally what I wanted, right? I wanted all those moves that were gonna put me right in position so you could mash, jab, and do headbutt over and over.
You got beaten by a super.
Oh, my nose. I gotta blow my nose, guys. But anyway, I'm not gonna get upset because the guy's just a fucking moron. He's a lucky idiot too.
You sound like
I'm
you're
so
upset.
rusty with Blanca. Oh, now my nose is bleeding. Great.
Wow, he
Everything with
he
this
got
stupid
beaten so
cold,
hard
I
he
got a
was
nose
bleeding in real life.
Well, that really sucks.
He got his ass beat so hard he started bleeding IRL.
Okay.
Now he's just sitting there with a fucking
Okay.
tissue
Great.
sticking out of his
Right here.
nose.
Passes right through her in the air.
Looking like a complete dork. That's funny. ASCP.
Wow, what a great player.
Well, you got
If
beat
only
by
I had
her.
an anti-air that worked instead of passing through the opponent as they jump over me. Nothing to do here, just pattern play. Low chart pattern play from the scrub.
If it's a pattern, you should be able to figure it out, but
Scrub.
of course it's just a lame excuse.
Okay.
If it really was pattern play, then
Nothing I can
you'd be
do.
able to counter the
Flowchart pattern
patterns.
play.
Flowchart pattern play. Flowchart. 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 Just knee-jerk reactions to avoid responsibility for losing. It's so juvenile.
100% flowchart in the corner.
What the f- You're not even in
100%
the-
Cammy.
Wasn't even in the corner, dipshit! Your move didn't go far enough and you got punched out of it. It's called a counter hit, dipshit. We can see it on the screen.
100% flowchart in the corner. 100% in Cammy's favor. Top tier.
Dude's
bullshit
gonna
from a
stroke
scrub.
out.
Smash that jab, you scrub. That jab, flowchart it out. If only my level 3 super would come out. If only my level 3 super would come out. I've done it twice now.
You
during
suck
fucking
because my move
5
didn't
push
come
pull
out.
shit. Nope.
You think anyone listening to that
Smash
believes
jab from
you?
That distance. You're a fucking idiot. You
Why do
suck
they
ass.
suck because your moves didn't come out? How is that their fault or responsibility? So wild.
Just keep mashing jabs. Still works. Flowchart. Here it comes. Here comes the flow. Come on, give me the flow.
What are you talking about?
I'm ready for the flow.
How dare you block? That's part of a
Oh,
flowchart.
clean.
Flowchart
It
blocking
beats
my
me again.
moves. Woohoo!
Flowchart. You fucking, these players are so bad. Literally the flowchart. Just stand there, dive kick, dive kick,
God,
dive kick.
such
that's right.
autism.
Dive kick beats
Thinking
everything.
saying the same
Dive
word
kick
over and over
flowchart
again has the same
flowchart.
impact.
Fucking, you're a scrub. You're a terrible player who does this same tactic in a loop.
Well, you
can't
lost
stop
to the
it. You
terrible
can't stop your
player,
character.
and that's
You stuff
all that
everything I
matters
do.
at the end of the
You're
day.
a shit player. You're an actual shit player. You do nothing of intelligence.
Why would he need to do anything differently than what he's doing if he's winning? Like, they would just throw loop the entire time if it's winning. Why would they do anything else? He just literally doesn't seem to get that.
Mash jab when you're nervous, and then you do your flowchart. Wow.
That's called a combo? Like, if you can turn a jab into a combo, that's not a flowchart or a pattern. That's called a fucking combo, dimwit.
They're awful players with absolutely no originality and no intelligent fucking thought in the brain, dude.
Where else would the thoughts happen? In the legs?
Yo.
Yeah, here's a flow chart. Imagine getting beaten by a throw loop.
Throw loop again.
What an idiot.
Oh no, my combo drops. Even though I did it.
And then you rage quit. He sucks. My combo dropped.
Game, man.
If only my combo didn't drop, then he would be a better player.
Oh, can't do parry. No parry.
Oh, you shouldn't.
Throw loop. Same shit.
No escape.
Dude, I'm not gonna play. There's not even a point.
Okay.
There's not even a point, dude.
Another rage
You're a
quit.
brainless idiot. There's not even a point to playing you.
You're not doing anything, but he's brainless.
Brainless.
Got perfected, dude.
Brainless KO. You did a loop. My moves dropped. Wow, you're such a good player, bro. You really earned it. Earn all your wins, you dumb piece of shit.
Why should he care that your
Quit.
moves
Please
dropped?
Quit. Please quit.
So wild.
Please quit and don't waste my fucking time. Go ahead, quit.
Why don't you
Quit like a
quit?
bitch. Good, thank you. Thank you for quitting like a bitch, so I can play intelligent players.
What childish behavior.
Hint, hint.
It's wild. Yeah, it's just such low effort excuses. Talking about low effort. Talking about not having intelligent thoughts in the head. He just starts losing and he's like, flowchart, flowchart. I'm not losing, it's a flowchart. DSP, that's called a combo. Maybe you should try it. Instead of your just low effort grabs whenever you open anyone up to an attack. Or doing a super that you build up because you have no meter management. Theo put out a 4.5 hour video. Before we dive into that, let's get updated on whatever bullshit VTuber news.
Oh my god!
Let's see. I got two of these.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
Hey, what's up, Rev?
So today we're going to be talking about Genshin Impact because there is some true insanity taking place among a portion of their fan base. So what's going on? Well, recently MiHoYo revealed a new region coming to Genshin Impact called Natlan, and this reveal was immediately met with people on Twitter claiming all sorts of things like cultural appropriation and racism. Now, it's funny because these same people on Twitter often justify the race swapping of existing characters, but they're now crying about the melanin of characters representing a fictional region in a video game. And we've covered some of the initial responses to this reveal. A lot of people on Twitter are encouraging people to falsely report official Genshin Impact accounts for hate speech. We've seen a full-on boycott started where they're even instructing you to contact your local politicians about the situation. And you'll notice with these boycotts, they'll say all these things, but one thing they won't tell you is to stop playing Genshin Impact. In fact, a lot of people joining in on this supposed boycott are still playing the game. And on top of that, those people might not have the opportunity to keep playing Genshin Impact if this boycott is successful, because one of their goals
my sister plays
is to
Genshin,
falsely
but
report
she's a
Genshin
teenage
to the
girl,
Apple Store and Google
so it
Play
makes sense.
for offensive content. They want to remove this game for everyone because they're upset about the characters from this Natlan region. And to make things even worse, to stoke the flames, the English voice actors for Genshin Impact have come forward and encouraged these protests and encouraged players to email and contact Genshin Impact and MiHoYo over this situation, including voice actors like this saying email them with a template here talking about cultural appropriation, among other things. And this couldn't happen in a worse time because right now, English voice actors for video games are on a protest. They are on strike right now because they're worried about getting replaced by AI.
So many images of Emmanuel Macron drinking.
Manga localizers getting replaced by AI. Everyone knows that
literally
AI
drunk with
is
power.
not the ideal position to be in, not the ideal solution, but nobody's going to feel sorry for you when you're replaced by AI because you're annoying. But on top of that, this is the latest update here. So a few days ago, the official boycott and petition here has now reached 100,000 signatures. Here's the post saying, 100,000 signatures strong. This amazing milestone shows just how many of us care. Your support can now make a real impact. A Genshin impact. Let's keep pushing for action and keep signing. And you can see right here their message, their kind of their war cry here. United for authentic representation, which sounds a lot like authentic casting that we talked about previously with ProZD, who for many years preached about authentic casting, meaning he wanted voice actors to be hired for characters that match their own real life ethnicity.
Well, what about
of
like
course,
aliens and animals
years later,
and
ProZD would lose roles
like
because he
elves?
couldn't voice white characters under this same theory of authentic casting that he had been promoting for years. You reap what you sow. But this is similar, and honestly, the situation with Genshin Impact is even more ridiculous because we're talking about representation of a group of people that don't exist. But anyways, as we look at the 100,000 signatures on this petition and boycott, what does it really mean? Well, it doesn't mean a whole lot. So if you look at some of the results and posts like this, that 100,000 totals to about 0.1% of the total downloads on Android devices. That's a very, very small number of players, and that's assuming all of the people signing these petitions are actually playing Genshin Impact or were at some point. I would largely guess, pretty confidently guess, that a lot of people signing that petition don't actually play Genshin Impact and they're just kind of going with this LARP because it's fun to complain and protest things for these people. But on top of that, if you look at the regions of this game that are most relevant to Genshin's success, you'll see a lot of countries. But one country you won't see is the United States. It's not even in this list of regions. It's that small in terms of representation. And a lot of the people signing that petition and actively talking about the situation are Americans. So you can see the impact of that petition isn't that strong based on the regions that are supporting it. And this is kind of the opposite of what's going on with the Assassin's Creed Shadows situation, where there is a petition with a very similar number of signatures. But the difference is the outrage stemming from that game comes from regions they're trying to market to and that are very important to the success of that game. The United States, many Western countries, but also Japan. A lot of the outrage is coming from Japan. And with this Genshin Impact drama, Japan is the most represented region in terms of players, and they don't care. They're not joining in on this at any sort of a significant level. And on top of that, the official responses, I guess you can call official responses from MiHoYo, have been bot responses reminding players that Genshin is not real life. And that is a very important point that pretty much shuts down this whole thing. It is not a real place. The game is not real. They can do whatever they want. In terms of skin color, the people from the Natlin region could be purple. What is preventing them from doing that? But on top of that, we have seen so much hyper focus on race and skin color and things like that, that we're seeing very bizarre posts like this. This person saying, retweet to scare Hoyoverse. And they have a chart tracking different skin tones. This is the kind of stuff you would see in the slave trade, okay? This is very odd to see. And now people, in the name of fighting racism, are making posts like this. It's very bizarre. And on top of that, I have to censor here because this is technically a leak, but people are freaking out over some of the previews of the game that are being leaked, including one of the characters doing a dance, where this individual says, please tell me why Kachina, a character inspired by Native Americans, is doing the capoeira, a Afro-Brazilian martial art made by enslaved West Africans, and her skin tone doesn't even represent such. Genshin, what are you doing? 20,000 likes, by the way. Here's the note, though. It has
what
a
are you
note that is adding some context and dispelling these weird claims.
Only Italians can make Italian food. Doesn't it kind of seem racist?
Dancing. Their premise is still wrong for one reason. Brazilian culture is not racially segregated. Imagine someone having to tell you this on Twitter because you're having a spurg out over a character breakdancing in Genshin Impact. But anyways, a lot of people are claiming the reason this boycott is so important because They don't want history in these regions to have their narrative rewritten or somehow misrepresented, which again, it involves a fictional region. None of the citizens of Natlin are going to come forward and be upset about this, but people are comparing this to Fate Grand Order because they have a lot of historical characters that they, of course, turn into cute anime girls. And if you search certain names, you'll get characters from Fate Grand Order. And this is just made as a joke because everyone knows this is not trying to rewrite history. It's just the result of this game being popular. And the same thing goes back to Genshin Impact. But a lot of people joining in on this boycott are now targeting Fate Grand Order, which
They
is very
gender
funny.
swapped
You can see
King
this
Arthur.
post sharing a
The
character
wokies
from
have gone too
Fate Grand Order
far.
saying, without exaggeration, this is the worst design ever created by man, which is a bit of an exaggeration. See, you're mad over the design of this character. I'm mad because that was a very useless servant when I was playing Fate Grand Order a few years ago. She was completely useless. That's
Of
why I
course,
don't like
Rev
that
plays
character.
Fate Grand
But
Order.
anyways, people make
I don't
some
know
more
anything about Fate
comparisons
Grand
here.
Order.
This
I just know
person
that
saying,
Ann Lead
"Lady
hates it
occupying
for,
the highest
I guess,
position in Inazuma, which represents Japan, with an
maybe just
extremely
the
sexualized and short kimono.
the unfair
Not
polls,
even
probably.
prostitutes in Japan
He
wear
prefers the Bodhi
clothes
games.
like this. So this is what they're calling hyper sexualized, extremely sexualized. It is literally showing a few inches of her legs. Like, don't let people like this go to a public beach or a public pool because they might lose their minds. But someone would quote them saying this: "Seeing Hoyoverse fans complaining over this design makes me think of how much they'd lose their minds if she looked like Raiko from Fate Grand Order." And yes, people would get very upset about this particular design from Fate Grand Order, where you can see this comparison of Hoyo fans versus Fate fans, where this person says, also Fate designs are genuinely so effing ugly. And then this response really just captures the difference between those fan bases. This person says, nah, it's great. And then the original poster responds saying, gooners will see Big Booba and immediately start applauding without considering anything else. Where the other user replies,
yeah.
It's great, co-parter. Then the original poster replies,
yeah,
"Give me
it's
a reason,
great.
It's great." And then the person responds saying, because I like it and my tastes are superior to yours. And that's really all you have to say when you're explaining why you like a certain character design. If you like it, that's good enough. You don't need to bend over backwards to people on Twitter to explain the intricacies of why you like the design of a certain anime girl. It's ridiculous. But overall, this whole boycott has shown really the way people on Twitter like to LARP for attention and to join in on some sort of a movement just because it is the trendy and popular thing to do. These people are trying to boycott something while actively still playing and supporting it. It just goes to show that all of this noise is completely useless, and MiHoYo doesn't care. They're going to continue, and that's really all there is to it. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
I need to refill my water and put more ice in it because it is a hot day today.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here.
Hey, Rev.
So today we're going to cover another round of VTuber related drama, and as you can see from the main protagonist here, we're not off to a great start. But before we get into the fine details of the situation, I want to give you a too long didn't read version of events to give you guys some greater understanding of what we're going to talk about here. So basically we have a situation where a VTuber by the name of Powder would call out another VTuber. As you can see, Powder has around 34,000 followers, and she would call out this VTuber named Lily, who also goes by the name Royalty, who has about 2,000 followers, a small fraction of what Powder has. Now, what Powder is doing is they are claiming that essentially Royalty ripped off all of their design and their concept as a VTuber as a whole, and are trying to ride on the coattails of their success. And when Royalty would release a Google Doc explaining their side of the situation, that there was no ill intent or a lot of things were just coincidences, and that they were even willing to change some of the details to accommodate Powder, Powder would then respond with basically a mean girl routine mocking the situation, and it made Powder look very bad. And I'm also going to hit you guys with kind of the money shot here. Here are the two models in question. We are comparing Powder on the left here to Royalty on the right. Now, as you can see, this person right here is kind of mocking the situation. basically, Powder is relying on the fact that these look the exact same, and on top of that, she is relying on the thought process that apparently she owns the concept of a white-haired elf with supernatural attributes, which is really crazy to say. I mean, like, what are you going to do? Make a call-out post on Freered next? It's very strange. But let's get into the details of this situation. Here's Powder, as you can see, a demon or daemon VTuber. I'm not sure what the correct pronunciation is, but this term will be very important in a few minutes. So a few days ago, she made this vague but not so vague call-out post on Twitter saying this: I just want to come out and say that I am aware there is another VTuber in the space with a similar design, color, and, well, lore name. I have already made efforts in the past to communicate with both artist and VTuber. Not much happened other than I was able to voice my concern. And you can see the reception to this was pretty positive. About 2,000 likes, only 7 quotes, most of them positive, by the way. And they would end their statement with this saying, knowing what I know about the creation of the look-alike, I am disappointed, and I do question ethics. But overall, there is only one Powder. I do not wish to bar people from inspiration, but I do wish people would be more creative. Obviously, a pretty serious set of statements here, essentially calling this other person a lookalike, implying that they're ripping off their design and concept. However, because of the not only the very direct nature of this, like I said, vague but not so vague call-out post, and their history, Lily, aka Royalty, would know this post was about them, and they would make a Google Doc response here saying, hi everyone, I haven't been online, but I've been made aware of a situation. Here is my response with receipts, and I apologize for any further concerns anyone has. I do not condone any hate being spread on behalf of this. I hope this clears the air. And this is the beginning of the Google Doc where they share that her and Cherry, the artist behind the model, had already contacted Powder a year ago about the situation when they revealed their redesign at that time. And they attempted to even accommodate some of these concerns that Powder had. But basically this all boiled down to Powder saying, I hear what you're saying, but I just don't believe you. So here's some of the DMs. So Powder reaches out and says, hey Royalty, I don't want any of this to come across as hostile by any means, but I have concerns about your design combined with your lore daemon. It took me very long to come up with the design for my character and my lore, which fits with the daemon term because I am a computer program, which is what a daemon is. Now, I looked into this and this was shared in the Google Doc. That term and its spelling, yes, it has a computer-based definition as well, but that's also a historic and biblical reference to demons in general and also some other supernatural beings. So that's not just a computer term. She was within her right to label herself with this term because, as she points out in her initial response, she has a demon concept. She wanted to do an elf with long white hair. That is a pretty classic trope among anime and also VTubers. And they had this old spelling, this old English version of spelling demon that went along with their lore and their concepts. And then Powder would respond by sharing a DM from a supposed mutual, basically saying that they believed that Royalty was a ripoff of Powder, and Powder would say this attached to the screenshot, I don't mean to sound rude, but I don't believe you about the motivation behind your lore. I just want to avoid these types of messages from mutuals, and I feel uncomfortable knowing you knew of me during the design process, because apparently Royalty was following Powder at the time, which to Powder, that meant that they knew them and knew all about everything to do with their account and their concept. But then you would see further responses from Powder saying that basically they tacked on elf and now it's too similar, and these similarities did catch the eyes of others, and they're wondering in the future if there's any more comparisons, and they don't want to cause any more trouble, and they would be nervous if they were Royalty because the design is so similar. And then basically they end by saying, is there any room to wiggle on either of these things, basically relating to the various concepts behind Royalty's VTuber character. And they would respond with a statement from their artist as well, but they would say, I'm sorry you feel the way you do, but I really don't know what else to tell you, and I don't mean to sound rude either, but I really don't appreciate basically being called a liar. If you don't want to believe me, then don't. But as you can see, after I gave my description of what I was wanting, that is the first design that was presented to me, and I loved it. There were no references to you at all, and you weren't even part of the design process. And going forward, they would share some more details and also clarify that they had this term daemon or demon, and they were willing to change it to the regular spelling of demon to accommodate the concerns of Powder, who would then reply by saying basically they appreciate this and they are just sad about this situation, and there's going to be speculation that there's some sort of weird situation going on between these two, and that's kind of where it lied for that moment. And they would also add here too that they feel weird about this whole thing, and they're not trying to be aggressive, and they're giving advice. But that's where we're at with that Google Doc. That's essentially the majority of what's on there. And then we would see Cherry here, who is the artist and rigger behind the model and the concept, who would release their own brief statement about this situation and basically share some DMs, further clarifying that there is no intent to copy. It's pretty straightforward, and then Royalty would respond basically saying that they try to work this out, and it seems like they're just kind of at an impasse here. And also mentioned through this, at several points, we saw Powder mention that they would make a statement in the future if they felt the need to.
No argument here.
That's what they did with that initial call-out post. And seeing the Google Doc and a lot of the information
come up with a new word for that. Rig person.
Would make a very ill-advised response video. This was a few hours after Royalty had made her Google Doc, and it says my response. And I can't play the video; it's got copyrighted music, but basically it's like some weird TikTok type meme video where they're showing side-by-side comparisons of their models, essentially trying to once again claim that there was some sort of stealing of concepts here. And you can see, based on comparing this post to her original vague call-out post, this one went really badly. The other one had about 2,000 likes with only 7 quotes. This one has about 600 likes with over 100 quotes. People saw the way this was framed and some of her responses and the replies, and it came off like a Mean Girl type breakdown, right? And you can see
people keep bringing up Mean Girls, but I've never seen it.
She directly
because I'm not a woman.
The artist and the VTuber, so
what
people
you mean by that? Never saw that movie.
To their accounts, and also with this kind of passive aggressive "for you" language added onto it. It's not a very good look. And you can see at first when it was going positively for the first like hour or so, she was kind of like joking in the replies. People said that video is nasty work, absolutely diabolical, where Powder replied saying, "The parasites in my head made me do it." But things would start breaking down when people started to really think this whole thing is mean-spirited and just kind of childish and immature. Where this user said, "Girl, this is not it. Why are you being so unnecessarily mean?" Where Powder says, humor is my coping mechanism, where the other user replies saying, "It doesn't make it any less malicious. Just talk shit behind closed doors. Then, I don't know, dude. I hope she never sees it so she isn't unnecessarily harassed." Where Powder said, "I tagged her, so it's a little too late if she doesn't want to see it." Which, of course, you would reply by saying, just delete it to prevent further harassment. But then another person would say, "I don't know, man. I think a simple tweet saying you know Lily's design and have talked to them behind the scenes was all you needed to say. Quite frankly, your lack of professionalism brought this on. No such thing as vagueness on the internet. You forced small creators into a defense." And she replies with an original call-out post. You're
not allowed to be vague.
Of course, she's ignoring the fact that she also added on things like this, where she's saying that she knew there was a look-alike, and this whole thing was brought on by her going public with this situation. But on top of that, another user would say, "Dude, this ain't it. Tonight I read a total of 72 Google Doc pages between both sides, and all I can say is, bruh, just stop. You're both adults, behave as such, and move on." Where Powder says, "Oh yes, I'm going to leave it here, no worries. I mean, damn, I ain't doing another doc, LMAO. Tomorrow's a fresh new day for Dark Souls," which is like a weird stream plug. But yes, there's 2 Google Docs, because lost in this fray, they attached a Google Doc response to that video where they were basically trying to mock the entire situation that they created for themselves. And in that doc, there's really not a whole lot. Basically kind of just reiterating everything we already know and trying to rely on speculation to frame the other party as ripping her off. But I think this section is the most telling. Let me read this section from her Google Doc, Powder's Google Doc, saying, "A message to the haters. You might look at me as just some dumb, whining anime girl, but this is my job. I take it very seriously, and a lot of planning when it's my VTuber model. It is my brand. I use this to stand out as much as possible. Don't come at me with the, you're bullying a smaller account. Okay, weirdo. I built my success using my brand/model, so I'm gonna feel a little uncomfortable. I know exactly what it feels like to be that smaller account. I'm going to be uncomfortable when the design looks like my OC in an alt outfit. The lore name is the same, color palette similar. The artist has a similar art style to mine. They, artist and VTuber, actively follow me. Oh, and other people are actively pointing out the similarities throughout the whole process. I don't know, man. The math is mathin' for me. You can call me dramatic, but I ain't blind. I hope you achieved what you wanted in the end. I'm not attacking anyone for being small or trying to post this at a bad time. If anything, this probably just helps them so." Yeah, this is kind of coming off as a bit egotistical, okay? I'm going to be honest. Like, yes, Powder, you have some success as a VTuber. You are not like Iron Mouse, okay? You're acting like you're so high and above everything. This is kind of ridiculous to believe that you own color palettes, that you own the concept of a white-haired elf or the term demon. It's getting a bit much. And many VTubers, including myself and content creators in general, have dealt with similar situations where someone has similar concepts as you, similar types of content or the way they build their content. But at the end of the day, you are you. And all you can do is focus on yourself. And unless someone is 100% ripping you off entirely, that is a situation you can worry about. But situations where people have similar concepts or take inspiration from you, even like directly taking inspiration from you, it's okay. That's why we end up in situations where every single time there's a new pink-haired cat girl on the scene, someone's calling her a rip-off Nyanners, or someone comes out as an aquatic-themed VTuber and they're called a rip-off of Shy Lily, and so on and so forth. It's really ridiculous how people think a given VTuber owns an entire set of concepts. The market right now with VTubers is so oversaturated, I can't even begin to understate that, okay? It is very oversaturated. People are going to overlap on their concepts. That is a natural thing to happen. But anyways, someone would point out that section of the Google Doc saying it's very weird, where Powder would simply reply by saying, if the shoe fits, where that user says, going around to every quote tweet, replying to criticism with sarcasm isn't going to help you win any hearts over. I recommend considering it's 4 a.m. my time to go to sleep. Take some time away from Twitter and maybe reach out privately where they say, thank you, I'll definitely consider that. You get some good rest. And this person says, I recommend doing it instead of just considering it. Where then Powder says, no, mom, I'm a big girl now. And then this user says, acts like one then. And then she replies with this like emo gif here saying, I'm so sad. It looks so childish.
Twitter
And
brain
things would
rot.
get worse when the next morning Elara
If
would do
you're
a
so
stream,
successful and you have
during
so
that
much
stream,
better
would talk
things to
about the
occupy your time
situation
with, why you're
Powder
on Twitter
royalty,
just being
and
cringy
Powder
and lame.
would join the stream. Not only were they in the replies of
Not
the
be
chat saying things like
overstated
some
how people
parties
need to
sharing their opinion
close
are
the
too
app.
biased because they've worked with the model or the creator of the artwork. But on top of that, they would join in, like I said, and things would get really messy really fast. And basically, I'm going to share a couple of clips here, but in essence, what you're going to hear is Powder doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down on all of their posts, including the sarcastic and, quite frankly, somewhat rude responses they had over the past 24 hours. And you can even see Elara trying to kind of push them towards the right response, and they still just make some pretty unhinged remarks.
And you were
I
emotional,
didn't
but unfortunately that's
intend
what happened.
harm from other people. I intended harm from myself to them, right?
Yeah, but that's not what happened, girl.
I understand.
That's not what happened at all.
I understand, but I'm trying to like get your advice in this. Should
Well, like,
I
would never really
say that
I would never really
admit
like
that I
intend
was-
harm from me to somebody else. You know, like I don't think
Well,
that way.
that's- Yes,
She does
one of these
recognize
people.
that she acted a little rashly and
Mhm.
acknowledges that. Is that fair? Is that good? I don't want to put words in your mouth,
Yes.
Pattern.
No, I do feel like I acted emotionally. I agree. Do I regret what I've done? No. Am I currently still emotional about it? Yeah, probably. Do I want to apologize? No.
I think you should. But
Yeah,
again,
I appreciate that.
That's something that's on you.
yeah.
If you want to do that, that is up to you.
Right.
Everything becomes more and more of this, and just bound to happen. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks, but
Yeah.
I think you've said your piece. I think
Yeah.
I would
think you're
probably
right.
take down this snarky response, but
I'm not. But I appreciate
yeah,
the
no, I understand.
the
that is your
advice.
choice, girly.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of that did anything to help out the situation. In fact, I think her responses on that stream made this situation even messier for Powder. I mean, it's coming off like mean girl behavior, and the inability to apologize or to recognize any of her mistakes is making this worse. The best thing she could have done is take down that most recent post, or really take down all of the related posts, and simply make something that looks like an apology, or something that looks like they're trying to move on, or to condemn the harassment that was directed towards the other VTuber in this situation. But for now, that's going to do it. Obviously, we're dealing with a lot of subjective stuff, and people are entitled to their own opinions, so I'd be glad to hear what you guys have to say about this situation in the comments section down below. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you next time.
I don't understand the whole situation. Smug bitches being smug bitches, from what I can tell. GTG is live. Lord Diaz is live. Got some new uploads from Metallica, that's cool. Messica hasn't jinxed them to the point of them breaking up. It's good to know. So there's their VTuber news. Let's see what Theo has to say. Unless someone has other videos to share. What do you think? Looks like the worst Dynasty Warriors. You can't play as your own character as the main generals, but a chosen boring guy. Thanks, Twitter. Well, at least it's not Yasuke, right? Dynasty Warriors Origins. Capture from China Joy. Sorry to hear that, Dynasty Warrior bros. Didn't they always let you have like a create a character or something? Or something. I don't know. I don't play Dynasty Warriors. Square giving Life is Strange Final Fantasy VII DLC. Oh god. This is the worst thing to happen to this Square is Life is Strange. Okay. It's just corny outfits. Rough. They're trying really hard to sell it. Hey, they got some skeleton pajamas. I don't know, the game's gonna suck. Everyone knows the game's gonna suck, but if those models become public, I can download them and use them. VTuber says, thank God he got out of Cali.
California is beyond saving. California is beyond saving. If you guys think that you can actually save California, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, you're being delusional. If you guys think you can fix LA, no! Stop it! Get some help! You're being delusional! You are coping! You need to go seek help! Because it's never gonna work out! It's it's never gonna work, and it has never worked out. It's not working out, and it will never work out. California is beyond saving. If you guys think that you can
It looped. Very true. Very, very true. I should have looked for that video. Sheesh. Where are you, Theo? This is Chaos Realms 02. What do you got? Gout, a DSP AI written song written by WebMD.
That happens when you have too much. Uric acid in your blood and it forms sharp crystals in your joints. This usually happens in your big toe, but you also can have gout in your knee. Ankle, foot, hand, wrist, or elbow. If you have a gout flare-up, call your doctor right away. You can take medicine, ice the inflamed area, drink plenty of fluids. You're more at risk if you're awake. And drink alcohol often, you also might be more likely to have it.
Very nice. Pretty sure DSP is at least pre-diabetic. That's my guess. That's my Theo theory. Speaking of Theo,
Hey, true gamers! Welcome back to a brand new
how's the volume? Should I turn 'em up?
DSP video. The last video was super political. This time around, it should not be.
Was that political?
Super political. But again,
you don't
thank
even
you
agree
guys for
politically, and I didn't
sticking
even
through
find
that
anything
video.
offensive.
Hopefully, you guys understood where I was coming from. Whatever. But again, thank you
Just
for
Joe Biden's
sticking
old.
through and being a true gamer. In these troubling times, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's get back to what we're here for. DSP had like what, two
There, turn it up.
podcasts of nonsense, and we're gonna cover it because, you know, I was thinking, okay, you know, when I did that last video, I was like, thank God I finally, like, Monday was like a normal podcast for the most part. I was like, wow, I could finally just do this video and I don't have to worry about other bullshit. Well, DSP apparently he just couldn't keep the streak going and decided to just be more insane again. So we have two podcasts worth of nonsense that we're gonna be delving into. We're gonna start off with this gamer news segment. We're not gonna talk about the strikes because what's there to say, you know? It is what it is. I may do another video on gamer news in general because I think he'd had another gamer news segment on Wednesday's podcast that I kind of want to talk about. So maybe I'll do a gamer news video, maybe, but we'll see when we get there. But this one I wanted to do specifically because it's the most DSP thing you will listen to next to any news regarding Twitch, obviously. But we're gonna start with this. Then we're gonna get into the segment I wanted to make this video for, etc. So let's get going. Oh wait, whoops, wrong window. I keep making this dumb mistake. It's funny. Some takes I remember to go to the next window. Others I forget, and we get this.
Lastly, Star Wars Outlaws, which is scheduled for release in less than a month. That's right. It's coming out the end of August.
You know, it's so funny to me that this game is coming out in August. And I have seen like no hype. The only people talking about this fucking game is DSP and people who think the main character is ugly. That is it. That's all I'm hearing about this game. Like, it's really like Ubisoft isn't even trying with this. It's like, all right, yeah, we're doing a Star Wars game.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like it's
It's
so
low
weird.
effort on all
I
fronts,
saw
I
more
guess.
hype, or at least like more buzz with that Kumutsugami game, whatever the fuck, than I have with this game, and it's a Star Wars game. Like, not even Disney seems to care. It's so weird. I've seen more hype for that Star Wars Fallen Order game with the Jedi guy, and then the latest one that came out that was a bust. And this one, it's like, I'm not seeing anything about this. DSP is the only person that is exposing me to this game. Maybe it's because I don't care. I mean, to be fair, I write off any Ubisoft game. Like, if Ubisoft's making a game, it's already like, I don't care. Like, it's just, you know, whatever. Ubisoft always been making mid-style games since the 2000s, since fucking the first Ass Creed. So it's whatever, man. But let's get going.
Has had special exclusive previews.
What is with this new like accents he's like testing out? I've been noticing new voices, and it's like they're not funny, and it just comes off annoying.
Yes.
Yes.
Special
I'm gonna keep doing this.
Why are they in quotes? I mean, aren't they like actually special exclusive previews? It's not like presented
I
sarcastically.
Love that, like,
It's-
just because people got early copies, they're all automatically are being treated specially or whatever the fuck. That's not really what's going on. They're just like, hey, play this, okay, and then that's it. It's not like, dude, it's Dumbledum. We gotta give him the game, guys. Oh my god, Dumble played fucking Star Wars. Oh my god, like he's acting as if like people are like are doing backflips over this or whatever. It's like, dude, like come on now.
So they got to play it for 4 hours and then not only put up all their gameplay on the internet, but give their impressions on the game.
Wow.
Shockingly, they're all positive. Can you believe it?
They're not all positive. He read a negative take the other day.
He says that they're all positive. The next podcast, he says, oh, someone's being negative about this game. I'm going to read it. And he explains it. And he never, ever gives that person credit for being honest. And then, like,
Anything for the
he will
narrative.
never acknowledge that a dude got early. Like, if that dude who was being negative still gets early copies, is DSP gonna say that he wasn't blacklisted for being honest or whatever the fuck? Like, I mean, sure, of course it happens. I'm not arguing that people don't get blacklisted or passed up for not being positive. Sure, it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't, but to assume everyone that gets an early copy is super positive and they will never be negative or whatever, it's just like that's not always the case. Like, just because the positive people get the spotlight doesn't mean that the people who get it are not being negative or that they're not allowed to. Like, I feel like even then it's like circumstantial or case by case or whatever the fuck. I mean, again, if this is how you feel about early copies, you're not gonna care about them, or you're gonna have like other things to look at when you want to watch it. Like, oh, I just want to see the gameplay and all this kind of stuff. Like, you don't care what the person says. You just want to see the gameplay of it, and that's it. But this dude, it's like it's just nonstop. Like, oh my god, guys, these people played it early.
He's just jealous that he can't get day one views anymore.
Like, okay.
It's just
people
money out of
see
his
movies
pocket,
early.
so that's really what all it's based on.
Wow.
I mean, could you possibly believe that someone who is given exclusive access to play a game a month early, right? And so everyone's going to be watching their gameplay. They're going to be making tons of money on this gameplay because they're the only.
Oh, hey,
Wow,
Hex.
they're making money while playing games. Oh
I like
my god,
Hexmaniac.
what a horrible.
It's my favorite
reality we
Pokemon
live in,
character.
right? Like this stuff, it's just the same bullshit. These people are playing this to get money, man. Wow, it's almost like they just don't want to sit there and be like, guys, I need $50 a day. Guys, give me $50 a stream. Guys, I need $50. Guys, 2 big bills are coming. Like, what if they just want to do it? And then, like, the other people are supporting them. They just like the content. But
Like,
it's so
hey, I don't know
impossible
anything about
for
that.
anyone else to go to another streamer and like support them because they like the content. But when you watch
Certainly
PSP,
didn't find
you
it
have to
doing a
like the
Google
content to
search
give them
and
support.
reference
Like, what
material.
the fuck is this dude on? It's insane, and it's always just negative. Just because people make money, dude, you're making money. And then if you get mad that this dude makes money, you're fucked up. But this guy is mad that other people are making money. But then he'll hit you with the classic. Well, they're rich, so why should they get a lot of money? Dude, like,
Nobody is like, I
are
have
we
the
really?
exact
Like,
amount of
do you know
money
how
that
much
I
they
want
make?
and
Do
nothing
you know the
more.
houses they live in? Like, you sound kind of insane, right? Correct? Meanwhile, this dude lives in a gated community. But if we were to say, guys, lives in a gated community, makes a lot of money, we're fucked up. But this dude will just say baseless accusations, just generally. And then we're just like, well, this guy isn't that. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about this other guy. Like, dude, just maybe don't be so general. Just be like, oh, so there's early copies in the wild, and, you know, whatever, they're all positive. It is what it is, but, like, you know, this is what they're saying about it. Like, no, of course. Why would he talk like that? Why would he act like that? That would be stupid.
Ones who got it early.
And again, being honest means being negative. You can't possibly be honest and be positive. What if the people who are being
Or even,
positive
like-
when they're playing the early access genuinely liked the game and genuinely thought the game was good? But no, since they got it early, obviously
Just
they're
be,
lying.
you can be negative and be matter of fact.
You know, whatever. Or that they're just butt kissers, whatever the fuck. It can't, like,
You
dude.
can just state facts,
This is
and the
like
facts come
assuming that
across
people
as
who
negative.
love Shredder are
But
all shills, even though, like, maybe the
like, he's such an immature, juvenile baby brain that if the people playing the game don't go, this is a piece of shit, the devs suck, you should be fired, this is a poopy caca dookie poopy pee pee poopy caca game. If they don't do that, then they're not being honest about a game. Like, you can just say, like, there's only one ship type you can have in space combat. Like, that's just a matter of fact statement. It's honest, 100% irrefutable, and it comes across as negative. You're just stating a fact. And people see that and they go, oh, well, I don't want to play this game then. Like, you don't have to be a fucking piss baby and go, the selection of ships you can have is shit. It is caca. That's what, like, DSP is such a fucking Beavis brain.
not all of them are. Like, yeah, that's what we're talking about Last Jedi in 2024. Like, I did enjoy the movie. It's not a perfect movie. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the movie was flawless. But I liked some of the ideas. Some of the ideas I thought were really good. I mean, some of the side plots were too long and just boring, but I liked some of the ideas it had, and that's it. But does that mean I'm a shill? Oh, guys, I must be being paid by Disney because I found something nice to say about Last Jedi. Wow. It's so impossible to find something you may like and something that other people don't like. That never happened in humanity before.
Could you possibly imagine?
Oh my god.
That they said that the game is good. I never would have expected it. I totally would have thought that they would have panned the game.
We get the point.
This shit. Oh my god, like he loves sounding like he's so smart. I called it, man. Wow, dude, I'm gonna call it tomorrow, my time. The sun will rise. Okay. The sun will rise.
Everyone says I'm wrong about everything, but I was right about the sun rising, so... All those people who say I'm wrong about everything, I bet you're eating crow now. How's that crow taste?
Been like starkly honest about their experience with it. In no universe would I have thought that they would have been like, "Oh, this game is good."
All right, Phil, we get the point. You don't have to restate it 4 or 5 more times.
I'm being sarcastic and facetious. If you have to tell the punchline, you should drink some bleach. Like, dude, you're no shit, you're being fucking sarcastic. We could tell. This dude. And then this dude will just read chat and be like, oh, this guy must be an asshole. Meanwhile, that dude might have been sarcastic. But this dude will always tell you when he's being sarcastic. We can tell through the inflection of your voice. But then he'll go on Twitter and say some bullshit. And then, when he gets called out, I was being facetious. I was just joking, man. Why doesn't he specify his sarcasm on Twitter? when he's in text? Why doesn't he specify the sarcasm there? No! We just have to assume it's sarcastic if you're offended by it. This dude needs to fucking just find
Drink
some
bleach?
bleach.
There it is.
God damn it, man. This dude is so
Ding.
brain dead. Like, he needs to just stop.
But the point is, I've talked about this many, many times.
Many times.
And then, why do you keep talking about it? This dude...
Because he
every
thinks you're
time
stupid.
that people get early copies, like, I gotta tell you guys this, guys. I tell you every time, man. And it's like, is he hoping that eventually he's gonna break the cycle? You know, watch this. Let's say that people finally, everyone stands up in solidarity against early copies to the point where game companies all just stop doing it. The day after, DSP has these kind of rants. You just know this will go on his little fucking dumbass podcast. Okay, guys, get this. So, every company, not just 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, all of them, they all said that they'll no longer do early access. Wow! Finally, guys, can we finally
again,
admit, finally?
The moment he gets offered a game early, he's gonna take it. He's gonna take the opportunity.
That
What about the Marvel Rivals beta?
people finally started listening to me and took me seriously. I feel like, guys.
Played Street Fighter early.
Kino, the sirs at Kino Casino, you know, they finally like opened the eyes of the internet, and everyone realized Phil isn't Hitler. Phil isn't a murderer. Phil isn't a con man. Phil never played mobile games that people say that I play. Finally, people are taking me seriously. Finally, guys, no one is mentioning the FAP incident. Remember May 1st? Where I left the camera on? Well, finally, no one's mentioned it. Everyone hates Rich now. Everyone's gonna kill him, and it's fine, because he was mean to me, okay? And now everyone is realizing that early access is bad, so they're not doing it anymore. They're finally, I'm being taken seriously, guys. I feel like that I'm finally back to where I was years ago when I was white hot popular. Finally, I can like wake up in the morning and I don't have to worry about some dumb fuck troll or anything like that. Oh, Phil did this, Phil did that. Finally, people like me and my content, and I didn't have to do any stunts. I didn't have to take my shirt off, kiss cats, and play with cucumbers. I was just being me. You know what? I always say, just be yourself, man. And I've been myself, and it finally paid off. The
Like this
positivity
stupid shit he wears is like
guys.
a low effort
I didn't have to
stunt.
do this Loud Cow Live podcast show. I didn't have to play with wigs. I didn't have to deal with Boogie. Remember Keem? And he was trying to get me on his little podcast, and I said no. Wow, guys, finally, I'm being taken seriously. This dude is so lame. It's so lame. The fact that whole rant is, in my opinion, is like 1-to-1 what he would say is insane. That's where we're at with DSP at this point. Like, this dude is so full of himself that it's like, you could do like caricatures of him being full of himself and they're not that far off. Like, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh my god.
If you are given exclusive access to something early, even if you're not being paid to say something positive, the incredible level of temptation, the incredible level of...
Dude, you know he's mocking people about falling for temptation, but this dude will say, when he falls for temptation, it's human nature. You know, give me some slack, man. It's human to be this way. Like, come on.
pressure to say positive things so that you can get the unspoken agreement with said company, Ubisoft in this case,
that you would have early access to other future content.
What if they don't care? Like, what if these people are not known to be reviewers and they just want to play video games? And then they're just like, wow, this game is good, whatever the fuck. Again, we're being very cynical. Like, again, I've said this in every video at this point. It's fine to be cynical or question stuff, but this is, like, obnoxious. To just brag and then just be general about it. Like, you could be a little critical about some stuff, but at the same time, you could just accept it for what it is. Like, this dude says he's so mature and such an adult, but he acts like a child. Like, this is how a child acts when they finally realize that maybe there's something else going on, or whatever. But then once you get over that, it's like, you know, whatever, it is what it is. Like, come on.
That would benefit you. Okay? I want you to think about this.
Think about that.
If you're someone who got a month early access, 4 hours of Star Wars Outlaws, and you were able to play it and put all that information up on the internet right now, your footage and everything, and you say, you know, I'm not impressed, man. It's kind of boring, kind of an empty world. Doesn't really have a soul. Feels like a kind of...
It's not an objective review. That's
what's funny though?
subjective
this dude got
opinions.
A copy of Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games that one time, and that was like negative about it. But you know what he got before that? Extinction, and he was negative about that. And he still got early copies. He got review stuff. He was still able to review the Hori Joy-Cons, whatever the fuck. So if he was negative to 2 games, one being a Sega game, how was he able to get other stuff? Huh? And then this dude will say this stuff, but guess what? He was in the Twitch bounty program. He played LOL, and he was like, well, man, I can't wait to play their full game. This game looks really good, man. Wow. And now that he got kicked out, yeah, that game sucked, man. It was bullshit. They fell for cancel culture bullshit, man. But this dude was sucking the dick of that game. But he isn't fake like those other guys. But then, when he had the chair sponsorship, Spawn Seats in particular, not OP Seats, Spawn Seats. That's the chair he got, by the way. He got the Spawn Seats chair. That's the one he got. He literally banned someone in chat for saying the chair was made in China. And then said, well, what do you want me to do, man? You're insulting my sponsor. But he's not about that, though. And he will never... And that is, like, such a very, like, specific reference to the point only true gamers remember. And then, he will then just say, oh, I don't remember. Oh, well, they went out of business anyway, or whatever the fuck. And it's like, dude, you were trying to push this chair in your fucking audience. And now the chair's a piece of shit, and it's stupid. But those other guys, they're insincere. But at least the stuff that they're being insincere about is, like, a $60 game. That gamer chair was like, what, a couple hundred, maybe $100? And he was trying to push that on his audience. And that's a chair. Like, it takes a big portion of your living space. You have to assemble it, and then if you want to get rid of it, guess what? You're gonna have to figure out how to put in the dump or whatever the fuck. So it is more of a commitment to get a chair like that than a fucking video game. And again, like, it is so funny that this dude will blame the viewer for all this stuff that's outside of their control, but when it comes to, like, buying a video game off of early access, it's not, he doesn't blame them for, like, having a lack of self-control, even though it doesn't matter. Like, this is stuff that people just do anyway. People waste money all the time. He wastes money too, but it's okay when he does it because, you know, he's just a human. But these other people, they fell in line with these fucking chill streamers, so we gotta be negative about that, obviously.
Ubisoft open world experience, nothing really there. Just has the Star Wars IP, but outside of that, man, you know, boring. Can you imagine?
Man, you know.
And be honest.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good review. It's like, man, you know.
Being starkly honest.
Wow,
what if it wasn't,
how profound.
Though? Like, I don't understand.
It's like,
how the game sucks. How do you know the game sucks?
Okay, gotcha.
The game isn't even out yet. You're not even playing it yet, bitch. How does he know the game is good or bad? The game could be either good or bad. You won't know until you play it, correct? Mister, you should play a game and hold off. But this dude sees positive opinions about it, and then sits there and is like, well, what if it sucks? Yeah, what if it's good, though? Like, this is like lame. Boringly lame.
That Ubisoft is going to give you another opportunity to get an early access again.
What if they don't care?
Or do you think that the chance is dramatically increased that if you say this game was good, or if you selectively...
You know what's funny, though? You know what's hilarious, even? This dude shat on so many people for playing Marvel Rivals, and then they're like, wow, Disney wants people to be positive about this game, and he made a big fucking deal about it. Guess what? He got into the closed beta of it, and you know what he said? Well, the game's pretty fun, man. It's like Overwatch, man, but it's with Marvel, man. Wow, it's pretty cool, man. Now, you think he would be honest like that if it was an open beta? No, because he gets to feel a little special. He feels a little included with the closed beta. This dude is, he's such a fucking, like, sheep. You give him a closed beta key, he will love it, and he will, like, feel special. Like, look at how he acted when he got into the closed beta of Street Fighter 6. This dude was doing backflips over it. But then, when he plays an open beta, oh, this game sucks, man. He's more honest. He played an open beta for Call of Duty, was it Vanguard, or was it, no, wait, yeah, it was Vanguard. He played that, an open beta of that, and it said the game sucks, and he skipped it. But he plays a closed beta, and he's like, ooh, I may want to play this game. This game looks pretty good, man. Wow. Like, this dude is such a clown. And it's even sadder that the Marvel Rivals thing was gifted to him anyway. So it's not like that the company chose him and he's still being positive about it. A game that forced people to be positive. And then he plays it and then recommends it. And I saw the game, and the game looks bad. It looks really generic and bland as fuck. It's really just multiverses. But guess what? Guess why he likes it? You're not gonna believe it. You're not gonna believe why he likes it.
Well, it's not really multiverses. It's
because
Overwatch.
It has Marvel characters in it. He gets to sit there like, dude, it's Iron Man! Wow! Dude, it's the guy from Guardians, and I clapped! Wow! It's the same shit. He shits on all these FromSoft knockoffs. Except for a Crab's Treasure, because it looked like a kid's game and it probably had a lot of crutches to help him win, right? Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But then he sees these, but he says they're all knockoffs. A Smash Brothers clone,
And the
Animal
plot didn't
Crossing
confuse
clone,
him or go over his
Overwatch
head.
clone. He loves them all because they're all with licensed properties. But you know what's? It's just funny, right? Smash Brothers has all these game characters in it, but he's more negative about that. I wonder why. One has game characters in it. Ew, gross. The other has Marvel characters or Warner Brothers characters that were in little boomer movies. And one has Disney characters in it. I wonder why he likes those knockoffs over the fucking actual shit.
Critique it, meaning you only talk about the things you liked about it, and you ignored the things you didn't like about it and didn't bring them up, that perhaps
But people can still see it if they look at the gameplay.
Ubisoft would select you again and again and again and again. Correct?
Again,
And
what if that's not what they're going with? What if they don't care if they select them again or not? I mean, what about the times when people were positive about something, they don't get picked the next time around? Like, this is so lame. And then he says, you know, this is the other thing. He says it's so easy to get sponsorships or early games, and he could do it, but he won't because he doesn't want to play that game. Oh, good dude, like, fucking shut up. And again, he's Mr. Positivity. He's not
Like
negative.
he's some kind of
He's happy where he
whistleblower.
is. But let's bring down these other people that just
blowing
that
the
have
roof
not
off
been
of the
negative to him.
conspiracy.
Like, dude, shut up.
Waking the gamers up.
And
when do we ever get
it's
credit
just
for
that simple.
waking
That's
up the
why
people?
I do not support anyone getting early access to games anymore. All right.
Well, except
Number
for
one
you.
thing,
Anymore.
we had an industry that was honest, but we don't. The temptation is too great.
Oh my god, dude. Anymore. What does
Greedy
that
people
mean?
can't
Did
be
he support
trusted.
someone that was a shill and then he was surprised? No. He doesn't support anyone. He didn't even support his own fucking mods. Shut up.
And in a lot of cases, as we saw with certain games recently, you remember when the Marvel Rivals early access came out and there was a contract that said you can't say anything negative about the game?
That isn't what
The
they
entire
said.
internet went up into an uproar. And
They
then
said you
changed
can't
the
make
contract.
subject
Now, this dude
criticisms. You
sat
can make
there and
objective
said that only people
criticisms.
play the game, blah blah blah. But if everyone was against being forced to be positive about it, how did that happen? Shouldn't they all been like, oh, say it's not a big deal or whatever the fuck? Whatever.
But they had it in writing right there first, and it was only until people caught it and complained that then they changed the contracts.
I was lunch with grandma. It was
This
good.
is
We
what
went
is
to
the
a
unspoken expectation.
Oh, now it sounds.
went to a Chinese restaurant that had a really big variety of food, not just Chinese food. I had a lot of beef, a lot of meat, a lot of good stuff. They had like sushi and stuff. They had like desserts and cakes. It was a very Americanized Chinese buffet, and it was nice. We talked and stuff. She was telling me about how she wrote an article for the Huffington Post. And I'm like, cool. And of course I didn't follow up with any questions because I don't care about old people politics. It's so funny and so weird, and it's such a sign of the times that we live in that people of such older generations are left wing. When they used to be like, oh, it's all the old people are conservative. It's like, no, they're all, if they're watching mainstream media, they believe whatever the mainstream media believes.
Spoken expectation.
When you're getting this favored early
typical.
access to something, right?
Right.
That's what they want from you. They want you to kiss their game's butt. Why else would they give it to you for free? Why else would they allow you to get early views, make early money, and have people rushing to your channel and
You
your
know,
content?
this dude also sits there and says, streamers are like free advertisement campaigns for games. They need to learn this. They need to understand. Like now, I was watching ALT go through like the old Nintendo rants, and he was so mad at Nintendo, saying, guys, we should be able to get paid to make Nintendo content because we give you free promotion and free this and that, blah 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 blah. All this stuff. And now that these game companies are like kind of responding to that, not to him, by the way, just the nature of streamers and all this other stuff, and using it to benefit their PR, now that's bad. Like this is what happens when you see it as like they're promoting the game. I mean, sure, that's the case. Like people like find out about games by people streaming it, but like if you're just looking at it as a commercial, this is like the end product of that. That's like the destination of that thinking. Like that's where it's gonna go. And it's like, which is why a lot of people who are mature adults don't care about people getting early copies anymore. It's like, wow, I can't trust this guy, whatever, and then they move on. They don't go on stream and cry about other people because it's a pointless endeavor. Just be the change you want to be.
Content.
Be the change you want to
for
see.
profits a month early, right?
That's how it goes.
So I'm sorry, it's just there's no bones about this whatsoever. There's no misconceptions here. That's exactly what it is. All right? Humans are flawed individuals. It's just in human nature to do what benefits humans best.
Again,
sounds like
these
projection.
people, like they're doing it to support their family, correct? And he's saying like they're being dishonest and this and that. I mean, sure, fine. Okay, let's all say that. Let's all agree that everyone's dishonest. They get an early copy. But if you sit there and fall for it, and then you give them and you buy the game, I mean, come on. Like if you know it's chill content, then move on with your life. Like, whatever.
if you know you're going to benefit,
and then
by...
you know this dude will sit there and say, "Oh, at least I didn't hurt anyone doing this, man. At least I didn't hurt anyone." Who does it hurt to do an early copy, to get an early access to a video game? Oh, it hurts the industry. Well, the industry's already hurting, stupid. Like, I don't think like the layoffs and all this stuff is the result of people playing the game early.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what's causing the pain in the industry right now. I think it's just corporate greed that is leading to all this bullshit.
There's that lefty
like,
Theo coming out.
Not, since
It's not corporate greed, it's fucking
1,000 people
forced
lost
diversity,
their job.
man.
Like, that makes no sense. Dude, shut up.
DEI hires.
By doing one thing versus another, you're going to do it. Okay? These people are business people as well as gamers. They're not just in it to do the right thing.
Now we're getting
morally.
political.
They're in it to make a buck, to get the bag. So
get
they're
the bag.
going to artificially...
They're going to brag.
This dude literally sits there and brags how his content doesn't hurt anyone, and he can't really articulate how people getting early access hurts anyone other than like, oh, well, it makes people play the game early and then it spoils this and spoils that.
It's making the entire industry hostile towards the people most likely to succeed in that industry, which is straight white people.
Like, shit gets spoiled all the time. Like, dude, come on. But this dude is so negative because these people make a lot of money. And then he's like, well, I'm not saying that there's... Like, again, if you have to sit there and, like, walk back your statement, then you're either, like, a coward about what you believe in, or you just don't know how to talk.
Their enjoyment of a game like this in order to get people to like it, so they'll go buy it, and then, oh, look, well, so-and-so was a great contributor to our campaign. Let's now send them an early copy of Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Let's send them an early copy of the next one and the next one. And so it's this vicious cycle of...
What about people like Mega64, right? Correct? That doesn't, like, do that? Like, they don't play games. Like, they're not gameplay streamers or whatever. And they sometimes get, like, gift bags or whatever from game companies. But guess what? They do more than just that. They make skits and commercials for companies. Like, you know, that's what they do. Okay.
Continuing, get the access, making money on it, saying good things, and it never ends. And this is how you get onto these lists of approved content. And that's why I've never done it. Okay, quite frankly.
I thought it's because you didn't want to. Or I thought it's because the trolls prevented you from being able to.
Machinima, he signed up for all these early games, free games, all this stuff. If he was Mr. Moral Man that this fucker wants to LARP as, then why did he tell Machinima he wanted free games? And all of the free games he signed up for, get this, were AAA releases. And then he sees the indie games, and he doesn't want to give them a spotlight. And then this guy will say, oh, these poor indie games, they don't get the spotlight, man. But Mr. Moral Man will just sit there and just contradict himself. Man, shut up.
I refuse to play that game. I'm not going to let someone try to sway what I can say.
Only I can sway.
For fucking sponsors. Again, if this was Mr.
The only person who's gonna sway is me.
About not getting a sponsorship. I thought you don't like sponsorships. You know, like, the more you think about it, the more bullshit it is. This dude literally has a video on his fucking vlogging, I mean his DSP Reacts channel, where he was so mad at trolls for ruining a sponsorship. But I thought you were Mr. Moral Man. Why did he want a sponsorship then? And this is when he was on Twitch and when he was a live streamer. And this dude will sit there like, why? I could be a sponsor for OP Seats, man. The trolls, they ruined it, man. OP Seats are a bunch of hacks, man. And then he got Spawn Seats and he was immediately in bed with them. And until the trolls made them go out of business. But he's Mr. Moral Man. Everyone else that goes for sponsorships and all this other stuff, fuck them. They're pieces of shit. The times he did it, well, you see, you know, I'm just human, guys. You know, I did it the right way because I truly believe in this stuff. But then, you know, this is such bullshit. It's such bullshit. This dude will tell you he only wants to do sponsorships that he believes in. He did a sponsor with OP Seats, gets kicked out. Wow, this business sucks ass. Why did you work with him then? He gets a sponsor with Spawn Seats, gets the chair, says it's great. They go out of business. The chair sucks ass. Why did you get sponsored by them if you think their chairs suck? Like, this dude is such a liar. But guess what, guys? He's only human. You know, he's a weak human little baby, and we gotta give him 1,000 chances. But this other guy who lies, we gotta kill him, okay? Okay.
I'm not gonna let someone say, "Oh, there's a review embargo." So you could play the game early, but you can't actually say anything critical of it.
It's not what a review embargo means.
Until like 2 days before it comes out. Huh?
He doesn't even know what a review
Why would you
embargo
play it early?
means.
You're literally censoring me.
But okay. This dude is so stupid. There's a review embargo, correct? Okay. He can't be negative for the 2 days. Okay. He could just
Embargoes
play the game.
refer
Then
to,
after the
like,
embargo, he can
revealing
say the game
details.
sucks. Like, he doesn't have to say the game is good either.
Literally nothing
Let's
in
not
the
be- let's not think
NDA
like
talks
that.
about, like,
This dude will find any loophole he can to milk money from his viewers. But when it comes to like
Such an idiot.
playing a video game, he will
imagine
not look at
falling for
loopholes
this
that.
shit.
No, he won't have that in mind for that. But when it comes to how can I get them to give me their super chat money or their tips? Let me think. I can't do bounties. Maybe challenges. Oh, challenges is a good idea. Yeah. Okay.
Then don't give it to me early if you're going to censor me. I refuse to be censored, right? So that's why I don't play that game. And you know, there was a time, okay? This is around 2016, 2017. All right, I knew a couple people involved in gaming journalism in the industry. And talking.
Oh my god, really? We're gonna like, dude, you're talking to Jake James Lugo, man. You're really gonna do this to this guy? Okay. Okay, we're gonna go to his channel. I'm just gonna put into perspective that the person who's gonna throw under the bus. Jake James Lugo. This is the guy who has what? How many subs does he have? Like 3,000 subs. Almost 4,000. DSP has more subs than he does. And we're gonna dog on this guy. 57 views. We're dogging on this guy. Okay.
Talking to them. They literally, one of them literally said, "You are crazy." They're like, "Dude, you right now could be getting every game for free. No exaggeration."
What? Wait. Oh my god, is he inventing a person? Who said this? The only thing I can think of is someone commented on his video or whatever saying, "I work in the game journalism industry. It's kind of like hurtful or whatever to insinuate that my opinion's invalid because I got a game early. Like, that's not the case, whatever." Which is like, again, it's fine to be cynical when you see reviews or whatever. But then that's why you find someone that you trust and you go off what they say or whatever the fuck. Like, it's on you then at that point if you're cynical. But this dude is gonna throw so many people under the bus, and then when people are like, "Well, I'm not like that. I'm not talking about you, man." This dude needs to shut up.
You could get every game for free. You would never have to pay a dollar.
And then we're also omitting that during this time he was like, I need to save the house. I can't afford it. Oh my god, I'm living day to day. Oh my god. And people were probably just telling him that so he could save money and then get more money in return to help his situation. But this dude is gonna mock them for giving him advice when he was being such a bitch ass, broke ass bitch. Oh my god, this dude needs a fucking
bleach.
He needs something in his life.
You get all of them early, get early access. You be able to do these embargo things. You know, like all you got to do is play the game. That's what everyone else is doing.
And it was like he has to play the game. Was he a LARPer? Because this dude always puts words in people's mouths all the time. And he's sitting there, it's like, they told me I should play the game, and I should be a liar, and I should fuck you guys. And I said, no, I'm a moral guy, man. When all the person probably said in reality said, hey, you know, you can always do review copies. They a lot of people in your career do that, and it might give them extra money. It saves them money on buying games because they're getting these games anyway, and this and that. And instead, he says, they told me to sell my soul and to, like, tattoo the game companies on my forehead, man. Like, dude, come on. And again, he said this during a time where he was worried about losing the house. And he's sitting there like, why would they tell me this? I don't know, maybe because you're crying poor all the time.
Around you in the industry, every content creator, every streamer, they're all doing this. They're playing the game, and they're getting flown out to events.
And guess what? He said this was in 2016, 2017. He was with Mishima at that time. He got free games from them too, by the way. Then after that, he was part of the Twitch Bounty program. He started doing tips goals. He started doing all these things that he said were negative. DSP, you fucking sitting there on your little soapbox being Mr. Moral Man is as enthralling and great as listening to a robber telling me how good of a person he is. This dude is literally just pissing on your leg and telling you it's raining.
Nope, not
like,
literally.
That's him. That's DSP.
And they're getting their butts kissed, and they're getting all this, and you're getting nothing. Why are you not doing it? And I was like, because that's not me.
Read.
I didn't get into this industry.
And then everyone stood up and clapped.
Except for when I did it, okay? And then he broke Street Day with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Now, he didn't do this to get money, man. He did this for money other reasons. But that's still, like, fucked up to do, correct? He got free copies, but I should have, like, hooked him up with that. Dude, and you know, this dude sat there when he was like bitching about Nintendo copying copyrights, claiming people's videos and all this stuff. The second he got managed partnership, he fucking just played Nintendo games. Did not stand in solidarity with his other colleagues.
Then a little child walked up to me and was like, how do I be as cool as you, Philip?
He's in the same job you are.
And I was like, I don't know. I guess I was just raised
well.
differently.
You're not being paid well. They're not giving you good hours. They're not treating you well, whatever. So you just all you go on strike. This guy's like, yeah, I'm gonna strike, man. He joins the picket line. Then the company's like, okay, we're gonna negotiate. Send me Phil Burnell. And then they send Phil to negotiate. And like, okay, Phil, this is what we're gonna do. I don't know, this person can go to hell. Okay, so Phil, we want this strike to end. We're gonna give you a pay bump. You're gonna be paid as much as we are. You know, the bosses. We're gonna give you this big fat paycheck. And you can have vacation whenever you want, and this and that. Like, they'll give him like a juicy deal, maybe even like give him a different job position so he can get paid more or whatever, right? Correct. And then he says, all you gotta do is end the strike, get them to come back to work, and all this stuff, and he'll fold immediately. He will fold. He'll take the deal. He'll sign his name, and he'll bounce up and down for them. He'll do whatever they want, and then everyone's like, dude, you took the deal. We're getting like treated worse now because of you. And like, my family. I was thinking about my family, man. I can't like not work. He will just shit on all those people who are striking for better pay just so he could get a better pay. And that's who he is. That's who he is. I don't have to even think about that because again, at that high point of when Nintendo was doing this, there were people that were like, oh, we're not going to play Nintendo games. And he was talking about, like, standing in solidarity pretty much. He was like, yeah, I mean, I know what should play Nintendo games. I'm not going to play Nintendo games until they reverse this. And then he got managed partnership, and that immediately went away. This dude is the biggest fucking faker you could find. And this is why, like, when he talks about other people striking, people getting laid off, or anything like that, it falls flat. When this dude is like, oh, these poor employees, I don't give a fuck what he says. This dude is a piece of shit. I would much rather, like, when other people who worked at these companies have come out and say these things, I'm more inclined to believe them and care what they have to say than what he has to say. Why, like, anyone, like, you know, people like dog on Jason Schreier, and I'm not gonna sit here and tell you what to think about that, but I would much rather listen to Jason Schreier say shit than him. And like, Jason Schreier's whatever. I mean, there's stuff that's questionable at best, sure, but again, at least there are other people other than Jason Schreier that I can also listen to and get the same information and all that kind of stuff. But I would much rather listen to Jason Schreier than him, because at least Jason Schreier, at least he tries to get quotes from people, and he does more legwork than he does. Like, if you were to tell me who would you rather listen to, DSP or Jason Schreier, you know my answer at this point. Because this dude is so fucking fake. He only says this stuff to make him look good. He only wants to pretend that he cares. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Because every time when there's a lull in fucking game industry, when games take longer to make, he is just so quick to say we should crunch them. Let's crunch. He benefits off of these developers going through crunch. But then when they're like, oh, we're being crunched, oh, these poor developers are getting crunched. Look at the fucking Bethesda news. Oh, they got unionized. Guys, they got unionized. Good for them, but now games are gonna take forever. Dude, if you gave a fuck about these employees, shouldn't that be good? That now they're gonna be able to take their time to make their games and not be crunched? Because, like, this dude is so dumb. This guy he just wants to pretend as if he cares and he has all these morals.
I guess we'll see. Or I guess we'll see
this guy
the industry continue to collapse.
Never go back to Twitch. Twitch is terrible. This and that. A week later, back on Twitch. And this is the guy that wants to sit there and say, I'm Mr. Moral Man. Fucking shut up.
I get this.
Doing it. That was never my intention. That's number one. That was almost a happy accident.
Wait, what?
I didn't get into this industry, first of all, to even make a living doing it. That was
oh my god, you can find fucking clips
dude.
of him saying he
This
wants to
fake
try
ass
to
shit.
make it his job. And the way he was acting made it very, very clear he wanted this to be his job. You're not fooling me, DSP.
Literally, his face reveal video is him talking about how he wants to make this his job.
almost a happy accident.
Immediately. The first video he showed his face, he's like, hopefully I can make this a job.
Yeah,
on top of it, when I got into here,
dude.
So click on those ads, okay? Wait, Phil, that's against terms of service. Whoops.
Oh my god.
Derp, I didn't even
ranted
look.
about him being honest. So you know my point. This dude
always
needs
knew
to
you were getting the
fuck
real
off.
me. It wasn't
Thank you, Overseer.
a paid shill.
The
Appreciate
real
it.
me. Phil, why
Still costume
you
change.
were mean to Kojima? I was playing a character. And he said this so many times that he was playing a character and no one understood. This dude
Hey, Claire.
needs to fucking like shove his head in a toilet and not flush, just
This
stick
is
his
a
head in
Russian PT.
oh my god! And never leave. Never leave the toilet. Just stay there for a good 24 hours.
Kissing butt to say that something was better than it really was, right? And
Wrong.
There's been very few and
He
far.
gave-
Alright, let's check out this video. God, Tim's just self-affirming himself is getting so obnoxious, right? My knee-jerk reaction now is just to be like, wrong.
This is a Russian PT-76, the current Red Army amphibious tank. It is now the property of the United States. It was not given to us by the Russians, nor did we purchase it, nor did we capture it in battle. You could say that it was obtained, all 15 tons of it, through intelligence channels. Or you could say we stole it.
Okay, that's cool. Or you could say we stole it. It's nice.
Fallout 4 like a 9 out of 10.
Guess
and
what?
now it's like, it's not that good,
Wrong.
man. Okay.
Between times when I got something for free.
They left the keys in the
I don't
ignition.
feel like the times that I did that it really skewed my opinion.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, it didn't skew my opinion. Fucking sure, buddy. You loved LOL, right? Great game. You love it, right? You love it, right? Correct?
That much, if at all.
And then, but the kicker is, I don't think. So he's not even sure. He's not even sure. Because he knows he's being dishonest. Because this dude is a dishonest piece of shit.
And I refused to participate in things like review embargoes. If I got something early and they're like, oh, review embargo till this day, I'm like, I'll just play it on that day then.
Guess what, guys? He kind of did do that, though. He participated in the review embargo. He waited until the day it came out to play Fallout 4. He got the game early. He has a whole fucking video showing it off and showing the contract off and bragging about it. Like, literally, the video was just a brag that he got the game early. This dude is a fucking child.
Wait, what? You're not going to play it early like everyone else? No, I'll play it on the day that I can actually be honest about it. I'll wait till that day.
Or you could just like try and understand what a review embargo means.
Yeah, that's always been me.
Nah, can't do that.
And, admittedly, that's why I declined. Just because everyone else did everything they could to get ahead.
Yes, that's why he declined. You know what? If we agree that that's why he declined, does that mean he'll stop telling us that the trolls made him decline in popularity or whatever the fuck?
Literally everyone else, I get everything for free, everything early, priority access, fly me out, do this, do that.
He got stuff for free though. Dude, shut up. And he got flown out. E3, remember? And he got a panel at like a convention before that, like he asked for it, whatever the fuck. He got that. That's not special treatment. He got flown out to fucking E3. But he never did it, man. He always paid his way.
I would not play that game. I just want to be true to myself. I'll be the Joe average dude sitting here playing games with you guys, giving my honest opinions, and I'm happy that over the years I've gotten the level of support I've gotten for being true to myself. I certainly could have been much bigger and much more successful if I had it.
Sure,
but
okay.
I stuck to my guns, right?
Wrong.
So, all that being said, what are people saying about Star Wars Outlaws? Well, I'm just going to read a single post.
Holy shit, dude. What a fucking long-winded introduction to a nothing opinion.
Or we think this is someone who is spinning it very positively. Okay?
How do you know they're spinning it? What if the game's good?
Ew. Nasty,
the
man.
overworld exploration is awesome and massive.
Why would you want this guy to market anything?
Flying around on the speeder. Nix your sidekick
Snort!
Area, fetch weapons, attack and distract enemies. Huge advantage to use him everywhere. You can go in stealth or all guns blazing. I tried both. I much prefer tactical stealth approach. K has an adrenaline meter. You can mark multiple enemies and shoot them all in one go. Nice skill. Sound familiar?
Familiar?
Like Red Dead Redemption.
Wow.
You tag enemies and you go ba-doom, 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 and insta-kill them all.
I mean, you could do that.
Dude, it's like this other game. Wow, it's like that they wanted to make a game that was super safe.
And Splinter Cell
that they would at
Blacklist.
least get some kind of money back. Whoa, dude, that's crazy. And again, this isn't as like chill as you think it is. It's just like he just says, "Wow, the open world is fun." I mean, anyone can have fun in an open world. I mean, it's an established genre. Like, okay,
you're good. Cutscenes are cinematic and captivating. I felt the lighting in the dark areas was stunning and easy to see. Loads of wild animals wandering around, which you can pet and interact with. Mini games let you gamble and win credits.
All of this just sounds like they're just describing what they did. Like this really does not sound as much as a positive fluff piece as he thinks it is. Like you can say, oh, it's mostly positive. Like he's barely saying this game sucks or whatever. But again, maybe they just want to be positive. Like what if they just want to focus on the good things? Like not everyone wants to just look at the bad. I mean, like, does it really matter? And this isn't like very like captivating thing. Like I'm not listening to this. It's like I'm buying the game. This sold me on it. Like it's just like, oh, okay, that's cutscenes. Okay. Oh, you can shoot stuff. Okay. Oh, it's okay. Like, sure. Like it was like, guys, this is life changing. Wow.
Which can then be used in the shops or to bribe guards. Side quests include job offers and contracts. Gameplay feels fluid and smooth. You can run and slide. Sneaking up and stealth attacking guards is satisfying. I thought the music was brilliant.
Sound familiar? You know what else has good music? Other video games. How innovative is that?
Oh my god, fat
completely
cat.
honest, or does
I
it
bet they
sound
stole
like
that
a very,
idea
very,
from
very selective
Pac-Man.
review of the game?
Dude, it doesn't even
And the
sound that
vast majority
positive.
of
Like, it
people who
doesn't
have
sound like
gotten-
it doesn't sound negative, but like it does sound like he just wanted to describe the game. Like, did he say this was his review or just an impressions? Impressions doesn't necessarily mean, oh, they'll be critical. It's just saying, oh, this is what I played and this is like what I like so far. Oh my god, dude! Like it's really a who cares segment. Like that example is a who cares. Wow, he had fun playing a game.
Why?
Oh
We
my
should-
god! We should put him in jail, right?
Have gotten this early are all saying exactly the same shit. It's almost as if they were giving talking points to hit upon and touch upon in their early access discussions.
Or maybe
Oh my god,
So,
dude! Like
people looking at the same game have the same take because it's the same thing.
The raw gameplay, and you can watch it. It's first
Guess
4 hours
what?
they were allowed to put out.
Wrong.
So give
I
it a
hate
look
how he pets
yourself.
Jasper, by the way. I don't know
But
why.
the game comes out in a month.
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
heavy
yeah,
hands
just
the
side
cat.
hops
Like
So,
it's that,
I want-
like the heavy hand
It's like his
petting.
hand goes limp.
I
petting
will
him.
likely. I will likely look for some gameplay myself. Blah.
Why?
And try to
Why is he
watch
looking for gameplay? Why is he looking for gameplay? I thought it's gonna be full of shills. Why are you watching the gameplay, Phil? And then this dude will say, oh, I'm going in cold turkey, man. I'm going in cold turkey. He's gonna watch fucking gameplay videos. I thought you prided yourself on not being spoiled, stupid. I just love that this dude has slowly, quietly just went back on his, get this, his morals. Oh, I'm not gonna oh, people who watch fucking combo videos on how to play a character, they're stupid. That's not how you learn a fighting game. Guys, I just watched a Blanca video, and I understand how to play Blanca, man. I watched this guy play Geef, I understand how to play Geef, man. Oh, but
And it's so fucked up, like-
I'm gonna watch gameplay videos because I'm gonna
Like Jasper isn't on his lap because like he wants to be near Phil. Like Jasper is on his lap because he wants to get let out of the fucking room. Like he's just bothering Phil to try and just be like, "Hey, I want something. Give it to me."
play the game, and I'm gonna experience it firsthand. And now he's watching gameplay videos.
Notice how Jasper like never
Wow, what
sits on his
happened?
lap or
What
like sleeps on his lap like a content,
It's
happy
like,
cat
the
would.
we all know died. and
Just
this is
bothers
like a
him, just
fucking,
jumps around, is
clone.
just
Like,
gets
this
it all in
guy
his
killed the
face.
actual Phil, and we're left with this. Whatever this is.
Watch some of it to see what I think. I'm certainly not watching 4 hours worth because that's a huge spoiler, right?
Oh.
But I'd like to at least see a little bit of what the game's supposed to
My
be
God.
without monstrous
Wow,
spoilers.
he's not gonna watch literal 4 hours. What a statement! Wow, how many videos are actually 4 hours
Stop
long?
lying.
I think that's the problem, is when you get a 4-hour preview of a game.
But again, what is the difference, right, from watching a gameplay trailer or whatever these fucking gaming events, and then doing this? He will sit there and say, I don't watch trailers, man. Except for when he forces himself to. But then he'll watch this. And then he does this with fucking Jasper, where he'll just like shove his face in his bag. Like, you think this is fun content? And like, man, it just looks so lame. And then for a while you get talking through Jasper. Like, it makes me just want to like fucking punch Phil.
Or it's out, now you're spoiled on the game. And what are you going to do the first 4 hours when you play it?
Imagine if this dude had a baby. Imagine if he had a human baby.
Just looks
would-
miserable.
The baby would crawl into the office. I'm saying this as if like they're just gonna let the baby just roam.
It reminds me of like when Boogie would just
Hey, look at the baby.
reminds me of just like when fucking Boogie and Wings, they both do the same shit. They just take their dogs and they just like set them on them whenever they're like trying to defend themselves. And, like literally using them as a shield from criticism.
Oh my god! So,
Fucking
PewDiePie
corny.
fucking did a backflip. Can you believe that? Oh my god! What the fuck? I'm like hearing weird shit. Whatever.
Play it yourself. If you play what you already saw, well, that's boring, right, Jasper?
That's boring. And the Jasper looks fucking pissed too.
Yeah.
Looks like he fucking.
It's like, let me
hates
down.
being
Let me
there.
out.
Okay.
I've never seen a
Guys,
cat look so miserable.
That is it. That is not what I wanted to click. That is it for the news.
All right, we are done with that. We are done with that. Discussing medications. We're not doing that. Generous donation. Here we go. It is wild. The majority of the rest of the video is just addressing this one tip. So get hyped. Get hyped.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This
We're
morning at 10
Roman
a.m.
saluting.
before I started broadcasting, I received an incredibly
Now,
generous.
I like that he got that tip before he started the broadcast, and that dude had to wait longer. He read through all these other shout-outs.
And you
In
can't
the
put it on the
past,
leaderboard
if you
because that
took
would stop people
overnight,
from
you'd
tipping
be
in the
first to
meantime.
shout out. But this guy had to
He wants to
wait.
pretend like he's
Because,
at
of
zero,
course,
even though he's not.
$100 tip.
And then he gives you the $100 like bullshit because he's so appreciative.
$100.
I was ready to say,
Mhm.
what are macaroonies?
Do you think you're making anyone jealous? Like you begged for it.
I like to dance, but I don't
Nobody's
Now
impressed.
get this. Now he's gonna do the meme of like, I'm so sick, man. Which is like so fucking fake. He was able to lift up Jasper and wiggle around, but doing this is too much. This is too much. And the thing that's like funny is that in this video he talks about milking and all this other stuff, but the dance he's doing in the GIF and the things he does is literally milking motions. Literally, it's like him just gleefully milking. Like, yeah, man. Like, he's not doing anything else. It's just like he's just furiously milking.
really have energy.
Look, he's just milking, and he's just like, yeah, man. Like, he's just like having a time of his life milking. Just like it's just milk. This is him milking the $100 tipper. This is what he does when people go to his streams and they give him $100. This is what he does. This is him milking them. Like, oh man, guys, $100, time to milk. Isn't it funny that that's the $100 animation? Is him doing the milk dance? I give you $100. I'm milking.
What?
And then he
Hold on,
coughs.
my nose is running.
So
again.
that we know he's
Have a stroke.
Shout out stuff because my nose won't stop running. Oh my god.
His nose
I'm
is
gonna
running
read
this way. He coughed. Don't think about
Here's
it.
from
That's
Kino
what's
Casino.
gonna happen when he has a stroke on
And we
stream.
are
He's gonna be
not
laughing and then
there
he's
to
just
go
gonna
after
like
people
collapse.
who deserve it.
They go after people who deserve it. That is almost how everyone ever who makes drama content feels when they make their content. Like, dude, Keem feels like the people he goes after deserve it. Like, anyone can feel that way. And I like that we're praising Kino Casino for doing that when anyone can feel that. Rich could feel that too. But no, it means this is genuine this time around. Those other people, they do it for attention. Unlike Kino Casino, they do it because they're on a moral crusade.
You've been maligned for years. It's just unfair. Take care, bro.
It's unfair. Yeah, right. This guy, fuck this guy.
So, that is awesome. Thank you
That's
to whoever
awesome.
this is. They didn't put a name on it. But, as I said,
Nobody believes you.
yeah, these guys from Kino Casino, you're going to be really nice to me. And, can I be honest? Can I talk?
Again,
Adam and Craig were really nice to you too.
Take care, bro. You've been maligned for years. It's just unfair, dude. How is it unfair? This dude gets so many chances. This dude got so many chances. This dude got banned off of Twitch, and then he walked that back to a 72-hour ban. Then it got wiped down to like what, a 24, 48-hour ban, whatever the fuck. He got an indefinite suspension, walked all the way back to like a 24-hour suspension, and he had like a fucking contact. But this dude, he doesn't get treated fairly. Everyone has given this dude a chance. Everyone, literally, I think say what you will about Kino Casino. I just think that you can fluff up his ego without giving him money or attention. He just doesn't deserve it. No matter what, even if you're like doing a long con, he doesn't deserve it. because this dude will just get the benefit. Because think about it, this dude is getting $100 tips from people who are like coming from Kino Casino or whatever the fuck, and it's just, unless they're all professional chargeback people, and then you know how to get all their money back. This is just him benefiting from it, and then at worst he's gonna say, yeah, they're stupid, then go in a victim mode complex, then get rewarded for that, and then there we go. It's just gonna be that same loop, because this dude will just milk. He's just gonna milk. And this dude doesn't deserve it. This dude just deserves to be, like, as DSP wants. He wants to be left alone. Oh, he should. He should be left alone. He should be left alone to die in a fucking gutter.
So, that is awesome. Thank you to whoever this
Like,
is. They didn't put it
and
in.
a lot of
It
this
is, by the
oh,
way.
he's a bad person, whatever. The reason why I don't think this dude deserves any other chances, because he's gotten so many of them. And he squandered all. He squandered all of them. He never, like, uses the momentum positively. He always squanders it. And all he has going for him is victim mode. So, Kino Kazin can do whatever, but guess what? DSP is gonna go victim mode, and then his audience will be like, oh my god, Phil, here's a $150 tip, man. Fuck the trolls, I can't believe it, man. And this and that. And then some other fucking schmuck is gonna come around and say, I can't believe they did that, Phil. You know what? I love you and your content. Fuck the trolls. He might even get a new 1 Minute Man. What if? What if he did? Like, sure, these are all what ifs and speculative to be completely fair, but this dude just doesn't deserve, like, any other, like, thing to milk, to get milk of, because this dude knows how to milk.
A name on it. But
A man-child predator.
The only thing I'm looking forward to with Kino Casino is the victim mode. I think that's the only thing that I'm, like, looking forward to, because hopefully maybe even he might go even more, like, crazy. And that's it. That's like the silver lining in this whole thing is that he will
by the way,
have more trust issues.
Oh, before I forget, that song I started off with Dark Sea to Flow. I don't agree that Rich Review Tech is a pedophile. Just want to throw that out there. I can laugh at a song without co-signing on every statement made in it. Remember when Flamenco was accused of being a pedophile, and he was like, hey, stop it. And they're like, well, you laughed at a song that called Ethan Ralph a pedophile. And it's like, well, you can't listen to songs anymore without, like, setting yourself up to be a victim of false allegations. It's like, that was a really lame accusation to throw at him. That was a really bad angle. They should have found a better angle, but we're talking about people like Augie.
But then again, you know, he's done this song and dance before.
Diorio
and I might have him double down on his little
really pushed on that
moral
point
complex.
because he realized it was a bad point to make.
Yeah, these guys from Kino Casino, gonna be really nice to me. And, you know, can I be honest? Can I talk?
But this
No,
is
you
the
can't
shit,
be
though.
honest.
This is the other
I don't think you
silver lining
can.
to it. Get a load of this. Get a load of this. So many people have been nice to this guy. And guess what? Guess what? You're not gonna believe it. They don't count. But Kino Casino being, like, kind of by calling him king? Wow.
Talk a little bit about it? Would you guys like to talk a little bit about it? Because
no,
I don't know. Do
talk
you?
About it, Phil. Go play Fallout.
A lot of people have been asking me stuff about this recently. So this is
If someone in chat was like, no, Phil, don't talk about it, would it be like, okay, people are saying no, okay, I'll move on. I'll go play the video game. The fuck you engagement farming for, you fake fucker?
Okay. So, basically, I think what's happening is it's pretty simple. All right. Over the years,
All wrong.
there's been a group of people on the internet called lol cows. Okay?
Yep, you're one of them.
Whoa.
Typically, these are people.
You're
who
one of the biggest, because you
end up
keep
getting
putting out content
involved
to
in
ridicule.
trolls,
Oh, that's a
hackers,
cool.
whatever you
That's a
wanna
cool
call them,
Ina.
who do everything in their power.
But why do they get detractors and trolls and haters, Phil? Like, I just love his definition of what a lolcow is. Kind of skips the middle part. It goes straight to the end. Because really what it is a dude who gets made fun of once doesn't know how to respond to it, gets mad about it, gives them a reaction, and never learns. And then it just goes on from that. Like they just don't know how to respond to it. And then they just kind of like they end up where DSP or and Wings and Boogie are all at.
Power to mess with them, to elicit a response. Correct?
Because you
Wrong.
engaged with those people. Like, you didn't ignore them, you didn't just ban them, he just sat there and antagonized them.
Like,
And he
Russell
still
Greer is a
kinda does it
lolcow.
in weird
People don't
ways.
try and elicit a response out of him.
Really, what it is, lolcow culture is like we're gonna do stuff to mess with someone's life, to milk them, essentially.
I don't think these people who hate on lolcows are going in thinking, we're gonna milk them. Like,
Yeah, just observing them in the wild.
that's
And
something
they
completely
make their own
different.
milk. That's what makes the best
Like, that's
lolcows.
not why people get lolcows. Like, come on. Whatever.
For content.
For a
Right? Now,
decades-long
a lot of
lolcow, he
people
doesn't
don't
really
do
understand how it works.
But it's groups of
Either
people
he's
such as
being
Go to Your
purposefully
God,
disingenuous or he's stupid as fuck. I guess it could be both.
and many others. Okay, it's not just us, but we're like the more prominent ones.
Oh, us. Okay, so you're counting yourself among lolcows. I thought you said you weren't one.
In the last several years.
They're the mainstream lolcow.
It's been a long time coming, in my opinion. And you could see the writing on the wall, just that a lot of people don't want to see it.
Oh my god. Here we go. This gas up is insane. It was a thing coming. Dude, back in what, 2019? Whatever the fuck he did a debunk stream? That was him saying people are finally, the internet has finally looked back at me and said that I was cool and they love me again. Like, that's why he did it. Like I don't want to go back to it because this is gonna make the video even more stupidly long. But this dude was literally bragging about how the internet looked at him again during that. Again, this is why
Boogie said it was his favorite tweet ever. That totally serious.
That people have been kind to him. And this
Critical thinker Boogie.
no one was kind to him. Like, this dude is like
Totally not a liar. Totally doesn't have liar branded on him, literally.
Great show, lovely show, fun show. Like, John Hamm is so good in that show, man. But there was a scene. I started watching season 7 of it. I think it's the final season, so I started watching that. And there's a scene with Betty, and she had a bad time with her son because the son traded his lunch to a girl for gumdrops because I think the girl didn't have any lunch, so he felt bad for her. So he thought he was doing the right thing by doing that. Whatever. The mom got mad at him, and then like she tells her husband that she thinks that her kids all grew up to hate her. She just thinks that they don't love her, and it's like, and it is kind of like a mental health man. You know what I mean? And that's what DSP goes through. It's like he's like, no one loves me, and he has a fucking wife. He has a wife, and he's like, no one's been nice to me. Like, and this dude just doesn't want to look at the positives in his life. And this is the guy, him, this fucker who sits there and says, I'm happy now. I'm so positive. I'm positive now than it was back then, man. And now he's
As believable as his fake laugh.
People are finally treating him nicely. Fucking shut up. Get fucking punched.
Once you get to a certain point, okay, it kind of gets tired.
That reminds me,
Narrative continues.
like, what does DSP say every time anyone suggests that he does like a boxing match for publicity or for charity or to like squash a beef? He calls the person idiots, morons, stupid idiot, moron, etc., blah blah blah. You know who's like the poster child for that? Andy Worski, your new best friend. Is Andy gonna bring that up? Hey Phil, you could say that people who do boxing matches are stupid idiot morons, blah blah blah. I did that. Am I a stupid idiot moron? And just watch Phil backtrack and just, no, like I think it could be good for a good. Okay, here's the difference. The difference is one is good and the other one is, okay, you get the difference? All right, let me tell you a story. So I don't shop at Walmart. It's like, oh wow, thanks, Phil.
News.
No.
So long.
No.
I shop at Costco because I'm a moral person. I guess it because I was raised Catholic.
The thing is, this dude only cares.
What the fuck? It just confuses people to change the subject. And they're like, wait, what the fuck? Hold on, you shop at Walmart? You don't shop at Walmart, you shop at Costco? It's like, yes, finally, I got him off the topic. That's what I wanted.
Cares about the fucking stuff. And then when you bring up other stuff, like if I were to bring
Think
up that
about a
his game-
sandwich
like,
shop.
People bring up that his podcast is too long, right? Correct? Which it is. It's like an hour and 30, and it's like one dude who says nothing. Like the thing is, I have seen podcasts go to that length and all this stuff, but they have a lot to talk about or whatever. But this dude will literally sit there and just do like this. Guys, got any questions? No one's asked me anything. You guys want to stop the podcast? Yeah, say something, man. Okay, maybe we should end it. Okay, no one's asking any questions? It's that, over and over, and he meanders a lot. And he's sitting there like, and then when you say the podcast is too long, he's like, fuck you, stupid, it's not long. Or if you say like, oh, Phil, I think you're being negative to this one guy that said that your Mini PC has fans. They were being mean first, or whatever the fuck. He always has an excuse. But so any new thing that you find problematic from Phil, he will just discredit it and dismiss it. And only focus on stuff that either he can't disprove and say it's false, or whatever the fuck, and then say it's tiring. As if it's like a video game. Dude, grow up. Grow the fuck up. Like, if you can't disprove the mobile game stuff, then so be it. Just move on. But there's other stuff that people are criticizing you about, and you just dismissing it doesn't make it less true.
And what you start to see is a division. You start to see people who are like, oh, well, if people are gonna make fun of me and mess with me, I'm gonna ride that wave. I'm gonna use that as my way to get over on the internet. I'm gonna take that bag. I'm gonna make money doing it. I'm gonna milk. Well, if people are gonna make fun of me and mess with me, I'm gonna ride that wave. I'm gonna use.
I mean, that's what he's
as my
doing.
way to get over on the internet.
But guess what? DSP does that. He does that. He does it. He does it.
He wouldn't be invited anywhere if he wasn't a lolcow.
There are like
that's his
Discord
only
leaks of
claim
him
to fame
literally
or infamy.
saying he keeps some people around just to drain their money. And that's what he does. That's why people like Snow Carl or whatever the fuck that keep tipping him saying, Phil, like who just bait him on rants. He keeps them around so that he could take their dollar. Until they serve their purpose, then they're banned. But he'll keep them as long as he needs to. Like 672. 672 is that guy. He keeps
Canadian
around
Kirk.
because he gives them money. Rich was that. Rich would show up to his stream, make fun of him, but DSP would keep him around because guess what? Rich was like a super duper supporter, and he kept super chatting $10. Of course, DSP kept him around until get this. Rich watched Secret Limited's video about WWE champions. Guess what happened after that? He banned him because that was too personal. Everything else that he'd ban anyone else for, he keeps them around. But Rich, he bans him because he got too personal. He flew too close to the sun. He does that with even troll tips. He takes the tip, doesn't count it, doesn't refund it, and fights to keep the money when it gets charged back. These are tips he knows are from trolls, and they might get charged back. So he doesn't refund the tip ahead of time. He keeps it so that there's a reason to be charged back. Now, the only thing I could think of is that maybe there's some weird thing where even if you're refunded, they could still charge you back or whatever the fuck, which I don't know if that's true. That sounds insane because the person got their money back, so what's there to charge back? But he keeps the money, presumably. But he doesn't count it. So, isn't that riding the wave of negativity and taking trolls' money? Of course not. He has gotten $100 tips of people making gout jokes. Okay.
On the internet. I'm gonna take that bag. I'm gonna make money doing it. I'm gonna milk my
money.
But again, since he's not going
The way
out
he
of his
says
way
it,
to
like
do
it's
it's okay because
Like, whenever he wants to make it sound like a good thing, it's contributions, it's support. When he wants to make it sound like a bad thing, it's
What is that
money.
kind of sin? Again, this dude moderates his chat. He has rules. Yet he lets some people get away with doing shit because they give him money. And he's like, well, man, dude, what am I supposed to do? Ban them. But this dude is so afraid that they're gonna say, I gave him money and he banned me. But dude, they trolled you. Like, at some point, you're just gonna have to say, I banned him because he was trolling, but he waits for it to become a monster, and then he has to rant on them. Like, this dude does not see the problem here.
Get them to come watch content that I'm making that's lolcow-esque and the like.
I
On the flip
mean,
side,
you reacting to
there's people who are
Rich's
involved with this. You're like, I just want
documentary is very
I'm just a
lolcowish.
normal person.
You're
I
just
don't know how I ever got involved. To
just
begin
trying to inflame a beef you have with
sucked in
another
against my
fucking
will.
dipshit who
sucked
gave you
in.
money.
All I want to do is sit here.
How is that not
and
lolcow
All these
content?
stories that I've seen of these lolcows always starts with, they did this, and then when I did that, they did this. Like, you think Christian would be where they are now if Christian just did not upload videos or antagonize the trolls or whatever the fuck? Like, you think that they would be where they are now? I mean, maybe not legally, because I mean, incest is incest, but his reputation online, I should say, would that be the same? Probably not. Probably the biggest thing would be the incest, and maybe that they're trans or whatever would be the problem here. But no, Christian did a lot more than just transition and then have some special time with his mom. I think there was more stuff going on in Chris's life that made him where he is. I mean, it's Chris Chan. I mean, come on now, dog.
For living, having fun, chilling with you guys, and be left alone. Really, I want nothing.
He wants nothing to do with them. So when Keemstar was trying to get him on his show, why didn't he just say no? Again, he didn't just say no. He kept him on the hook, teasing him that it was a possibility. When anyone with a brain knew he was gonna turn it down for many reasons. Because if you let's assume that it's not Keemstar and it was Billy. You think he was gonna say yes? Maybe if it was a one-time interview, but he's not gonna do a regular show when he wants to make games. Make gameplay streams and get paid for that. Like, he's not gonna do that, Billy. He's just not. He needs to milk his audience. But since Keem is Keem, and Keem has just enough of a hater base because they don't like what Keem does as a content creator, he doesn't want to be associated with that. Meanwhile, back in 2016, he was willing to talk to Keem. He was willing to be on Drama Alert. He wanted to be a guest star. But when he started noticing that people are like...
Also, it's funny, when you look at his border that he has, one of the characters that he made in Fallout is named Fred Fucks, the name of a troll. So we're like literally leaning into troll names for our video game content.
Hey, this guy's content may be problematic.
Also, what's the name of the podcast? The Level 1 Podcast. Something he was trolled into doing.
And it was just enough...
But he wants nothing to do with any of the trolls. Literally, you just look at with your eyes and you can see 2 examples where he's just flat out lying. You don't even have to hear what he's saying. You just look.
People to say
So
that
ridiculous.
to the point where he might have issues with that or whatever the fuck, like you know
Yeah.
he didn't want anything to do with it. But and then he started getting married to the whole ethical aspect of it, even though he doesn't believe in the shit he talks about.
He's before the SOK guy? No, it says 2013.
You know what happened? It all just plays itself.
I want nothing to do with it at all, correct? Nothing.
Wrong.
So, the funny part
Incorrect.
about it is, it's gone 2 ways. Some of these lolcows went so far in one way that now they have the entire ire of the internet on them. Take a look at what's been going on with Boogie recently, right?
Dude, we're just ignoring the fact that Boogie
Guess
lied
what?
about its cancer
Wrong.
diagnosis. Like, I don't think Boogie being on Lolcow Live, like, did that. I think it's just people are mad at, like, let's say that never happened. Would Boogie have the ire of the internet on him still? It'd probably be no different than where he was before. But since the cancer thing, it peaked, and now I think people are just like over it because it became like, let's milk this attention. It's just whatever.
Stop lying.
But you think, like, this dude is brain dead.
I mean, that's his fault. I warned him. You can't be having your end-all be-all.
And also, wasn't the cancer thing, the beginning of it, wasn't that, like, even before Lolcow Live anyway?
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't know.
He's been lying about his cancer
I
for
don't follow
years.
I don't know. I just know the cancer diagnosis was fake. I don't know the full story about that or how we got to that conclusion of him having it, but whatever.
On the internet, be that you're a lolcow.
He wanted a cancer diagnosis so he could use it as an excuse to rip people off.
But he does what he wants to do. He doesn't listen to anyone. He makes the same mistakes over and over.
Because
Who does that sound
Boogie
like?
thinks he's funny. Like, all these lolcows, they think they're funny, talented individuals. They have no, like, self-awareness or anything. Like, I don't think that my videos are great, and I don't think I'm super funny. I may think that I may say something funny, sure, or whatever the fuck, but I'm not telling people or whatever, or doing stuff that I think is, like, hilarious even, whatever, you know? But whatever. I mean, I'm also not self-deprecating, like, in a pathetic way either. I mean, dude, like, come on.
That where he is right now. Okay? For me, I'm
Free?
doing everything I can to avoid it. And the thing is, if
Well, you
follow
failed.
me, right? You'll see the difference between me and these other people. Every freaking week or two, there's new drama involving these people, right?
Just
Every
like
week
you.
Dude, they're doing Lolcow Live. I mean, that probably, like, bolsters the topic a little bit more. But I also don't think it is as much as it is anymore. Like, I don't hear a lot of people talking about Lolcow Live the same way they did when it started. Or even with the cancer thing. It's just now it's just a show. Like, come on. And he's acting as if it's like the talk of the town.
going on, that they've done something ridiculous, over the top, nonsensical, and it's like, what is going on with me?
I mean,
it's
not
like, why are you
really.
even bringing my name up? What is happening?
What has Wings done lately that's over the top nonsensical?
People talk about him because of his behavior to his own fucking chat, how he streams, the amount of money he makes, whatever the fuck. This is insane delusion. Insane delusion. Like, this dude, and every time he talks about, like, oh, back then I would do this and that, but you go back into the fucking rants he did, it was always about making money. He never went out of his way to shit on someone unless someone, like, poked him. Like he does now. The same shit now. I did this because oh my god. They insulted me first. The same shit. The same shit. And this dude wants to revise history to make him seem like he was doing, like, drama alert stuff back then. But he didn't. Every fucking video, and even back
Yeah,
then,
he could have sold his
I'm getting on a drama. The trolls are
arcade
trying to bring me
cabinets.
down. The same talking points every year. And this dude is telling you, looks at you straight in the eye, and says, "Oh, I was awful back then, but now I'm not like that." Dude, you're the same person, but now you're just a liar. You just put on a persona more now than ever. This dude did not even put on that shirt because he wanted to. He did it because people made fun of him. Everything he has done was a reaction of people bullying him. He never sat there like, you know what, I want to do a little variety. I want to change shirts. It was because LTG made fun of him. He didn't want to change shirts because he wanted to. And then, get this, he gets these shirts and they're all tacky. They're all ugly and corny ass shirts because, well, it's summertime. Thus, I must wear button-down short sleeve shirts with summer themes on them. Oh, it's winter, so I'm going to be wearing long sleeves. It's not genuine. Especially when he wore short sleeve shirts during winter. And guess what? Guess what, guys? He only wore long sleeves back in, what, 2017? Saying he wore that because he was saving money on heating. That's why you'd see that. Guys, I am so sick, guys. I just coughed. I muted because I was so sick.
Several months to a couple of years, honestly. The shit that people bring up is exactly the same shit that they brought up for the past 5 years. Nothing new has happened. Nothing new is happening.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. If I'm bringing up how much of a piece of shit you are, maybe that's because you're not changing as a person. He claims he's changed, but he changed in a superficial way. Every change he made is superficial. It's not meaningful, as these people love to say. It's all just superficial stuff. Guys, I had a LED light behind me. Guys, I'm wearing different shirts. Wow, you want a cookie? Wow.
Happening. I've grown, I've improved, I make less mistakes now than I ever did before.
Mm,
And all I want to do is be left
no.
alone. I don't want.
What did he improve on? The camera he got? He didn't buy it. Someone else bought it for him. He didn't improve his own content on his own. If it wasn't for these people giving him all this stuff, we wouldn't be having what we have now. Literally, we wouldn't. Literally. He wouldn't have an Xbox Series X. He wouldn't have that chair. He wouldn't have this camera. He wouldn't have the Victrix. He wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for them. And then he brags. About people buying him toys. But he improved, guys. Okay. He got a mini PC, barely uses it. And then when people were trying to help him with it, he yelled at them. And then, he never had the self-awareness that maybe how he reacted to it was a little stupid. Again, you go back to it, it makes no sense. It's all inconsistent. He does the podcast. The person at the end of the podcast, during shout-out, says, contributes about the PC, saying, oh, there's fans, whatever the fuck. He yells at them, saying, we're not talking about the PC anymore, stupid. We're talking about this. You're just being a troll, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Just being negative and insulting the person. Then, you realize he's wrong. He starts the next podcast talking about how he's wrong. Then, gets mad because the person is saying, during that segment, that he should apologize. Then told them, well, we're not doing shoutouts now, and you're demanding I apologize. But that's not fair, right? Because he changed. But he didn't. Every time he's in a position where he has to apologize, he never does it. Like a 1 Minute Man. He argued with him about woke politics and Fallout, when he could have easily just said, I don't think it's woke, I think it's fine, or whatever the fuck, and then say, hey man, it is what it is, or whatever. He tells him to shut up, and then 1 Minute Man leaves. Doesn't apologize, because that's a sign of weakness. I think there's another example I could think of this year where all he had to do was apologize, and he got so mad that he didn't want to do it. Or whatever the fuck. Because this guy really feels, I feel genuinely, that apologizing is a sign of weakness. That's why he only apologizes when he can get rewarded for it. He doesn't genuinely apologize. Because if you're genuinely sorry, you're not looking to get some kind of reward. Look at this stuff with Rich. He wished him well only because he wanted Rich to leave him alone. If he was genuinely concerned for his fucking daughter, or whatever, or his kid, or his family, he would not care if Rich made fun of him the next day or not. He wouldn't. Because that's not important. His kid's in the hospital, Phil. Why do you care how Rich treats you? That you shouldn't care, because you're such a nice guy, right? Oh, of course, right? Like, dude, come on. He wants everyone to be nice to him, but he will never be nice to anyone else. Unless they're nice to him, like Kino Casino. Since Kino Casino called him king and sucked his dick and gave him people that were going to give him a lot of money, they're such cool people and they're amazing. Even though, what if they're being two-faced about it? I mean, they called Cat fat. Now, if anyone else called Cat fat, guess what? They're banned. But since Kino Casino did it, it's okay because
just makes me think he doesn't like her. Maybe they broke up.
He's not a narcissist. At all.
live as part of
And
lolcow
again,
culture.
as
Maybe
I said, that's the
he's
silver
maybe he thinks it's
lining
funny
to all
that they called her
this.
fat.
By the end, he's gonna like. It's gonna be very interesting to see what it's gonna be. That's gonna be the final straw. What is gonna be the thing that will make him turn against Kino Casino? What will they do to make him turn around? Because at this point, they have to do something very negative. But since DSP is DSP, it could be something very minor too. You'll never know because this dude is insane.
Culture. I don't want to milk it. I don't want to make money off of it. I just want to make positive content.
We'll see how much
Positive
money you
shit.
make
I
off
really like to
the
know.
Kino Casino shit.
That's a far different attitude than the people who lean into it, right? For personal
Right.
gain. So what's happened is a couple things. Number one, I think in the last few years, people have started to separate me from the other lolcows, especially when GameStar was dying to
No,
have
I
me
mean
on-
people can like feel different opinions
He's so
about
out of his
different
mind.
lolcows. Some people may say, "Oh, this person's not as bad as that person." Whatever. Like there are like people are made fun of for different reasons. Like it's not again another example from Mr. The world is in black and white. Making fun of lolcows isn't black and white. They're not all made fun of for the same reason or the same severity. Like, come on.
me on his stupid ass podcast, and I refused. And I basically gave him the middle finger and said, "Fuck you." I want.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Literally, that's the complete opposite what happened. In fact, it's even more pathetic what happened. Keem kept asking me, he's like, there's other ways to contact me. You can contact me other ways. Okay, email me. Okay, do this, do that, do this, do this, do this, whatever. He jumped through all these hoops. Still didn't get a hold of him. Went to his chat, and then he said, "Do you want me to ban you?" And this and that because he couldn't contact him correctly. And regardless, this dude has literally stopped his stream for less. I like it's insane that this dude will say he called during my business. I can't pick up the phone during my business, but this dude will literally stop the stream to look out his window to see if the garbage truck came. He stopped what he was doing to see where Jasper is for no reason. He has done this before, and he couldn't just pause the stream to pick up the phone for a 50K offer? No, dude. You just didn't want to do it, and you just liked the attention Keem was giving you. And he reveled in seeing Keem just thirst for him. Again, the thing that makes it pathetic is that DSP just didn't just like the attention. That behavior is infinitely pathetic. To just sit there and revel in the attention and then cry victim. Dude, you kept giving Keem a hard time to reach you. And some people, when they go through that, they get more worked up about it. And then he gets mad that Keem got worked up about it. Well, dude, maybe if you were direct, because again, who would come out looking pathetic if DSP said no immediately? Day one of being told that he wanted him on the show for 50K, and he said no immediately. Like, people can say, well, at that point, people just have a different opinion on business decision. But guess what? Who would look pathetic if they kept hounding Phil if he said no? DSP would look. Oh, no, I mean Keem. But that didn't happen because DSP is such a little diva. He loved the attention, and then he bragged about having Keem beg him to go on his show, and that makes DSP look pathetic. For some bizarre reason, DSP always goes for the pathetic route in any circumstance. When he's in someone else's chat, he always acts either like a pathetic little bitch or like, guys, can make fun of me. Guys, can make fun of me if you want, guys. I'm cool with it. Yeah, man. Watch the video of me eating corn funny, man. But then he'll go on his little fucking stream and be like, "I'm a badass, guys. Yeah, I gave Keem the middle finger." When Keem was on the little podcast with Craig and Adam, DS was like, "Keem, I respected you. Keem, you are someone who, Keem, like You hurt people sometimes with your content. I respect your content, but you gotta realize, man, like, he was trying to be the guy that was gonna be the epiphany for Keem. Like, I bet you, if Keem the next day said, guys, my content is negative and toxic. I'm not doing Lolcow Live anymore. I'm changing my content forever now. DSP would have the biggest erection. He would be so happy. He would go on stream and with the biggest grin on his face, and he would be the happiest little piggy ever. But that didn't happen.
And he wouldn't give Keem any credit for like coming to the light. He'd be like, well, what took you so long? It still wouldn't be enough for him. Seriously, it took me telling you that what you did was wrong for you to realize that what you did was wrong. Wow, that's pathetic. Because that's just the kind of person that he is.
Because Keem is Keem. But this is DSP.
That's why there's no fucking point in apologizing to this guy. He'll just use it against you.
He couldn't even say when he was on his stream, Keem, your content sucks ass. I don't like I think your content hurts people. And, I think that you're an awful person. And this and that. He couldn't even say that to his face. He immediately folded and was like, oh, I mean, like, and then he completely fell on his face when he tried to bring up specific drama that he didn't even remember. It was so pathetic. Again, if you're gonna call someone out for something they did to their face, you better know the names of shit. You can't just say, because that's how pathetic it is when someone tries to call DSP. Phil, you did the thing with the guy, and then the thing happened, and then this happened, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude, if you're gonna shoot your shot, be sure the gun's loaded. You can't just sit there and just aim wildly and hope a fucking stray hits. You're gonna have to know what you're doing. And DSP is such a pathetic person. He's so pathetic. And he acts like he's such a tough guy. This is literally like a little dog trying to go off on a fucking bigger dog. And it's like, dude, that dog's gonna kill you. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? And this dude is sitting there yeah, I gave Keem the middle finger. No, dude, it was way more pathetic than that. You were sitting there on your little stream, tee-heeing over Keem noticing you. And then, when he started noticing a little bit too much, you were threatening to get a restraining order. Dude, you were crying to get help, to get Keem off you. And you're saying that you gave him the middle finger? Dude, you're the most pathetic person I've ever seen. So many people had more of a backbone to stand up against Keem than DSP. There are people who had to deal with Keem directly, and they have more of a backbone than DSP.
Oh my god, we're gonna end up with another rant today over this.
Adjacently, and
Game Informer is now shut down. Why are we still having early review copies? The whole point of early review copies is because we had the press system that took a long time to get off the shelves, so we don't need it anymore, right? It's like, oh my god, no, it isn't. It isn't.
And those people, at least, they had to deal with Keem going after them directly and
my sister liked Game Informer.
The shit
My mom got my sister a subscription to Game Informer, and it wasn't that long ago that they stopped sending out print copies, and
my god, he deals with
and that they went digital. So she had a whole stack of them, and that was cool to go through and just read them. No, we don't got him anymore.
Keem was that Keem was aggressively trying to give DSP money. That was what was going on. And DSP was like, I need to get a restraining order. This guy's crazy. But DSP, come on. More people have dealt with Keem, had more of a backbone than he does. And he falls immediately. He falls down immediately. Because this dude's a bitch when it comes to shove. When push comes to shove, he will fall over. That's why when you're on strike and this guy is with you, you know that strike's fucked immediately. This guy is gonna fall down immediately. Because this guy has no spine. figuratively and literally. This dude is
Yeah,
so
I mean,
pathetic.
he's definitely going to talk about this today. You know him. He revels in the destruction of gaming. Like, it's so fucking insane. He loves just profiting off of just the misery of the entire gaming industry, but everyone else is a misery broker, right?
And then he's like, yeah, no one, people they don't know what they're
You
talking
have
about
a
when
big
they make fun of
shit-eating
anything.
grin on his
Dude, you're a
face.
bitch. You're a
Try and
bitch
spin it
when
to
it comes
something
to
about him
anything.
being
You're
right
not
about
even
something.
honest about who you are. Come on. Come on.
Just a snide little
Nothing to do with your
bastard.
content ever. I'm not like you.
Deserves everything bad that's ever happened to him and ever will happen to
A lot of
him.
people respected that. You know, said, wow, we thought for sure someone, if
You know.
Phil claims he's hard up on money sometimes, and we thought for sure he'd take
Oh
the
my
pay.
god.
Every
and then
day.
The added jerk. The jerk off. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, I was a poor bitch begging for money and I turned him down. Everyone knew you were gonna turn him down because you hate Keem, remember? But you love the attention a little too much. His love for attention outweighs the logic. So bad. Like that's the greatest weakness of this guy. You give him attention, he'll immediately fall down. Like that's the funniest thing. The other thing the other silver lining with this whole Kino Casino arc is the chat posts. Dude, you read the chat posts he makes, it is another world. It is so funny and hilarious that this is the guy that goes on podcasts yelling about how people fall for hot tub streamers. Oh, these streamers, they pretend to be your friend and this and that to get money out of you. All this stuff. He goes to Kino Casino, gets called King. Huge fanboy of Kino Casino. Immediately loves them. This is the behavior DSP literally mocks when it comes to hot tub streamers. But he falls for it the most. He falls for a lot of these scams the most.
That is funny.
Again, it blows my mind that he had to tell us. There was a phishing email he saw, and he was like, wow, man, this is like big. It's like, I guarantee you, if you write an email good enough, he will fall for it. Like, literally, when Super Puppy was going after him, he clicked the link. He clicked the link of his. And people were like, oh, dude, you got your fucking IP leaked now. Immediately,
What an idiot.
he fell for it. This dude falls for so much shit all the time. But then he goes really paranoid over nonsense. When he got that Victrix stick, he was like, I don't know if it's going to be the Victrix stick. It could be something else. You never know with these trolls, man. Like, this dude is so bizarre with this shit. But this dude, he is the biggest Derek. And it's insane. This dude literally was thirsting for Kino Casino so bad in this chat. He loved the attention. He loves them. This dude has more chemistry with Kino Casino than his own fucking wife. He's already teasing doing co-op with them. And watch, when they do the co-op, I guarantee this dude will I'll talk to them a lot. And if that happens, guess what? It's even funnier. This dude barely talked to Brian. Brian, you know, that dude he said was his streamer friend or whatever the fuck. Barely talks to Brian. It was really like what Piece of Peace said. A kid at another dude's table, and they're just and he's just there. He's just there. But guess what? Since Kino Casino was sucking his dick just enough, I guarantee you this dude is gonna talk to them a lot more. Because Kino Casino are his friends. Because that's what he does. Literally, back when he was on Twitch, when he saw a partnered streamer show up in chat, he honed in on that dude in chat a lot. And was like talking only to him. And then if they
Not a boys'
left,
club, though.
he wouldn't care. He would go back to being dead. Because this dude really loves his chat, correct?
Right?
And he'd jump on there with the other clowns, right? But he
Right?
didn't. I think that actually built up a lot of respect in different communities. For
No,
him. Not just in
No.
No, it didn't. Literally, people who had a critical mind and paid attention knew you were being a little bitch and a little diva about it. because I did not see anyone except for fucking DSP LARPers and fans say, "Wow, Phil, you're so cool." No one else. No one else. Like, in order for that to happen, there needed to be some fresh Keem drama that DSP would need to attach himself to for people to say, "Wow, guys, DSP is right here." But that never happened, fortunately. Because imagine if it did, it would be fucking disgusting. It would be even worse. Because he would go mega ego mode. But this is ego mode enough.
Communities like me, but these are communities that used to group me in the worst of the worst. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Actually sounds like he's actually not that bad anymore.
No, no one said that. Wrong. Incorrect.
What's happened over the years is,
but keep gaslighting yourself. It's such a goofball, man.
And milk me for content.
It's like a really shitty vampire that like tries to hypnotize himself, but vampires can't see themselves in the mirror. So he drew a crayon scribble of himself on the wall, and so he's like trying to hypnotize like a fake mirror, and it's working. That's how fucking wild this is.
Have finally.
Now, I love that he's specifically talking about Rich, but he's leaving it so open-ended. You could think he's talking about everyone. Like, we all got exposed. We all figured out what Tevin was into, and all his other shit. Oh my god, guys. But no, it's just Rich. Rich is literally the person he's talking about. And it's like, not meaningful because Rich is going through his own shit, and there's a lot of factors in it. Which, again, if DSU was in that position, I don't think he'd be, like, bouncing up and down for this one.
The tables turned on them.
And again, this is the guy that says that people should be given second chances. People should be allowed to, like, make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. And then says that, oh, Rich, like, I don't revel in Rich's misfortune. But then says that he's basically
People of my
saying
kind are typically bad with
Rich
analogies.
deserves
Maybe I
to
should
come to
animate
him.
that for Halloween.
Like, you can't really brag about being a nice guy when
It'll be more
when you talk like
pertinent
this.
even then.
But since you talk like this all the time, you
DSP the
deserve what's
shitty
coming,
vampire.
I guess.
On them, right? All of
Right.
a sudden, their closets cracked open and a giant pile of skeletons jumped out.
And again, the thing is that's so stupid about this. Rich was always a lolcow.
Yeah.
He
His
never
locale status
was.
had nothing to do with DSP.
He's talking as if people only now are making fun of him. No, they've been making fun of him for years. For fucking years. Like, dude, come on. People knew he was a piece of shit. It's just the reason why people are speaking more about him was there was a lot of stuff that happened that was like that fueled the fire even more. But dude, why didn't you show us your WWE Champions account? And this dude is being so disingenuous. Like, dude, fucking shut up. This isn't you participating in drama, though. He's sitting there saying all this stuff, but this is him, in a way, benefiting off of Rich having drama. Because guess what? He's benefiting off of people noticing that Rich has more skeletons than he does. Isn't that him benefiting from that, from the attention that he's getting now?
No, it's different. And if you don't understand the difference,
Do you not
then I
care?
don't know
Why
what
doesn't
to
he
tell
just act the way he
you.
wants other people to act? Because
You must
this
be
dude says
stupid.
this stuff, but then he doesn't
If you don't get
understand that
it,
maybe
I don't know
people
what
talk
to, I don't know
about
what to
you
say.
because
I mean,
of
you're
shit
so
like this
obvious
going on.
and stuff.
Like, compare the difference between what happened to Boogie and what happened here. And he's pretty much saying what's happening to Rich is deserved, but Boogie, well, he's on the locale live, man, so it's just doing whatever.
And as the skeletons jumped out, people were like, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Look at all these
This is the
skeletons.
person who used to
I hate
rail on
skeletons.
Phil every day for stuff.
No, by the way, when this happened to Rich, no one said, I've never seen anyone sit there and say, wait a second, guys, this guy railed on Phil, and look at him now. People just sat there and said, wow, this guy who's a bitch is a bitch. Oh no, excuse me. This guy who's a bitch and a dumbass is a bigger bitch and a bigger dumbass.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, dude,
they're just like, wow, This DSP pay pig is a fucking idiot. That's what they said. Overwhelmingly. Wow, this guy who donates a bunch of money to Phil, what an idiot. Like every other Phil donator. They didn't take it from the angle of, oh, it's this guy who's a Phil detractor. Nobody even counts Rich as a detractor. Like, they count him as a pay pig. Oh my god, a DSP pay pig acts like every other DSP pay pig. What a surprise. But, Jesus, the fucking spin, man.
Come on. And then guess what?
wild.
This will eventually die down, and guess what's gonna happen? Like, come on. And this is a dude who's not reveling in people's misfortune. And he's sitting there saying that this dude deserves to be dogged on. But this behavior, this very behavior, DSP said was bad, by the way. That people who have a bad day, they have a good day. This is DSP pretty much saying that literally, in fact. He's literally sitting there saying, people are noticing that this dude has a super bad day, and now they're realizing that I'm having a pretty good day. That's kind of what he's saying. But I thought that's bad. Huh?
No, it's a difference. And if it's different. If you don't get it, then I don't know what to tell you. You just must be too stupid to get it. Everyone else does.
Really childish stuff. This is like pretty much if you're running for president, you might as well just say, guys, I'm not Hitler. Clap. Like, wow, what a barometer. What a barometer of like of person. So, okay, you're not Hitler. Are you Stalin then? Are you what if you're this other guy? Huh? Like, dude, this is like that's what he's doing pretty much. Guys, people are noticing I'm not Hitler. Wow. If only people said that, then that would be something. No one said that, like no one even said that Rich is worse than DSP. Maybe comparatively, but I don't even think that's true because guess what? The thing that Rich is being accused of, no one accused DSP of this. Because the pedophile claim that people had with DSP is just semantics in a sense because, yeah, he dated her when she was 18, which legally, sure, it's not pedophilic, but guess what? The age gap is creepy. And it's kind of like pedophilic anyway. Again, the way he talks about it, I would have she talked about when she was of legal age, is just as like normal and sane as people who constantly
Do you not know what
frequent
pedophilia is?
18 yet websites or whatever the fuck. The same kind of shit. I don't think it's any better that you're bragging that she's of legal age. Like, dude, come on. But this is where DSP is at. This is the only way he can win. Is this. And he thinks he's so cool. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. The fact, yet again, classic Phil. He has to put down others to put himself up. He can't put himself up on his own merit. Someone else has to go down for him to go up. The fact that the improvements are not enough, that he needs to mention that Rich is having a bad life right now, is making him like have a hard on. This dude needs to get a life. He needs to get a life. The fact that this is him getting off says a lot, and it's so ironic. You know, I recently was thinking about this. DSP got so butthurt about Rich saying that he's better than Phil. But guess what? You know what I just remembered? When DSP had that big segment where he was saying that Rich was dead to him, DSP literally said, in his mind, he's better than him. DSP said that. So in a way, Rich was just returning the sentiment in kind by saying that he thinks he's better than Phil because he has a real family. So it's really, it again goes nowhere. Because guess what? They're both the fucking same in sense of like self-importance. They both have similarities in other ways. But since they're not 100% similar, you can't say that. But dude, similarities does not mean 100% the same. No one's saying that they're exact clones. This dude is so dented, and it's pathetic. This dude is pathetic. This dude is the most pathetic person I had the displeasure of, like, fucking finding out. Again, it is insane where he started. He was only known as a guy that got mad all the time. Now look at him. He's pathetic. He is pathetic. No dignity. Nothing. Nothing. He's a nothing person. And he's saying it's like there's no meaningful criticism. Yeah, this is very negative, but this dude is so full of himself. So full of himself. Come on.
And I'll say it again. I personally feel the reason why there are people who full-time
Because
this
you're
kind of
not
harsh
happy.
drama content against people is because they're miserable.
Okay, well
In
that's
real life,
the Kino
right?
Casino,
So
right?
you're not miserable when you did the Reacts to Wings documentary, and you want to do the React, but since he doesn't do it a lot, guys, and since Rich got involved with him, now it's okay for him to respond. But what if Rich felt that way when he talked about you? What if he criticized you over the years because he saw himself in you? Oh no, that's bullshit because DSP didn't suck on Cucumber, so it's not the same. Like, dude, shut up. Shut up. Like, to do this kind of shit is really, really pathetic.
Like, take a look at someone like Review Tech USA, who, for the years and years and years of content that I've put out, that's been positive content.
God,
for
his
my audience,
sound gate is so fucking shitty, man.
has to be there
Just
to
his
make fun of
voice
every
is
little
cutting
thing
out
video
in the
shit.
middle of
He does this
sentences.
with other streamers too. He just did this in this same video where he brought down people who got early copies. And insinuate that their content's not legitimate. He would go off the cuff about how people got early copies, gets called out for it, apologizes, then says that the apology was pretty much fake. This dude is so lame. And then he's like, well, this guy was, I would make positive content, then he would say stuff. But also that Rich was saying is stuff that anyone can say if they're being critical. Like, none of the takes Rich had about Phil was revolutionary. Or new. Or unique. It was just the same shit. And then left. It's no different than the stuff that Kino Casino did that DSP watched them do. But since for some bizarre reason DSP has a very strict criteria for Rich to exist, Rich can't do the same thing as Kino Casino did because Rich is special, I guess, to him.
Idiosyncrasy that I do, right? He's the one who every year
He's the one.
literally has an annual party to celebrate my incident from.
This is bullshit. Literally bullshit, dude. He just does a stream that just was like, lol, he fapped. As far as I know, I don't know how far the party goes with him. But at the same time, who cares? It happened, and this dude would go on.
And the
on
event
to
that
say
That Being
we
Said
make
did
fun
with
of it.
Keemstar and
Oh, I laugh
Gundam
at
got
it, this
way
and
more
that.
viewers.
He does it, and he's like so bent out of shape about it. Dude, this dude will bring up shit about other people's past all the time. He remembers such innocuous shit all the time when he needs to. But this dude gets so butthurt when someone brings up a thing that happened on his own stream. But dude, at least he's making fun of something you did, right? Correct? But no, we're not gonna we're not gonna allow that to happen. But man, if Kino Casino did, I bet he'd be laughing. He'd be in tears. He'd be rolling on the floor. And I fucking hope that DSP tunes in to a Kino Casino stream where they're all making fap jokes. And I want to see a chat post from DSP saying lol or some bullshit. Because that will just be the most fucking DSP thing ever. Because the saddest part is, it's not that far-fetched for him to do. Because this dude is super double standards, man. He will shit on Rich for doing something and then praise someone for doing the same thing. Because this dude fucking sucks.
May of 2016. 8 years. Annually, this guy celebrates accidental masturbation.
I mean,
Accidental masturbation.
it's accidentally putting the camera
What does that
on.
mean? Who jerks off by accident? Oh fuck, my dick fell out and my hand started moving up and down.
Oh no, I
guys.
can't stop punching
don't
it.
know what
Whoops,
happened.
whoops, 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 whoops.
Oopsie poopsie.
I can't
No.
stop.
No, you don't just accidentally masturbate. You accidentally leave the camera
Oh,
on.
dang it.
But again,
Not again,
why
and
the
again,
fuck
and again,
would
and
you
again.
go to a room that has a camera right there and say, I'm gonna fap right now? You don't think that, and especially when you know this is time to stream. I'm gonna start stream, now I'm gonna fap. Dude, this dude might be an exhibitionist. He might get off
I think
on
he
it.
is like a public masturbator. I think
When you
he's
see me.
given a few different things going on in his life. He would want to
This
be
is
one
like
of
a
these
big
people who
highlight of
like
his life. If
literally
you said that to
catches
anyone
charges for
That's
masturbating
a
in
highlight of
public.
his life,
I
but
think
this
this is
dude
like his
will brag about him
equivalency
going
to
for
that
this
because
dude.
not only like he did this shit multiple times. Let's not forget he's been caught fapping like more than once. And then every pre-stream he verbally jacks himself off. And he just sits there like proudly about it. It's like it's in every way but physical public masturbation.
Who literally sells his throwback channel as watching him make mistakes and being fucked up back in the day. You know, when he was depressed and fucked up. But Rich does it? Fuck him, man.
One outside of the internet and said, there's a guy who literally celebrates that someone accidentally whacked off on camera every year.
Dude, everyone brings it up anyway. Dude, that's what you're known for. Anyone will bring that up. But when Rich brings it up, that's fucked up, man. He brings it up for 8 years. But someone will say, oh, that DSP guy, is that the guy that fapped? That's what always comes up. It's no longer, oh, is that the guy that rage quit Persona 3? Is that the guy who sucked at Metal Gear Solid 3? Who didn't know how to use rations? No. They now know him as the dude who fapped. And this dude is mad that Rich is one of them. For some reason. Like, again, there's a lot to hate about Rich. It's not that hard. But DSP focuses on that. Okay.
They'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with that person? What are they, mentally
You
ill?
think the therapist would say that? What the fuck?
What? Why do you think sex tapes are a big thing? Remember the era when people were like talking about other people's sex tapes? Or was it Janet Jackson? Or who was it? I don't remember. It was some woman at the Super Bowl that had her breast pop out.
Yeah, I think.
That
I think
happened,
it
and
was
people
her.
still think about it sometimes. Like, all this stuff happens, and people bring it up. Like, dude, this happened
Like, people
so many
commemorate
times. There's
Pearl
fucking
Harbor. What the
compilations
fuck?
of it. This dude watched one. He talked about a streamer who got caught masturbating. He talks about all these women on stream, right? That one of them had sex. He brought that up, probably, maybe. But regardless, he always brings up women that are in bikinis and are undressing and this and that. But this dude will say, "How dare you bring up I fapped?"
Also, I thought he didn't care. I thought he was able to laugh at it.
Other people,
But nobody else is
people's
allowed
heads
to.
When accidents happen, I remember back when Bad Bunny went to his chat, Anonymous gave her a hard time because her pussy fell out or whatever the fuck. But he will but all these people want to forget that DSP fapped, but we will just sometimes bring up about all these other instances that all the streamers had because it's okay. But DSP, that's fucked up. People in our society do all that kind of fucked up shit anyway. It's not unique or special that people bring up DSP fapping. That's the point. That's the point. That it's not special or unique or crazy that Rich brought up him fapping. All it is people are just like, this is kind of cringe because it's tired. But that doesn't mean it's insane for him to do it.
It's just a milestone for the niche community that it is. If you had a podcast talking about Mega Man news, you would commemorate annually the release of Mega Man 1. It's just... Of course. The fucking gaslighting. Go to anyone you say this and they'll say you're crazy!
It just...
Okay, Phil, go to therapy, buddy.
That this dude...
Make sure to schedule that therapy appointment anytime now, man.
Just thinks it's really funny. Just like DSP thinks shit is very funny. You will laugh. Like, this dude watched a compilation of people falling down and was in tears and fell out of his chair pretty much over people falling. And this dude is getting mad that Rich laughed at him
He's like
fapping.
Average citizen in Idiocracy. Ouch, my balls!
Because who else
Oh,
would
they're gonna hit his
celebrate
balls
that?
again. Ah,
Like,
they
all
did
it
it!
is, someone like him looks at someone like me.
I bet his
and
balls
wants
are
to
gonna get hit
celebrate
again.
my
Yeah,
balls.
it
Sure enough,
did.
make him feel better. This dude
Celebrated other people going through shit.
Such a real life Peter Griffin,
I don't
but
see people celebrating
malicious.
the Dr. Disrespect thing.
It's
People aren't like
cruel.
having a party in the street that he's a predator. They're like, this guy's a predator. This guy fucking sucks. And then that's it. No one is sitting there like bouncing up and down that Dr. Disrespect was a predator. But this dude is like saying all this shit. Dude, shut up.
better about himself, right? Because in reality, if you take
Right?
a look at Review Tech versus me, his content is toxic. His content is harmful.
No, it's
his
just
content-
boring.
Let's take a look at the
It's
toxic
not really
content that he
toxic and
does.
harmful, it's just boring shit. That's what's the bigger problem with it.
Skip it up.
Skibbity bop it, jack off.
Black Forever, Suburban Remix. Oh, he's just doing shitty remixes. He talks about Keffels. Wow. What a take. Oh, that was 2 months ago. This is an old video. Which, by the way, everyone talked about this because of course they would. And then there's like, guess this is a goodbye
I'm sure he
video.
used proper pronouns in it. Like a typical
But then I'll
cock.
play the video. Okay, cool. And then it says Sony's issuing.
Now, what she did was so wrong,
breakdowns. Okay,
but
wow, this is.
that doesn't mean that people should be harassing her the way that they have. But that being said,
Oh, maybe.
Bleh.
Maybe his streams are fucked up. Dad's back in the office 3 years ago. Okay, but I think he has another channel to stream. But it's fucking Rich. Again, you don't have to try super hard to hate this guy. Like, you don't have to try as hard as ZSB is. Who's calling? Maybe he's
people should take his beat and like diss Rich
guess
over
what?
the beat.
It's potential spam.
But he'll probably copyright claim it and try to make money off of it.
Go to hell. Go talk to my voicemail. Talk about my voicemail.
Please.
Content is drama. He has 1 million subs because he makes toxic, harmful drama content. It's the lowest common denominator. It's the easiest kind
Like
of content.
Kino
you can make
Casino
on the internet.
does?
Again, a majority of the page I saw was literally videos about gaming. Keffels was the only drama video in the bunch. Like, it's not that he doesn't make drama content, but it's nearly not as much as ZSB thinks it is. Maybe he means the streams. Like, the streams deal with drama, but they're streams. Like, who fucking cares? And again, you don't have to try hard to hate Rich. You just don't.
It's trash. Okay? That's why he's popular. Because
What are you doing
lots of
now?
people went and watched the trash content.
You're
and they
attacking
liked it.
people
But in
on your
reality,
stream, like right now.
If you take a look at him and his life, now that these things are coming out, right? These things
Right?
are being revealed about his life and things behind the
Again, you know, this dude is so it's ridiculous. That I almost forgot about this. This dude watched a video from
Yeah,
a
like,
review tech
you're right, Dingus, but
detractor.
like, but Rich is literally like being like, okay, people are gonna make fun of me. I'm just gonna be a drama streamer now. It's basically what he said. It's like, oh, I'm gonna be the bad guy. You want me to be the bad guy? I'll be the bad guy. Like he's a fucking wannabe mobster. It's like, dude, you're just like a fat, dumb idiot who needs to spend less time on the internet and more time with your quote unquote family.
That showed Rich's mom yelling at him. Like, again, these aren't like the first time shit has happened to Rich in his life. It was a lot that happened recently. And this dude is talking as if no one knew Rich was a lolcow or that shit was going on. People brought this up for months and years, and DC would say the same thing. Oh, it's drama, guys. Leave him alone. This and that. But he will always shit on
Let's
him.
see. Do you think
whenever
he'll get
he
another
wants to.
$100 tip today?
This dude needs to fucking shut up.
$100 from someone who says, I used to be a fan of Almighty Tevin, but then I checked out your streams and found out you're not the devil.
Right? He's
So yeah,
butthurt
thank you.
that Rich
Finally,
said
I
that
think
he
that's. I
sat
think
on
people are
stream
waking up now, man.
for every year. He
Let
celebrates
me get that up on the
and he says
leaderboard.
his family was fake. But then you compare that to what's going on with Rich.
Wouldn't be
Now, let's
surprised.
take away what you guys, what people think.
I
of
used to
Rich
be a
now.
fan of
Okay, he's a piece
Lightside
of shit.
Bill,
Let's
and then I checked out your
ignore
streams
that,
and we're
right?
like,
Let's just say
what
you
is he
never
making
heard of
fun
Rich.
of?
This is the first time you heard of this guy, and you're hearing his family fell apart. He's going through a divorce or whatever the fuck. I mean, his family's falling apart.
Totally believable.
His kid went to the hospital. His career's falling apart. Whatever. All this stuff he said.
I used to be a fan of Ann Lee.
To say, this guy
And
deserves
all I saw
that?
were the unedited clips that he shared. But then I watched your streams and it was completely different than the unedited clips that I saw of you.
Like, do some crazy shit.
Watching you live was 100% different than the clips of you live that I saw that were shared.
Ridiculous, because
that makes
that's
sense.
a lot of shit that happens.
Oh
now,
yes.
DSP
Oh yes.
is the last person to like do this kind of shit because less stuff happened to him and he acted as if someone like chopped off his leg. Like he will get a paper cut and act as if he needs to go to the hospital. This dude gets a cat scratch. He's like, I need a disinfectant right now. Oh, okay, guys, I'm gonna die if I don't. And it's like, dude, sure, disinfect it all you want, but you don't have to freak out about it. You can at least like hold off on it or whatever. Like, but this dude will act as if it's like a big deal. A big deal.
Falling apart. And so his attacking me over the years was literally projecting his I'm better than you attitude on me, when in reality...
So shouldn't you feel bad for him though? Like, dude, this fucker told us all the time, I'm going through a hard time in my life, guys. Okay? I was doing all this stuff, so I should be given a chance, man. This guy's going through going through shit, right? Correct? And he's doubling down on it, raining on his parade. But again, he's saying this because he said that he struck me first, so I'm gonna strike him back. Which is not very mature and adult-like. Because usually, people are just gonna say, hey, this guy's going through a rough patch. I don't care if he's been shitty to me, but like, look, that sucks, or whatever. But he doesn't want to take it. Again, this is the same shit I said about the Keemstar incident. If he just said no day one, the only thing people would be saying is that, wow, this guy turned down $50K. But now he did this whole
Said he was like, oh, I'm gonna have to
scheme
talk about it
and
with my
made
wife.
DSP look like a
I'm gonna have to
shitty
talk.
person.
I can't give you an answer right
He came
now.
off as a person that was hard to get a hold of and difficult to work with.
I'm gonna have to get
It was
back
like
to you,
a
man.
triple whammy of bad behavior.
It's tough.
Instead of
Oh,
just
it's tough.
saying
I'm not
no
sure.
directly. Because at least he
I'm gonna
communicated
have to consult
that he
my
didn't
cat.
want to work with him.
I don't know if I don't know what Jasper thinks, man.
That it could have been a
I'll, have to
bad
get, I'll call you back, man. Hold on. Stay on the line.
He loved the attention. Because this guy just can't help
dork.
himself. He can't help himself in these kind of situations. He has a moment where he could be the bigger man and say, wow, you know, Rich has been shady to me over the years, and this is a lot of stuff that's happening to him. I don't want to, you know, I'm not gonna react to his documentary. I'm just gonna let him be, guys. You know, I understand that a lot of people are upset with him right now, but like, dude, this is like fucked up. He can't even do that. But this dude will tell us that we need to give him 1,000 chances and this and that. Like, it's literally like, so, like, dude, come on.
My life was getting better behind the scenes, and his was falling apart. You see?
No,
that's why people like that
not really.
like that. You see?
No.
He knew that if he focused on me being...
He's gonna contribute.
He was making fun of
to
you back when his
make
life was doing just fine.
worse. Which he's
So,
already going
try
through
again.
a hard time by his logic, correct? Like, actually, you know, it's even worse. The way he's acting is worse than how trolls act. Because trolls are acting as if, off the assumption that this dude at least is making enough to continue living. And that's why he shouldn't be begging and this and that. Like, we're at least giving him the benefit that his life, like, we're kind of accepting that his life isn't super bad or whatever, right? Correct. But this dude is being told that his life is being ruined and he's going through hell. And his reaction, I'm going to contribute to it. So yet again, magically, DSP has found a way to make himself look worse. I don't know how he does it. Like, and you could say, Theo, you're just spinning it that way. But again, if you just listen to how this dude talks long enough and you hold him to his own stupid ass standards, he comes off worse. If he didn't have these virtue signal moments and bragging moments and all this other shit, maybe this would come off differently. But guess what? It's DSP. He can never not brag about his fucking ego because this dude can't help himself. He's 40-something years old, and he's acting as if, like, he is God's gift to the world, as if he has the answer to everything, and we should be listening to him. And when we don't listen to him, we're dumb.
This video.
Fuck this guy. Like, again,
making good progress, I guess. It's not even
the other
new.
aspect of it where something can be very shitty, and the moment DSP says that thing's shitty, you'll want to defend it. But the thing is, I'm not defending Rich. I'm just holding DSP to his own fucking beliefs. He says every day that these people should leave him alone.
Audio's a little bit out of
And
sync.
he's going through a hard time. He is seeing Rich going through a hard
time.
Inclined to leave him be. He left him be when nothing super bad was going on. He wanted to ignore him at that point. But when something's going really wrong with him and life is falling apart for him, he wants to join in on the parade. Because guess what? It's safe for him to participate now. Because Rich can't defend. Because if Rich bites back, guess what? DSP has people willing to defend him because fuck Rich. This is the shit he does that just gets under my skin. It's the snake-like behavior where this guy can't even stand on his own 2 feet for his own beliefs. He can't even shit on Rich on his own. He needs a group of people to fucking help him out. And it's not even like something controversial or taboo or anything like that. It's something like just
Man, there are
talking
so
about
many
another
just
streamer.
Just innocent, hard questions
You think he's
that Andy and PPP could just toss his way that would just knock him down like a stack of Jenga blocks. Hey, Phil, if you think the trolls are so ridiculous and there are so many things wrong with them and not you, why don't you just, like, give a little bit of money to, like, an editor to just, like, make a video about them? Yeah, just make like the anti-DSP detractor documentary yourself. I know you're too busy for it yourself, but you can just pay someone else to do it. And he'll be like, oh, you think I made of money? You think I have all that money? And it's like, dude, it won't cost that much. And he's like, oh, I just don't have any money for it. And then that can just pivot into, well, wait a second. Look at how much money you make on stream. Look at what we can observe as your expenses. Subtract the difference, and just you have plenty of money to do that. No, I'm broke, you guys. I'm broke. And just one of the many topics that you just demolish them on.
He's gonna do a podcast and defend Moist Critical for the shit he's going through right now? No. He doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, despite DSP having an ally slide in his fucking slideshow.
Never gonna have one of those.
Happy, but he will never defend the people that Moist Critical was talking about. No way.
Imagine Kino Casino had one of those.
Firmly voice his
By the way, if
defense,
you're gay,
he'll
you're
do it in
perfect.
the most pussy ass way, just like he did when OIC came out in his chat. He couldn't even like.
You're actually better than straight people.
He couldn't talk to OIC.
That's basically what his slide says. You're perfect. If you're in the LGBT community, you're perfect.
After he
Like, what? No one gets told that.
It was really weird. And then funny that OIC just magically just faded into the background. I wonder why.
Yeah, he was just done. He was done with Phil for reasons.
Plus, he'd be feeling better about himself, right? And I think
Right.
we're all like that. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how many. If he focused on me being bad, the light would be off of him. Plus, he'd be feeling better about himself.
But then, why can he just keep doing that so that people would still love him? I mean, again, Rich still has people that like him. Fancy that. just like DSP. DSP is a shitty person, yet he gets fucking dumbasses saying, Phil, you're a cool guy. I love you.
Right? And I think they're all
Right?
like that. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how many subs you have, how many views you have, and how much money you make. Are you happy?
Are you?
Right?
Are you happy? You're talking about this right now. Are you happy? He talked about Rich. This is the second time he brought up Rich. Are you happy, Phil? And every time he talks about himself, he always assures us that he has a happy life. I don't know, Phil. Do you?
Right? Because I'm a firm
Right?
believer that if you are happy, you would not be bringing down others around you.
You're
You'd be
bringing
so
down
busy
Rich.
with content that makes you happy, with things in your life that make you happy.
I
You
guess you're
wouldn't
right.
want to bring down others, right?
I
That's
guess
my
you're
opinion
right.
Anyway, and that's why I don't do
I
it.
guess
don't
you're miserable.
I don't do it. That's why I went to hang out with the Kino Casino. I love their content, and that's why, like, this dude watched a Kino Casino stream, saw this stuff about iDubbbz, didn't know anything about iDubbbz, didn't know at all any of the shit he was going through. Participate in shitting on iDubbbz just immediately. Like, he doesn't know anything, and he watches Kino Casino and joins in on shitting on them. Again, behavior, DSP himself shat on that people would go to a DSP detractor video and agreed with them and shat on DSP. But this dude doesn't know iDubbbz, doesn't know a lot about what's going on with him, and then participates to shit on him. Do you know why people are dogging on him, DSP? Do you know why?
I don't think he does.
It would shock you. You know, it's really funny if he continues shitting on iDubbbz, because in a lot of ways, DSP says the same shit in some degrees. Like, the one thing, iDubbbz came out and said that he wanted to, I don't know if he deleted the video or he turned off monetization. I don't remember which it was, but I know he didn't like the video where he said the N-word in it. He didn't like the kind of humor anymore, and he felt bad about it and all this other stuff. A lot of people gave him shit for it, but in my opinion, if you feel bad about the past jokes you've made, that's fine. I think it's fine for iDubbbz to feel that way about his own content. He made the content; he can feel however. If you like it, regardless, that's fine. But he's just saying that he didn't like it. And he doesn't stand with it anymore. And I think that's his prerogative. But DSP can't make fun of that, because guess what? DSP has done the same kind of bragging. The thing that is funny to me though is, iDubbbz, at least from what I understand and from what I get from it, is that he at least has a little bit more of a follow through with that statement, because he at least, as far as I know, doesn't make those kind of jokes anymore in his content. He doesn't say the N-word anymore. He doesn't feature that kind of stuff anymore. He does other kind of content now, I think, and that's it. I think now what happened with iDubbbz is more like stuff that's dealing with like the creator clash that happened. And stuff like that, and just how he talks.
Yeah, well, and his feud with
It's more about that, as far as
what's
I
his
know,
face,
which is very different than
Sam Hyde. Like the fact that he tried to go to Sam Hyde's place and make a documentary on him that was supposed to be negative, that was supposed to be like his redemption, that was supposed to be like basically the punctuation to iDubbbz's turning away from sort of edgy content. Like, see, not only am I turning away from edgy content, I'm taking down one of the figureheads, one of the people who makes the career off edgy content, so you know I'm serious. And the footage that they had from that documentary didn't really accomplish that goal. So they just sort of sat on it, kept collecting money, promising to release it. And then Sam Hyde was like, well, I'm just going to release what I have. And it ended up making him look like a snake, someone who was an opportunist, someone who was, trying to do what he was trying to do. And since there was so much overlap between iDubbbz and Sam Hyde's viewer base, they had to pick between one or the other. And they overwhelmingly picked Sam Hyde, leaving iDubbbz with nothing. And just him and his schizo BPD girlfriend, who literally ruined his career. And they're doing a shitty podcast together that's lame and cringe. I mean, there's a lot to make fun of there. And also, he's trying to cancel people for doing the same things that he did in order to get his own fame and stardom.
How he makes content, whatever. DSP brags about how he's a different person, yet he does the same shit anyway, which is less of a follow through. Like again, these are very semantic-y kind of things, but this is where DSP's at in life versus anyone else. Like again, you can criticize all these other content creators you want, all this stuff, but at least you can find something with them that is like wishy-washy, whatever. You can find whatever in anything. But this dude will not do that with anyone else. He will not find the golden nugget in a shitty situation, like, at all. It's all empty platitudes. He's sitting there saying all this stuff, then says, I wish him the
Again,
best.
and the Sam Hyde stuff goes even further with Creator Clash. Like, he banned people from even participating if they even associated with Sam Hyde, even, like, trained with him. Which was, like, a whole new level of, like, guilt by association and sort of, like, Stalin-esque inability to just even freely associate with people. Which, I mean, DSP would do the exact same thing. If someone associated with Keemstar, you're disavowed as a person. Look at Wings and Boogie.
Like, you said all this stuff about him, and then you say that? Sure.
Don't sit here crapping on people constantly. I'm only doing it.
You're doing it right now.
Someone brings me into the situation, like Rich has been bringing me up.
Now, this is super unfair, too. Because guess what? Half these people that DSP shits on that make fun of him, they are told about DSP. And DSP is never kind to those kind of people anyway. Like, when people, like, get led astray in who DSP is, DSP doesn't try to, like, empathize with them and say, oh, you know, these people, like, they this and that, whatever. He always says, oh, you're an idiot for believing it. You're a bunch of gullible idiots, and you fell for it. All this stuff. Fuck you.
Up recently, really nasty stuff, and it's like, yeah, I'll respond to it then. But I got shit to do, man. I've got games
Do you?
I got
really important video games I gotta play, man.
Is that why you're able to go to Kino Casino streams in random hours of the night? Okay.
And sitting here reacting to a bunch of these idiots on the internet, right? And so
I
think what's
mean,
happened
that's
is
what
in the
you're
last 3
doing.
or 4 years, there's been a division, especially when I refuse to be involved with Keemstar and his lolcow bullshit, right? So what happens is you get the division and people
Still
are like,
giving them
"Wait,
content."
he's not who everyone says he is, right? They want
Right?
you to believe he is,
Right?
'cause that's
Right?
what it's at. Then they
Bro,
come
this
up
needs
with
like a
crap.
fucking right compilation.
He's not, right?
But
Right?
he's making the content on his own channel, though. The stuff that people make fun of him, he's still
Be like a
does it on
half
his
hour
own
long of him
channel.
just saying
He
right,
doesn't have
right,
to join
right, right,
Keemstar
right,
to
right, 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 right.
for us to get this.
He has nothing to do with this whatsoever, right?
Right?
So, leave him alone. And I think that guys like
And
the
you know
Kino
what's
Casino
funny though in all of this is that, like, because I saw a tweet earlier on in a post from Josh Poems, is that they said, oh, this is what Keem wanted with Lolcow Live, this is, you know, this and that. And the funny thing about that, now that I'm thinking about this, Keem at least is giving him like the most like, hey, sign this contract kind of intro, which is a very standard agreement to get someone on your show. Here's the contract, sign if you're interested, contact me, blah blah blah. This is actually pathetic. He's only getting involved with Kino Casino because they were kind to him and they called him king and this and that. He had no other interest otherwise. And it just, and I see a lot of people bring up like the long con game idea with Kino Casino, which is like really just, he shows how much of a sucker this guy is. You suck his dick, he will come.
Casino. These are guys over on Kick. Yes, they react.
That was a very poorly worded statement.
They've been reacting to the big Mr. Beast situation that's been going on recently. They react to the Boogie situation. They react to review tech stuff.
Yeah, a lot of DSP detractors react to a lot of different locales too. I guess we're cool now.
Some of it's unfair, I feel.
I talk about Wings and Greer and used to talk more about
This
Wings.
is literally subjective
It's
to
gross.
say he has a midlife crisis, in my opinion, because you can find examples of him going through a crisis. He may not feel that way, which is fine. He can feel however he wants. He's his own little.
Made a video about Keffels and Chris
But
Chan.
on the outside perspective, it looks like he's going through a midlife crisis. Because again, how many people have to tell you to validate their life? this dude is going through a validation. Like, if it's not a midlife crisis, it's a validation crisis. The fact that this dude is constantly bragging about his fucking gameplay in Street Fighter, like, it's one thing if you've never had a background in fighting games and you're like impressed with yourself, that's one thing. But it's another when you have no interest in playing in tournaments and you had a background in fighting games and you're bragging about your skill in fighting games. Like, which one sounds more like impressive? Like, come on.
But if you actually listen to it, it's all misinformation. It's them having really incorrect notions about me, and then
What's
kind of,
incorrect about
going
it?
off of that for comedic
Again, guess what? When DSP talked about Rich, he did not know the context of the Dropbox and proceeded to shit on Rich anyway. And he's sitting there saying it's not fair, that it's misconceptions, they don't know what they're talking about. But did DSP do any research about the Dropbox? No. This dude does no research, and he tells you that we have to do hours of research for him. Fuck you. If you want people to do research about you, you should do research about the people you talk about. He can't even do research about the gaming news he talks about. As I said about the Keemstar shit, he talked to Keem, he wanted to bring up a situation, did no research beforehand, and fell apart. And immediately fell on his face. And no one knew what the fuck he was talking about. And this dude is saying other people have to research him. Fuck you. Fuck you.
purposes. I don't find that offensive. Why?
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 All right.
Why?
They're saying
Right?
stuff, they're not literally sitting there trying to ruin my life.
No one is.
What
Why?
kind of fucking thing is that, though?
Rich never tried to literally ruin your life.
Ruining your life by making videos.
That would be illegal. That would be criminally actionable.
How am I ruining his life?
You'd call the cops on a person who did that.
How is anyone?
No one does
ruining his
that.
life? The people who are ruining his life, they don't make videos about him. They just do shit. You think that people who sang copyright strikes made videos about him? No, they made videos for him. They made stuff for him, but they've not made videos about him. Beyonce never, as far as I know, didn't make a video about him before he said the copyright strikes. The guy who made the intros of the podcast, they didn't make videos about him. They just fucked with him. The people who said the banners with Tevin's face on the little banners on his Twitch channel, that guy didn't make videos about DSP. The people who ruined his life did not make videos about him. The people who swat him, they didn't make videos. Hopefully they didn't make videos about him because then they'd be caught, correct? So the people who are ruining his life, the people who actually do that shit, they don't make videos about him. As far as we all know. The closest he got to this was with the SOK, and now it's the only time that has happened. But guess what? When that shit got exposed, people stopped following them. And people said, that's fucked up. And then you look at it today. People make videos about him, and I don't see them do fucked up shit. They may say, hey, maybe he has a WWE Champions account, but that's just speculation, which is what everyone does about all these logos. I guarantee you, there might be even speculation with Kino Casino making videos about Rich, probably. And these are probably sitting there eating his popcorn, not thinking about that. But this dude will sit there and say that we're all ruining his life by making videos. Meanwhile, he watched a video. He was watching Kino Casino try to get a squatter out of a building. That, like, isn't that ruining someone's life? That this person was probably already homeless. If they're squatting, they're most likely homeless, and they probably don't want to get arrested because again, I'm 90% sure that it's a crime to be homeless in California now. So they probably don't want to be in jail. So like, okay, I have to because I can't be on the street because I'll be arrested. So if I squat, hey, I won't go to prison.
Come on.
People, who try to get her
Come on.
to be, out on the street again. But isn't
I'll
that
take.
the negative content that DSP says affects and ruins people's lives? No,
It's
of course
illegal
not,
to be
because you know
homeless.
that person's homeless.
If only.
Why be empathetic to that?
In
This dude will sit
California,
there
of all
and
states.
virtue signal and care about all these people. And this dude watched 2 other people
Bro.
try to get a squatter to be arrested.
I
Most
don't know how many
likely,
years
or
I
at
had to
least be out
drive
on the
past
streets.
homeless encampments.
But he doesn't
Fucking
think,
tent
oh, you know,
cities.
this person might be going through a hard time. Maybe you know, like this problem is bigger than just this person's homeless, and we shouldn't be like callous to this person. This person's already down on their luck to the point that they're squatting. No, he doesn't think like that because fuck him. Like, you can think whatever, but it's like to some degree, if you're gonna brag about being, oh my god, if you're gonna brag about having human empathy, you should at least practice human empathy.
I sure don't.
It's kind of a joke. And I watch it, and you know what? I laugh at it too. Like, for example, the other day, they reviewed me reviewing the Feastables bar from Mr. Beast.
This is so pathetic too. This is the video, like, oh my god, this is so pathetic. So they're watching Rich, right? We're gonna go back to Rich Retech USA, the easy target here. And they're like watching life fall apart. He has a Dropbox full of questionable shit. All this stuff is fucked up. All this shit's going on with Rich. Wow, so critical. And then like them saying that he has a midlife crisis, that's unfair. But the critical part is watching him eat food. Dude, that is sad. That this is the criticism he's comfortable with. Wow.
And they made fun of me, but they also made fun of the candy. They
Like,
did all that.
This is such a bad comparison. They said so unfair. They watched a video and said I had a midlife crisis. Fair. They watched a video of me eating food and they laughed about it. That's fair criticism. But guess what? He doesn't know how he looks when he eats, and isn't making fun of how he eats, making fun of something that he was born with. What if it's a condition that he's born with? That he has to make that face. But now it's okay to make fun of that. Oh, okay. It's okay to make fun of how he eats, but I guarantee you, this was last year, and someone made fun of how he eats, and I'm pretty sure, you know what, I'm actually 80% sure that this dude got mad at people making fun of how he eats. Because he was like, oh yeah, of course you got feeling chest, I look like I'm in pain when I eat. Oh yeah, sure. That's where the trolls are at. There's nothing going on in my streams, and now they're making fun of how I eat. And I'm sure that's what he would say. But now Kino Casino does it? Oh man, that's fair criticism. Oh man, I can't wait until it's okay to make fun of his gout. I can't wait. I can't wait to get the sound clip of DSP saying they made fun of my gout and I laughed. I hope we get that from him. If we start getting that kind of shit coming from Phil about Kino Casino, that would be something.
It was entertaining. These guys are not sitting here to be malicious to me. And that's why I think that they're different. They've actually taken a look at the situation and
Rich literally gave him a lot of compliments over the years. Gave him money. Said he didn't want to see DSP suffer, all this and that, blah blah blah. Gave him all these chances. That didn't count. The people in this chat, they don't matter.
It's all just making fun of you, dude.
Cool. They gave me a chance.
As outsiders, because they haven't been involved in it, as outsiders, they can see
bleh. They can see bleh.
And what's not. And they're like, Phil is not like all these other people.
That's not even close to what they said.
Like these other people. I mean, maybe I'm fair. Maybe I'm actually fair and based, guys. What if?
Who people are trying to group him in with. He's not.
They didn't say that.
I'm not gonna group him in with these other people.
They literally didn't say that. It would be nice if they could, like, you know, defend themselves from having words being put in their mouths, but I guess
LTG at least
gotta make room for dick.
The localness of LTG is like very like specific, and it's also more about like how he is as a person, sure. But when he goes after people, after trolls, the stuff he says, it's something funny to the point where like more people should troll him so we get more funny ban compilations. Like I can't get over that fucking like one time he banned it, he was like, I'm gonna find you, I'm gonna like get people, I'm just gonna do like that whole thing always cracks me up. That is more than what I could say about anything DSP puts out. And that's the only thing the only thing I will ever defend LTG over is that. Everything else, he's a shitty person, sure. But when he fucking goes off like that about banning a troll or raging at Street Fighter, that's the thing. That's the thing I'm all about. Because he at least has interesting fucking statements. This dude, not so much.
Is on the lolcow culture bullshit. He doesn't want to be involved with Keemstar and his bullshit. He just wants to be left alone, but people won't leave him alone. They bring up the same tired shit for 4 or 5 years. One of the interesting things they said the other day, because the other day was the marathon.
The thing that's like very easy is that he doesn't understand sarcasm. You can be sarcastic to his face, and he will not pick up on it. He watched a whole video that was sarcastic, and he took it seriously. That's the kind of guy DSP is. I had to pause the recording because I was actually getting really hungry, man. And man, I did not like look at the time. Like, this video is 2 hours long, and we're not even done with this. And I wanted to do like the other like delusion segment. I don't know if I'll put this in this video. I'll see where we're at after we do this part. This is insane. I did not know. I was like ranting for this long. Man. Well, you know what they say, when you have too much fun, time runs away.
Right? And I'm sitting here. One of my trolls was in the chat, and they go, "Oh, you bought a new car."
Oh my god.
All right, now for the record, no, I haven't bought a new car. I don't have credit or money to buy a car.
Wait a second.
One of my they bring up the same tired shit for 4 or 5 years. One of the interesting things they
So he's complaining that we bring up the same shit. Okay, but okay, we bring up the same shit,
said
right?
the other day, because the other day was the marathon, right? And I'm sitting here, and one of my trolls was in the chat, and they go, "Oh, you bought a new car."
Now, I don't know where this shit came from. It just sounds like bullshit, honestly. I don't know where this idea came from. That, oh, it's from a car, man. Okay. So let's pretend that. Isn't that something new? So isn't that exciting? Right? Correct?
All right, now for the record, no, I haven't bought a new car.
No, I haven't bought a car.
Credit or money to buy a car.
Oh, what about Kat? She has a job. I assume she has credit. Couldn't she get a car?
Yeah, I don't need a new car. My car is still fine. 2017 car, it's still fine. I'll probably have it still for a while before I consider looking for a new car.
Oh man!
And I said,
we're already thinking about getting a new car. I mean, everyone gets new cars, but I don't think people buy a car thinking, well, in a few years I'll get a new one. Just saying. They probably try to keep that car for as long as they can.
No, I didn't get a new car. I don't know why you would even bring that up. Or, like, I don't even understand. And the few people that were in the chat from Kino Casino, they all said it together. They said, who cares if he bought a new car?
And then the banger, who cares? Man, if... I'm just gonna say this as well. I really hope that even the Kino crowd is just LARPing at this point. Because if they genuinely think we shouldn't care about the guy who begs and says that I don't waste money and this and that we shouldn't care about how he spends his money, man, I hope they strap in and give him $100.
That's cool, Cyber Ranger Yakuke's. Thanks for hanging out. Hope things turn out really good for you. Obviously. By the way, where did the new car theory come from? It came from Duty Streams, of course. Who else would it come from? The source of every half-baked dumbass theory.
Every day, because...
Of course it came from Duty.
I mean, let me tell you, this dude will yell at you for how you spend your money, but you should not care about how he spends his money. Literally, there are rants of him telling people that they're idiots for spending money in GTA Online and all this other shit. But the moment you say, Phil, You're wasting your money. You need to stop caring.
There was a comment in the Daniel Larson subreddit about DSP buying a car.
Spend their money.
That doesn't make sense.
So what if someone pays for GTA Online or buys the shark cards, whatever the fuck? Who cares? But it affects the gaming community as a whole. Even though a lot of these decisions are just made by corporate people that just want more money. Whoa, because the budgets are so big. But then you got this guy who just frivolously spends money. Meanwhile, he tells you he needs money. Huh? Okay, who cares, right?
How is that your business?
And then the other thing is, he also
Because
kinda
you make it
cares
everyone's
about
responsibility.
how other people get money.
Stupid.
Like, he cares about how other women get money. Like, oh, they're doing hot tub streams, and he cares about that. He cares that they use their bodies.
Same reason people care about Boogie lying about cancer.
Oh, you know what? No, that's a bad example. Okay, take that back.
Hey, Chile.
Ignore that. That never
I haven't
happened.
seen the Chile costume recently.
This guy also gets mad at people who
Oh,
make
what's
more
wrong with my
money
torso?
than him. Get donations, I guess, whatever, tips from their audience.
Damn it.
But why does he care? Why does he care about other people making money? He literally in the same podcast complained that people were getting paid to play games early. But why do we care? Oh, because it's going to affect the gaming community. But they're not hurting anyone.
Make a note to fix that.
If Phil works, makes money,
He doesn't
and
work, he
decided to buy a new
begs.
car, how the hell does it have to do anything with you?
And I like that it took Kino Casino crowd saying this for him to come to that epiphany. This is something that I'm 100% sure. You know, fuck, I'm gonna slam my foot on this one. I'm pretty sure for a fact that this dude said, "Who cares what I spend my money on? I know what I spend my money on. Bills and this and that. Blah, blah, blah. It's none of your business." He has given us that
I thought
in
your
different ways.
whole thing was about you're going to be honest
But
about.
but he ignores the reason people give him shit about spending money is because this dude will yell at you, telling you he doesn't waste money, but he needs money now. He needs $50 to stream. Why? Why does he need $50 to stream? Why does he need money so badly? I remember this one Fallout stream that was like last week or so, where he was like really layering it that he needed tips. And he said like, guys, if supports go, I'll drop the game. I'll drop it. Even though he's like near the end, he could just stop the boring ass DLC and then just finish it. No, what he ended up doing was finishing the DLC because, you know, DSP said he'd finish it. He was never going to really not do it. And then he just fearmongered them a bit, got a lot of money, and guess what he said afterwards? I'm gonna go order DoorDash just in time or whatever the fuck. He immediately said he was gonna order out for dinner. Like right after begging and getting bailed out. But you can't say that's wasting money because they need to eat. Even though they order out all the time. And this dude brags about home cooked meals, going to the supermarket and getting groceries and all this stuff. Where do the groceries go? Are they the kind of people that just don't do leftovers unless it's DoorDash? Because that's at least like you're feeling the pain of like buying the food immediately. Meanwhile, groceries are feeling the burn like one day when you buy the food and then you make it the next day. And then you're not really thinking about the amount of money it takes to buy the groceries. I don't know. Because it just seems like they don't save any home cooked meal. Because it seems every day they're just eating different meals. And it's like, you don't make leftovers? Okay.
Why would you ask on his stream? Why would you be in his personal shit? Like, what are you talking about?
Why would he ask? Like, again, are we just like this is why I hope that these people are LARPing. I'm praying to God that they're LARPing. Because if they unironically think this, then they either never seen DSP go full beggar mode, or they are like or man, they just love Phil and his content.
Why does the Kino Casino care that Rich bought a $1,000 iPad? 'Cause it's ridiculous.
And the person immediately was like, oh shit, and got thrown the fuck out, and that was it.
You were like, oh shit, I got caught out.
Thrown out.
Oh,
But if you
no.
banned him, you couldn't say anything.
He got me. I was like, oh
And
shit.
honestly, if I was that person
It's
and
the
people would say,
fantasies
"Why do
this
you
guy
care?
spins.
Why do you care?" I would say, well, why?
He was literally like, oh wow, I'm an idiot. And then he flew away because he got catapulted out by a mob of cool people. Not an angry mob, a happy mob. A mob of laughter.
Why do no? Why?
And as he
should
flew
we
through the air, he's like, I'm
about
dumb. That literally happened.
that he needs to pay bills. Like, why should we care that he has
Bro.
responsibilities and all this stuff? Why should we care that he has a day off coming up, or that he needs to get groceries, or that he needs money for groceries? Like, why should I care about him needing money for groceries? Everyone needs money for groceries. Like, what planet are you on?
These
What
fucking
country
fantasies.
has free groceries.
Like, just imagine someone asked me a question I didn't want to answer, and everyone in chat turned against him, and he was like, he turned around him as he was encircled by a crowd of super happy, positive people, and he was like, oh shit, just imagine that happening. That sounds so cool, right? Let's do that all the time. It's like none of this happened. What the fuck is your deal?
Groceries.
Wow.
So
Wow.
nutty.
People
Wow.
actually stuck up for me.
Wow, people stuck up for me. It was cool.
Now,
So
this is
cute.
really funny too. This kind of low-key shits on his fans, on his own viewers who defend him. They're in his chat. They see
No one ever
and
defends
they
me.
Don't like listen to them. They don't ignore them and all this other shit. Blah blah blah. And this dude is like, they defend me, guys. Why? Your fans don't? Vidar defended you. Do you not care about what Vidar did for you?
Nope.
Vidar fought to the death for you, Phil. He took arms just for you, Philip. Not literally, but you know what I mean.
Okay. Instead of everything being drama about Phil, they actually saw it from a realistic perspective. Like, what the fuck cares? Even the thing is, and I've told you guys many times over the years, all the shit that's said about me usually is based on a nugget of truth that then
The
gets
nugget is that he
extrapolated
does waste money
into a world of bullshit.
Like,
right?
honestly, I said this before, guys. I say this all the time, okay? Even if WWE Champions is false, let's say it's fake, it was someone else, this dude still wastes money. Literally, just last year, he wasted money. He bought a fight stick for the PS5 that he didn't need. He bought the expensive version of Mortal Kombat. He bought the Ultimate Edition of Street Fighter 6 for nothing. He didn't need to spend half of that. He could have kept playing Street Fighter 6 on his Xbox, but he convinced himself he needed the PlayStation version because that's the fighting game standard. And then he gets the Quanba, and then he hates that stick now. And now he got gifted the Victrix, and that's going to be good until he has another idea for another fight stick. This dude wastes money anyway. He buys a lot of games he doesn't need. If money is so tight for him, why doesn't he just go back to the backlog? No, we can't do that. No one liked Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but if you're not buying new games constantly, wouldn't it just kind of invest in itself because he technically already made the money back for that game anyway. And it wasn't like the game was completely dead, but he's making it dead because he doesn't want to play it, even though he says he likes the game.
Have I ever played mobile games? Yes. Have I spent money on mobile games?
And again, we are ignoring the years of him saying, I never played mobile games. I stopped playing them because Cat moved in. I love Cat so much. Why would I play mobile games? To then say, yes, I played mobile games. Like, he doesn't understand those kind of lies add up. Again, this dude lies, and some of these lies people would forgive, but when you lie a lot like him, you tend to not care about giving him the benefit of the doubt, and you just assume he's lying to you.
Yes. 99.
Why didn't you tell Adam and Craig that it's none of their business?
Mobile games is a lie. But it's like I've said, I would much rather have the devil I know than the devil I don't.
You don't know this
Like,
fucking
open up
this fucking spurgy saying he keeps using. It's such a schizotypal tendency to latch onto a catchphrase and think that it's so profound when it makes no sense to anyone outside of your own head. It's like you don't know anything about the Kino Casino. You don't know shit about anything, really. You have to go with the devil you know. See how profound that sounds? It's like, no. It sounds profound to you because you're an idiot.
Accounts and prove to you that everything was false, people would use the information I just showed you.
We just want one account.
That makes no
one
sense.
account. One. Singular. the WWE Champions account. That's the only account that people are asking for. And he doesn't want to say it because it's going to ruin his life somehow. Because this dude is so dented. He apparently, assumingly, he used real world accounts with that same username. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because my
Did
PSN
he use the account that he uses for his
giant
bank?
enemy crap.
Okay,
what
well
are you gonna do
then
with
what
that information? Add me
is the
on PSN?
password? The
Maybe.
username?
Are you
Like,
gonna
what the
play with
fuck,
me in
dude?
Guilty Gear? I don't know. But that's it.
Then change your username on whatever account you think is going to be compromised by people knowing what your account name in WWE Champions is. That easy.
You're gonna know everything. Like,
Don't you dare ask that.
I mean, I think I'd be a little alarmed
Worski.
if knowing your WWE Champions accounts would ruin your life, unless you're a whale in some other game you don't know about.
To hurt me further, in
Which then isn't that we're wrong? We're just wrong on the game. At that point, like, this doesn't really help his case.
other ways. I've been through the whole mobile game slander for 4 years. I don't care. It doesn't affect me.
Sounds like you do care.
It doesn't bother me. So I'd rather have.
Then
that
why don't you
slander
play wrestling
continue
games
here,
if it doesn't bother you?
bullshit, than have a whole new can of worms opened up. Do you see?
No, makes no sense. As always.
About it, and they're saying you're doing the right thing.
This is so stupid. And this statement makes him look very sus. You had to go to, like, how stupid are you? You had to talk to a lawyer. Hey, lawyer, so people online think that I'm this guy. Should I show them my account? Like, to any person who is probably not a gamer, they're probably gonna say no. Because usually, accounts are tied to, like, bills, your health care, whatever the fuck. I mean, now accounts
They were like,
are,
sir, this is a Burger King.
not that personable. Like, you know? Like, if you know the username, there's a chance it's not gonna do anything. But if you're giving a username to something that is tied to, like, real world shit, then yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. But also, when you say account, when you ask them that question, what are they thinking when you say that? Are you talking about account name? The account itself? I mean, this dude, he's so dented. No lawyer is gonna say, if you just ask anyone, should I show my account? Just off the bat, you're gonna want to say no. Because you don't know how much they're gonna show when they ask you that. Because, are you gonna log in? Are you gonna show the password of the account? Are you gonna show the innards of the account? No, all people want to know is the account he logs into. That's it! To a mobile game! Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
The funny part about it is, even
Hilarious.
if it was true, it's still none of anyone's fucking business.
Why didn't you say that to Adam and Craig?
If it was true, he should, like,
It's none of your fucking
watch
business,
the
Adam.
streams of him saying he's gonna lose his house.
That would have looked really good
And then
on the
say
side
how
scrollers. You would have looked like a real
money badly
badass. Everyone
and
would
all
have
this
thought you were
stuff.
cool. They would have turned
And then
against the
say,
trolls.
I was playing mobile games.
We would have been
while
like,
I was
oh
saying
shit.
this, spending $40,000+. And then tell me, and go on his little podcast and say, that's not a big deal. This dude gets worked up into, like, a rant about people who stream and get paid a lot of money. But this dude can spend money and have no ramifications at all for it. Again, he got mad at people who make more than him getting even more money and saying they don't need money, they're already rich and this and that. But if this dude, if it's true what he's spending in the mobile games, then why is he so thirsty for money if he's able to spend that much in mobile games? Like, this is a really stupid take. If you truly don't care, then why do you act like a broke bitch? Again, he gets so mad that all these people fake who they are to get money. Oh, this other guy, they're pretending to be your friend so that you can give them money. What does that say about you then? Like, this dude is so dumb. And these delusion segments, the reason why this is 2 hours plus long is really that this is the most hardcore delusion segment we have had from this guy in months. Like, literally, I can't believe the rant, the delusion.
But it's not true. But if it were, it still
It's
wouldn't
not
be anyone.
true.
I I should still be able to spend my
Voice
money however the fuck I
cracking,
want.
turning away from the
Yeah, but how
camera.
you act on stream matters. This dude has been streaming for this long, and he still doesn't learn how he acts on stream. People are gonna call him out for sometimes. If you act loud enough, people are gonna respond back eventually. This dude tells you, "Oh, I realized that what I did was like this and that, and I was so bad and blah 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 blah." But now he's like, "Oh, it doesn't matter." But how about how you acted then, stupid? Again, 2017, in December, he was playing so hard that he didn't want to lose the house. Kekken wanted to do a charity stream for DSP. Like, think about that. This dude got someone so concerned, they were gonna do a special stream to donate to Phil. And then DSP had to talk him down from doing that because deep down, that's ridiculous. There are so many other people that are suffering and are more deserving of getting help like that. And DSP isn't one of them. This dude is garbage.
I could have 10 Tesla Cybertrucks in my backyard, right?
And
I
he's
could
bragging
have-
about this. This dude needs 10 Cybertrucks worth of bleach in his diet.
An entire dancing line of WWE wrestlers doing.
But let him waste his money, okay?
You don't get to
Other
be
people
funny, Phil.
ruining everyone's
You're
life.
bad at it. You're too
When
bad at
DSP
it
gets
for
to waste
for it to even be
let him
allowed.
waste his money,
It's
man.
illegal.
He's only dumping thousands and thousands to mobile games. You know, the market that invaded console games. You know,
You're banned.
remember
You're
the
banned from trying to be
quadruple A game
funny.
that was made like a mobile game. DSP spent money on mobile
The
games.
Council of
that
Comedy
site
has declared
knows
you
that that's where the money's at. And then
non-persona.
when they make console games, they're thinking about that. Isn't that harming the industry when you support mobile games, Philip? So, isn't you spending money harming people? Because you're
Excommunicado.
putting money in a business that gamers don't like? He's hurting the gaming industry. Wow.
What are you talking about?
What are you
How
talking
is this
about?
anyone's fucking business? And I
Should have said that to Adam and Craig. How is it your fucking business?
I've been under attack for so long.
I could have a 10 Cybertrucks in my backyard, Adam.
Is
Go
going
fuck
to
yourself,
to complain
stupid.
about how someone spends their money. Tell
And
them
then Blabs would have shown up on stream and started clapping.
Why do you care how they spend their money?
Yeah,
if there's
you tell
anything
him,
else,
Philip.
Say you sound like a stalker.
You want
Or
my
sound
giant
insane,
Harry Potter
or a
Funko?
conspiracy theorist.
You deserve
and
it.
See how mad he gets. You'll either get
You're way
banned,
cooler than
or
Meerkat.
or he'll
He's a
insult
simp.
you, or both. I guarantee that because this dude is such a little bitch about everything.
Jasper long. That for me, I'm so
Read.
used to being under attack. It's like, well, I never want to talk about it ever. But now I start to think about it. I'm like,
He said this before,
these
though.
people are right. It's no one's fucking business or anything, right?
It's not your
Wrong.
business anyway.
So
When you make it everyone's responsibility, you make it their
And he
business.
gets involved in other people's business.
Cocksucker.
yeah, I get the feeling there's others out there now who look at the situation. They're like, this is the dumbest thing. How do you keep bringing up Phil's name? They see guys like Review Tech. They see guys like Keemstar who can't keep my name out of their mouths. And they're like, why do they keep bringing up Phil?
Because what if they like you, though? What if they bring you up because they like you? Ever think of that? What if Keem loves your content? And he just loves your personality? Okay.
Honestly, because they're so upset with the fact that I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm not involved with their
Yeah,
bullshit
they're so upset. That's why they want to give him $50,000. Okay.
drama circles. But I still make a living and I'm still
Begging.
successful. I'm fulfilled in my life. Happy. They can't
You
stand
don't
that.
seem very happy.
Understand? Because their whole
If he's
thing
so
is
happy, why is he seeking validation from Kino Casino?
Yeah.
Why Kino Casino's kindness?
You literally
is
say
giving
that they
him
make
good
content that they do because they're unhappy and you want to be a part of their content.
Okay.
Okay.
bringing down others for personal gain. And they can't bring.
Isn't he bringing down Rich to bring himself up? Again, every time he said how bad Rich is, he would say how good he is. How much better he is. Isn't that bringing him down and benefiting? You're benefiting off his bad day, Phil.
Bring me down. So they hate me because of that, right?
Wrong.
Kino Casino guys
God.
have been very nice to me. all right, in
Right?
the last week.
Right?
I've only spoken with them a couple of times.
Fucking
And we've had some really nice conversations. I'll just say
so
that.
insecure.
And I don't
The
want...
conversations are like, hey,
He's gotta
hey
tell
guys,
himself
can you,
he's
like, make fun of
right
me?
just
Yeah, how I
every
eat corn?
5 seconds.
Guys, like he brings up like Idubbbz being a cuck, but he doesn't know what Idubbbz is and or what's he about or what happened to him. But he knows enough to say he's a cuck. But why is he a cuck? Why do you care about people not having sex? This dude literally was like saying, I understand being 40 years old and being an incel, but 24? Come on, man. And it's like, you know, what if they are 24 and they're an incel? Or, you know, like, it's come on. We're gonna really discuss incel and all this other bullshit. Why do you care? Why do you care so much about other people's sex life? Huh?
To commit to anything because I'm not going to. I refuse to. But the way I see it is, you know, you take it slow.
The way I see it is, you know.
You're involved with
Oh,
people,
okay.
you want to be sure
Gotcha.
Talk as if
What?
it's in a relationship. But it's so funny. He's saying it's slow with them, but he sped run Kat. He ran to marry her. And look at their relationship now. They're just glowing. They're glowing now. So much. We're never gonna get beyond 2 souls. That co-op is dead.
You guys having
Dead and
more of a
buried.
honeymoon with
And
TPP
man,
than it is with his
it
fat
was
wife.
so funny. He hyped it up.
Maybe-
then he hyped up the possibility of
Maybe if
other
Kat called
games.
herself fat, he would respect her
And then
more.
look what happened. But that's not over-promising, under-delivering, guys. No way.
best interests on both sides are there, right? And
Right?
So if maybe I do something with these guys in the future, it will be planned. You'll know about it, okay? And I mean like something formal. I don't mean, oh, you know, some of you guys drop into my stream or maybe I drop into their stream. That's casual, right?
That's casual. What the fuck are
Right?
you talking about? He usually does not direct anyone to anything. Whatever.
I mean like planning something out where maybe we'll actually work together on something.
And guess what they're gonna work together on? Reacting to the reviewed tech documentary and probably his documentary. Man,
You know, in a
cool.
capacity.
In a-
Let's plan it together. Let's work on it.
Okay, well, you planned a collaboration with Wings, and that was a disaster, right?
He's gonna already hate Rich, so he's kind of like, he's gonna watch a documentary to learn about Rich and watching him with people who dislike him. So isn't that a biased take? Because I swear DSP would say that's biased, right? If I had someone watch with me a documentary about DSP and I'm like a big hater, that wouldn't be biased though, right? Right, Philip?
Possibility we might do something over the summer. I don't know, right?
Right?
But at the same time, I want to be sure.
I don't
that it's in
know,
the best
right?
interests of everyone. I don't want to make a
What?
mistake like I've made in the past, where, for example,
See,
side scrollers.
He's saying this out loud, and I'm wondering if he's low-key smart enough to do this little con here, where he's gonna say, I'm gonna be very paranoid, I'm gonna be looking over my shoulder,
And you can guarantee when he does do the collab, he's gonna have headphones on. He's not gonna snort into the microphone. He's not gonna throw clear every 5 seconds. No, blah, 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 none of that. His entire persona and attitude towards streaming will change from what he does. Is the video muted?
keep an eye on them. Like, that doesn't sound normal at all. That sounds normal, man.
The whole idea.
You can't hear
going on
that?
Side scrollers. They invited me to just be a standard
That doesn't
guest
make
on their
sense.
show, and I was like, sure, I'll show up on your show.
Get this. So, that's how they got him in. They then email him saying, oh, we gotta interrogate you now. Now, DSP could have been a little bit smarter.
Fucking
and
with me.
say, no, I want to do what we promised. You said I was gonna be a normal guest, and this and that. And if they kept pushing it, he could have also just said, I don't want to do it then. And then that could have been it. But no, No, he can't say no directly. He never learned. He never learned how to say no.
And we'll hang out together and we'll have a good time or whatever. By the way, I'm having a blip in my internet again. It should clear up in a second. See, I'll tell. So, with the side scrollers thing, the idea was I was going to go on their show and be a guest and have fun. We were going to talk about topics. We were going to hang out, shoot the shit. It wasn't supposed to be an interview. All of a sudden, because my
And
detract.
it's so weird. After this, right? He never tried to do anything with anyone and said he doesn't want to work with anyone again. Then the next thing you know, he wants to do a documentary with Mike Klum. But he couldn't do DSP Asks It because of this. Like, guys, DSP Asks It could be back on the table. Now that Kino Casino are involved, he could finally do that show. It's definitely gonna happen now.
Detractors contact them and flood them with requests.
That's not even what happened. It happened after they agreed that it was gonna be this. So then they're like, okay, you need questions, and they left it open. It's not the detractors' fault that your fans didn't volunteer to ask you questions. Because honestly, why would they? Think about it. They see this dude every day. What are they gonna have Craig ask? Hey Craig, can you ask Phil what's his favorite Street Fighter character? And like, honestly, all of their shows that they had guests on was always like that, just asking questions and this and that. DSP interpreted it as an interrogation because it's DSP. But again, if he was supposed to be a normal guest and shoot the shit, why didn't he just say, let's do that? And he wasn't interested in doing this. But then, when he did it, after the fact, he said, this is according to plan. And this is what he intended. And this and that. It sounds like he was just coping to say this is it, that was the plan, so he doesn't look like an idiot. Because you see these little gaps of that him saying he was fooled. And again, either he was fooled because he's an idiot, or he was too dumb to say no. But I mean, come on.
It becomes a giant interview that they use to propel themselves to internet attention and stardom.
I don't.
And since then,
I don't think they needed DSP to get to where they are. Like literally, I don't think it mattered. I think they would have been on the same path even before DSP entered their sphere. Because,
yeah, Craig was bigger than DSP was before the interview even happened.
Cultural war grifting. That's their content, which gets clicks. They don't need him. They have already a thing going. Whatever.
Since then, basically they've done nothing but benefit from that stupid interview, right?
Wrong.
How they did nothing but benefit?
Well, the whole idea here is Kino Casino is talking to me and they're like, we don't have any intention of that at all. Like, why is it that you can't have fun?
They never said that.
Though? Did Craig tell him the intention was to like bully him? Literally, Craig, like the way he told it was that you were gonna be a normal guest. Then Craig came up to him and said, hey, actually, let's ask them questions instead or whatever. And then that's what it became. Okay.
On the internet with anyone. Why is it that every time that you attempt to have fun, someone tries to thwart it?
They didn't say that.
I agree.
How was he thwarted with Brian? Oh, because trolls were talking to him, but maybe if you were talking to Brian... It's the same shit with Kat. He doesn't talk to these people, so why would they talk back? This dude had Kat next to him, and he did not even talk to her. Did not address her. She was just kind of there. The Halloween stream the whole time he was focused on the game. And she was left at the mercy of the chat. And then she got upset. Wow, maybe if DSP was like more like talkative with her, maybe she could have like put up with it. But he left her alone, pretty much. And then when he played Like a Dragon, he was literally just sitting there, like, literally, quite literally. She was like the mom playing the game for her son. She was like, Mommy, I don't know how to beat this. Can you beat it? And then he passes the control. The mom's like, watch this, son. And then she does the game. Because she just sat there and he was just like, all right, do this. Whoever gets the most points, do this to get points. Meanwhile, when he hyped it up, he was saying, oh, we're gonna, like, design the island together, and we're gonna, like, do some really cool stuff. And then the whole night was just fishing for rewards. No thought of what to do. Just, hey, this will get you a lot of points. We're gonna do this. Which is like so lame to play a game and have that mentality. Why not just play the game and just make something fun? No, we gotta get the rewards. And after that, he just kept talking about reaping the rewards, and then we never saw Kat again. But with Brian, he was in the party chat with DSP. He had a mic just for Brian, and he barely talked to Brian. The most we got was, I'm an old man, Brian, I can't fight, or whatever the fuck. And he was playing Dhalsim, so it was more obvious that he was making the joke that Dhalsim's too old and he's not the one that's being old. It's so lame that this dude is so pathetic. But it's, guys, the trolls ruined it. Gee, maybe if you had more chemistry with Brian maybe would have been around more. But he gets nothing out of it. The only thing that came out of it was people were like, "Hey, Brian's not that bad." And I said this before. Brian isn't like that bad of a person. He's not as much of a it's not like the Air Raid Lord. The Air Raid Lord is a very, very specific person that will literally be like, DSP sucks. And it's like, DSP's cool, man. That's Air Raid Lord. Brian at least like he has a brain. And he thinks and he does stuff. You know, he's a little more like interesting as a person. The Air Lord is not that interesting as a person, so him flip-flopping is more annoying and more obnoxious. Meanwhile, Brian is at least honest with what he does, you know what I mean?
Agree. I can't just hang out with someone and have a casual time and have fun. Every time that I go to do a stream with Brian and play casual Street Fighter, my fucking dumb fuck mentally ill insane haters have to flood his chat with insane amounts of toxic negativity about memes about me.
Dude. Kino Casino had memes about you and you said it's okay. The memes about you with Brian is bad? Like what?
And awful things and terrible things about viewers and stuff. What the fuck?
Oh, they kept making fun of like.
Did Brian say he was harassed?
I think the whole thing
No.
with Derek got to him too, because Brian told DSP to his face, as far as I understand it, that he said, "Well, if you want me to come back, you gotta do something about the Derek situation." And then and I said this. I don't know if I said this in video, but I said this on Twitter. It was very funny to me and very interesting. If you go during the Brian era, the Brian arc, DSP was very, very mean to Derek. Not very mean, but he was it was very dismissive and telling him to shut up in polite ways. Well, not so polite, I guess I should say. But he was being kind of rude to him. More so than you'd think he would. And now that the Brian shit's done with, he's gone. He's back to being kind to Derek, reading his posts and enjoying his questions. It is after that interview with Agent Proper that Brian had, and he said that about Derek. It got me thinking, because every time Derek was posting, DSP literally said, "Derek, why are you posting that? Derek, you're asking these such dumb questions." And it was kind of like he wanted to be mean to Derek to kind of demotivate Derek from showing up. Inactive tab. Oh my god, shut up. Jesus, Chrome. Wow. What's gonna happen if I go here? Oh god.
Anyway,
we're just gonna pause here. But anyways, this dude literally was yelling at Derek. It was kind of like he was kind of hoping that Derek was gonna be like, "I'm not coming back to this guy's stream because he's mean." But that never happened because Derek is Derek. And this is where we're at. That's kind of what it is. And I kind of feel that's definitely what the case was. Because literally, the moment we're done with Brian, he's back to being friends with Derek again. And look at him white knighting him. Being mean to viewers? Dude, people can say Derek is a creep and they don't like him. But it's fucked up to look at his Twitter feed and hold him accountable for how he acts on Twitter. Then why are you acting saying that what Rich does in his private time and with his Dropbox is awful then, with that logic? Come on.
What's wrong with them? They're nuts.
They're nuts.
You know?
So every
No,
time I
that's
try to
not
do
what he
this,
said.
they have to interject themselves, right?
Wrong.
Well,
Well,
I think
snort.
that Kino Casino's smarter than that. And they know
It's smarter than you are.
and they'd rather be
I
fair.
love that
Apparently.
this dude just coughs
So they're able to
with his mouth
fucking
open,
work you like a
fucking slob.
puppet.
You can't cover your mouth, and this is what he does when he covers his mouth. He can't just like, I don't know, cover it better. Whatever.
And that's nice. So
That's
we'll
nice.
see what happens. All right. And I want to say thank you to this person who's from Kino Casino coming by, being
Oh,
nice.
I wonder why he's so
right?
thankful.
So nice. I mean, what $100 tip is crazy.
He
I mean, I
gets
didn't even-
$100 from like other people. Jordan gave him $100, and he's like, "Oh yeah, thanks, man." This guy, oh, so nice.
Know about these guys until like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Someone had mentioned them in chat.
No, you brought them up
They
before.
were referencing Rich, and basically, you know, I referenced
So
that
can we
clip
call?
then,
So
and then we
so
kind
I
of.
got a question. Since they said that they made fun of Cat for being fat, can we make fun of Cat being fat now? Is that okay in DSP's chat? Is that fine? Is that fair and balanced? Oh, interesting.
Back and forth for like the last week.
Or you know what? People were saying like, why was it Triple P or PPP, whatever the fuck? Since he was making fun of Cat, like, where does he get off? He's also fat. Well, maybe that it's fine. You know, fat people can make fun of fat people. Maybe that's the angle that DSP's operating under. Since PvP is fat, it's okay for him to make fun of fat people. I think it's fucked up when people who are skinny make fun of fat people. Okay. But that's just a speculation.
Listen, so far, I've seen absolutely
My nose is very
nothing
itchy.
but positivity from these guys.
Well, you're
Right?
wrong.
And by the
It
way,
just shows how ignorant you are and that you know nothing about them. But they're the devil you know, right?
This community.
Again, this dude tells us before, oh, I can't trust anyone. I have trust issues, man. I want to be left alone. A dude is like, DSP's the king. I want to get involved with them, but I'm going to be careful. But I'm going to be involved with them. Like, this dude really just says shit.
care about all you guys who come to my content and watch it every day. I want to make sure that anything that I get involved with, it's not going to negatively affect this community in any way. That's more important to me that we maintain our positive community.
Maintain our.
Than
This is
to
not
just
cold
get
speak, by the
some
way.
kind of a temporary boost in attention because
Yeah,
I'm on some show or
it's
they're on
all a
live or
work.
whatever. I want you to understand that.
But that's how it
At
works.
the same
That's
time, this has been
whatever.
a completely different experience. This is not, oh, so DSP, you know, is interested in talking with us or whatever. Let's turn this into a full fucking 10-ring circus.
You know, you think he'd learn. Maybe he should wait until something happens to say these kind of things. He's saying this like as if he knows for a fact they're not going to troll him, which then tells me he's not being careful because he just assumes they're not going to do that. So how are you being careful if you don't think that could happen? Again, this is the silver lining. After all is said and done, the moment they turn on him, depending on what it's going to be, this is going to be funny. It's the same shit that I said when he got a soulmate. It's like, the way he talked about Cat back in 2017, if he ever gets a divorce, no one will let him live that down. Because this dude was incredibly cringe about Cat.
With every single person who's never liked him on the show, let's interview him for 7 hours. Let's then make weeks and weeks of content after the fact to milk it and his haters. You know, it's like, what?
What are they milking their haters right
That's
now?
what gets me. Is like, how do people not understand the difference between all I wanted to do was be a guest on Side Scrollers?
No, you wanted an interview. That's why they
An
contacted you.
unlimited time interview.
Unlimited time. Dude, they
Could have left anytime you wanted
You
to.
decided to stay there. They didn't turn it into anything. And then when they asked, oh, we're going to do this, you didn't object to it. Again, it's one thing to say no and then, like, be forced into it, and another to just say yes and then do it. Come on.
Which I agreed to. And then after giving
He agreed to it.
Giving them that time and respect, they then went on weeks.
Because guess what?
They
After
read
that
the super
fucking
chats,
thing
which
he
you
did in
said
debriefing where
was
they
okay
their
for them to do.
opinions of it. He took that personally, which he didn't have to. I mean, sure, you could argue, well, they weren't exactly being kind, or they may not have been fair, or whatever the fuck. You can feel that way about it. but he didn't have to take it that way either. You could
Like,
take it-
is the Kino Casino gonna refuse to read any of the messages that they get? Like, like, are they gonna read off the insults that people send to the Kino Casino, like with money attached? Are they just gonna read it?
either
Okay.
way. But if you're gonna take it
It's
negatively,
the devil,
then
you know,
just
you
move on with your
guys.
life
He
like a
totally
big
knows what's
boy.
going on.
But this dude wants to be a little victim all the time. Like, this is a year old at this point, and he's still crying about it. And they're not even talking about him anymore. No one is talking about them anymore. And it's like as if like they have become huge, like they've become ninja level. But they're like where they were when they started. It doesn't matter.
Of milking negativity against me and taking money away from my haters who are so dumb they
And then get this. Now he's mad that the haters wasted their money to give it to them.
Well, your haters are
Why
gonna
is he
give
mad about this?
Kino
This is the
Casino
guy that
money.
just said we should not care.
Are
about how
they
he spends his
stupid?
money. And this dude is like yelling about how the trolls spent money on the side scrollers. Why do you care where haters spend their money?
That's a good point.
Matter. I thought it's fucked up.
Why do you care where they spend their money?
Phil? Why do you care how we spend our money? Why? See, he does this immediately.
paid them to shit on me for weeks, and then after the fact of telling me it's off, you can't be a guest on our show, we don't trust you, fuck off. When the gravy train dried up, then they tried to contact me. Oh, can we play Street Fighter together? Would you like to appear?
Dude, they did
So they
this
never said that
during-
you're not allowed on the
during
show
that
anymore.
wave of like of attention.
He just contradicts himself.
And they didn't
so
and
much.
The thing that's so funny about this, when he did that little like cope stream, Craig did not take it personally at all. He didn't care. He was like, okay, man, like wish you the best. Like he didn't even say like, Phil, you're a fucking idiot. He only started getting that way because Diaz was like kind of like giving him the diva treatment.
Yeah, and they
Where he
said
wasn't
the
giving
exact
the
opposite.
attention,
They
and
said,
then he just went from
let
there.
us know
I
when
mean,
you want to come
at
back.
the same time, who cares?
But
Honestly,
DSP is like, they said you didn't go on the show ever again.
Craig.
It's straight up
and they could
lying.
say, yeah, Craig challenged me and I won.
What?
Take that.
That's such an insane level of smugness to think you can just rewrite history like that. It's so crazy. Like, dude is insane. Like, literally insane.
Ever.
Actually, he read the email himself. And then months later, he can be like, the email said, you're never allowed on the show ever again. And you're just supposed to forget that he read the email that didn't say that whatsoever. It said the exact opposite. But he thinks he can just convince you otherwise, just by saying it. But everyone else is crazy, huh?
Like,
Everyone else is out of their minds. They're crazy. They're insane. Blah, blah, blah. Etc., etc. Yada, yada,
That's fine
yada.
too, but guess what? You don't need to talk about them all the time. This dude keeps bringing this up, but if you want to play the LARP that you're above it, maybe don't keep crying about it.
Appear on the show? No, fuck you.
No.
What are you, crazy?
Are you crazy? Are you insane? Are you out of your mind?
Dude, he said that it was fair, but then they talked to him when he wasn't there, and that's fucked up. But so many people have done that, and he said that's fine. They're cool. Kino Casino talked about him without him being there. The Quarterman did that too. And guess what? He was fine with it. Oh my god.
Back to your content, you'd have to be an idiot. And the truth is, because they are idiots. They actually thought I would go back. They thought for like, what would I benefit from that? Right?
Right?
They're out of their minds, right?
Right?
So
They're crazy, right? They're insane,
the
right?
interview itself,
They're out of their minds, right?
Because I knew. Like,
You okay, buddy?
The devil I know versus the devil I don't.
Devil I know.
The devil I know.
You devil I know.
Dude, there's no way
This guy's.
gonna like come out.
If this guy's not autistic, he's schizophrenic, man.
It made him look so bad. Like if
It's one or the
the
other or
right
both.
person, like cared about DSP
Is
long
it sure
enough
as
and
fuck ain't
watched that,
neither?
It would
Or neither. Or
It
neither.
would have been over
It's neither neither nor neither.
because that dude
You know.
was like sweating and like looking for God and like terrified. Like you just know you could definitely feel the pace. The beginning of it, he felt confident, like he was like, "Yeah, man, this is good, this is good." Then at some question, you just immediately see him just like drop that facade, and he was immediately like dumbstruck. Like it kind of started when they're pushing back on like the copyright strikes or like the "I have your IP, I have your address." Immediately he fell. After that, he couldn't get up. He couldn't get up again because he was like, they were like, "Yeah, that's only a threat." Yes, but no. And it's like, dude, you, but it was. But yeah, you know. And then like it just never came back. Like it is pathetic. Like, dude, the quartering, that interview, you watch it from start to finish, and he's just sitting there like he's just having fun. And saying all these lies, and the quartering never pushed back. Literally lied about the tip goal for the cat. Literally lied about that. Quarterman didn't care. Didn't think about it. And then like he openly said he just came up with a number. He came up with a number. And he was like, "I'm not gonna reach this. No way, man." So I just did that just for the lulz. Which is like insane. That would be shit he would hate other streamers do. Imagine if another streamer gets caught out for doing a tip goal that was fraudulent like that. He would be saying how dirty and underhanded they are. But then he goes on the side scrollers, he started with that tone of like, "Yeah, it's gonna be, I could say whatever and it'd be cool." To them like, "Oh fuck, they're actually like pushing back. You see, I didn't take money. No, the money just was there, and then like the person said they don't mind and they love the content." And you're like, "What are you talking about?"
If everyone doesn't believe me about mobile game spending and bullshit, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I've already
Sounds
been
like you do care.
He says he doesn't care. Earlier on, he's like, "Oh, I just realized that."
5 years, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to review.
If you didn't care, why'd you lie about it?
And then have people all over all my accounts and all my shit. You know
mobile
what I'm
game
saying? And then it just
account.
hurts me and my family. I'm not stupid. Lawyers
You
have
sure
told me
are.
not to do this, so I'm not going to do it. Okay?
Dude,
Then why'd you
come
tell him that
on.
you
He
would?
showed his mobile game accounts. But again, if you're saying this, then that just tells me on surface level that you're using a mobile game account name for real world things, which is the dumbest thing you could do. The dumbest thing. Because even if it's like, well,
So
if
change the
account
account
assigned to
name
your
of
phone,
everything else so you
dude,
can use
we
it.
have his cell phone number on the internet. Like, the most is his Apple ID. But, you know, guess what? Apple probably allows you to change it if you work hard enough. Whatever. Okay.
Well, I don't really want to spoil. Hold on a second here. Okay. What I was saying was,
oh, cool.
I don't want to spoil this
Pause.
as a
I don't
topic
know
of
what you said
discussion or
there.
anything.
I don't
but
know if it was worth it. I hope
mean,
it's
it's
not.
already been
He's complaining about
spoiled.
being sick. I know there's one
What the
time
fuck are you
called,
talking
but I think it
about?
was early on, and he cried about being sick or whatever. But that's not important for this video.
FYI, I have offered certain people to tell them the entire story of everything going on in my life, but they can't put it on the internet.
That's insane. This segment
I
was
got a
really
question
fucking
about
crazy.
Let's say I emailed Phil, and I said, "Hey Phil, can you tell me everything about you and all this stuff?" He would tell me, and then and then what happens if I make it public? Am I gonna die? Am I gonna get killed? Is this a threat? Like, what's gonna happen?
You're gonna make him sign an NDA?
Who's to say? Like, the only thing he's hoping for is that someone will just come out of the woodwork, say, "I talked to Phil, and what he said is true." And then we have to take his word for DSP's word. I mean, I just wouldn't have said this, honestly. Like, you don't need to say this.
I was like, I'll tell you everything.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell you
such a
literally
weird
everything
segment.
going on with me in the last 5+
You're not
years.
allowed to tell anyone,
Where
though.
my money goes, everything. But you can't put it on the internet.
But
because it's
okay. This makes me ask another question. He told us for 5 years the money goes to bills, bills, and more bills. And then he's telling us here that
I'm gonna tell you the truth about where my money's going.
he'll tell you where the money goes, but you can't tell.
I
other
thought we
people
already
the
knew
money
where it
goes.
goes.
So then the money doesn't go
This
to
dude
the
is
film
insane. That's what I said. It's like, wait.
How does this dude go and make himself look more like a liar effortlessly? It's really like he's just saying things that he doesn't know what he's saying. Like,
Yeah.
like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. Whatever.
It's
The
just
right
gonna
brain
be
doesn't know what the
in my
left brain's doing, I guess.
And I've been told time and time again, no, we don't want to know it then. We'd rather, if we're gonna be, if we get the full story.
We don't want to know it then. If I can't say it, I don't want to know it. I mean, whatever. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't want to be in that position either. Because imagine if I said, yeah, what Disney said is true, and I can't show you the proof. Imagine how annoying that would be. And then like I would this is just. I mean, come on. Again, he shouldn't have said this part. We don't need to know this.
We want to be able to publicize it. We want to be able to put it in a video, an interview,
So
a doc.
then these people want to
What
put
would be
it
the
in to
fucking
places
point
that
of talking to you if it's just, okay, I guess I'll just go on my merry way then. I'll never speak of this ever again. Man, that was really a useful use of my time.
You know, I thought
It's crazy.
You can't publicize it.
A documentary, and I'm like, well, you can't. That's the whole point. Again,
The whole point is that I lie to
you
you.
don't.
The whole point is that you know the truth, I lie to everyone else, and you have to keep my secret. Pretty cool, huh? Who would be like, okay, I'll keep your secret, Phil. You can keep lying to everyone, and I sit here and watch you lie to everyone while I know the truth, and I can't tell anyone what's really going on. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, fine. I'd love to.
And you hate someone for
Again, I don't need
the fuck?
WWE champions to be real to hate him. I really don't.
Insane.
This guy makes it very easy, like Rich. He makes it very easy to hate him.
Fabricated stuff like that, then go for it and hate on me. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, I'll be your accomplice for your lies.
100%.
Great idea. I love being an accomplice to a liar. That's like my favorite thing in the world.
We get a story to run with for popularity on the internet.
Oh yeah.
They don't actually.
Right?
If they did, someone would have accepted that.
The dude who literally broke
The reason they didn't accept it is because they're greedy.
account. Where is he now?
Makes sense,
Is
right?
he a successful streamer now?
What the fuck?
I don't even remember who it was.
That's out of his mind.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? No! No one does! You make no fucking sense, bro! Like, get a friend! Try and bounce this off another human being and see how they react to it.
Of the side scrollers. I said I have all.
Fucking nut job.
Guess what though? They wanted the information during the interview. He said, "Well, I gotta think about it and this and that," which is the most suspicious thing to say. Again, he had time to prepare for this interview. He could have hashed this out, figured something out, but instead he was like, "I gotta think about it. Maybe later. I don't know yet. It's gonna hurt everyone if they know." This, it's like, what are you doing? And then as much as people bring up the Keem thing where his internet went out, and that means that he could have doctored it. He could have doctored it at any point in time. That the internet cutting out isn't evidence to me about that. It just would have been, in general, anyone could say that anyways. It doesn't matter if the internet never went down and he showed it to Craig anyway. People could still say he faked it. I mean, that's just how it is. And if he doesn't care, that's good for him. But maybe don't cry about shit then. I don't know.
And you check your email constantly because if I send it to you, I want to be sure you're getting it. It's not sitting in your mailbox. Just in
Literally,
case.
none of this makes
And
any
he literally
sense.
Came back to me the next day after the interview after I sent him that night.
No, you said you didn't trust him enough to send it to
Yeah,
him.
that did happen. I thought he was lying about that, but that did happen.
He was lying about that.
This stuff, which
When he sent the email, he's like, I'm not sure if I want to send it to you or not. I just want to make sure that it's not in your inbox, because your email could be hacked.
and say,
what the fuck?
How frequently he
What the fuck are you
checks his
talking about? You need to read it, and then you need to immediately delete it. You can't keep a copy of it.
If you want something instantaneous,
Sounds like someone who's
doesn't he talk
guilty.
on Discord. Like I am pretty sure Craig brought up Discord when they said send us the information. Like he could have talked to him on Discord then, if it was so urgent. This is like I never understood that when he said that. I was like, who does this? It's an email. And Craig is a person. He could be busy. He has a family.
That night, and he said, "Well, we don't believe anything you said. We don't care what you send us now. Too bad."
That's
Again,
not
what they
He
said.
said that he doesn't feel like it's relevant
It matters
anymore.
at this point.
Like, which is true, just in general, in my opinion, because yeah, like more than that to show his WWE Champions account, and he never did, and then like
He never did.
The moment that your first reaction is, I don't know, I gotta think about it, like. You're not the most innocent looking person. A person who's on trial about murder isn't gonna say like, where were you? Can you show us where you were the night of this person's death? I don't know. I have to think about it. I have to talk to people involved in case it hurts my family. Like they're gonna say, dude, you're on this. What? You don't have your alibi prepared? Like you can't prove where you were? And I go, I gotta think about it, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And it's like, okay.
Bad, you can't be on the show ever again. Basically just a huge insulting email. I was like,
oh wow, that's super fake. Because guess what? If that's the case, why do they invite him back onto the show? Huh? What? And that's not what he said. He read the email in his own fucking video. Look it up. He literally just says in the email that he's not interested in getting the proof anymore. And he said, best of luck or whatever. He didn't say, you're a piece of shit, die. Or anything like that. Like, that's not at all what happened. And guess what? If Craig cared again, like, he kind of, DSP in a way opened the door for Craig to come back into the Philverse, because all Craig could do, honestly, if he had the email, he could just post the email and say, "This is what I said," and it would and he would say he didn't say anything mean, and DSP would look like an idiot again. But no one's gonna care, I guess, because
like, wow, that was really worth my time, giving you 5 hours of my time. You realize now you can make a lot of money on it. So you don't even care if I send you the real story. You don't want it anymore, right?
Wrong.
But this isn't extrapolating and spinning things negatively. Anyone would just tell you that. Your best friend in the world, Kat, could say that too. Val, I think the ship has sailed because I don't think they're gonna care what you send anymore because they may not believe it. Like, Kat could say that. But whatever, okay.
So, anyway.
Anyway, you totally believe me, right?
Anyway,
right?
Here is, I think people like not
Jesus,
just
man.
Kino Casino. I think there's many others, but Kino Casino is kind of coming out. Now listen, they make fun of me for shit. Good on them. You know what? I bet they're
Good for them.
I bet they're gonna watch.
I thought everyone who made fun of people were miserable,
barbecue,
and they shouldn't even be allowed to make money.
They were doing a stream that same day, and DSP waddled into their chat and demanded that they watch it. And then they had to. They couldn't refuse the king, so they did. And guess what? They made fun of how he eat because it's so funny. It's hilarious. I hate this dude, and this sudden urge to say he eats food funny as a selling point. This dude is so lame. People made fun of him for how he ate Cat's cake, got offended. But now, he gets to use it as a selling point for feasting with Phil. Because it's so funny how he eats. Can we make fun of how you talk? Can we make fun of how you look? Can we make fun of your hair? Okay.
From the other day, and probably make fun of how awkward I look when I eat. Everyone says
And
I look.
this is so lame too. To sit there like, I bet they're gonna this. And again, the only criticism he is accepting is how he eats. Truly pathetic behavior. If you're gonna brag about accepting criticism, why don't you send them to videos where you're actually being like negative? You should say, so, like, I sent them the video where I yelled at Lavinia, and then we're gonna see how they, and I bet they're gonna, like, say that I was an asshole. Which also would make him look like an asshole even double the fact. Again, just, like, this dude is so pathetic. The only criticism he'll accept is how he eats. That's where we're at.
I look awkward. I believe you guys. I don't know because I can't see myself eating ever.
You can
and I
watch
don't
his
go
own
back
You
and watch those
can-
videos.
Okay.
I believe
What?
you.
Uh,
So I'm sure that they'll.
The fuck are you talking about? You record yourself.
You know, in a video like that or whatever, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
I can't see myself eat
He
ever.
made fun of how he ate for years.
Bro, you can like pull it up on your
Hated
phone.
it. Like, dude,
Like in the middle
all
of your
these
stream.
Bison videos
You can pull it up on your
literally sound like
laptop. Oh my
dogs
god.
eating
What the
sloth.
fuck?
Literally, it's unbelievable. Like, you're literally, you're just like, and it's like, holy shit, do you try to chew that loud?
And you know, they razz me
You
from
know.
time to time, but the fact that they're being
They
nice
razz me. They call my
to
wife
me
fat.
is a change. I
Oh, it gives
literally
them
can tell you
immunity.
of another content creator that hasn't been like that has been nice like that to me. You know.
You know.
So many people have. H3's been nice to him. You know, I guess you could say Megacy's for they accepted his apology, but I mean, again, I don't think they even cared in the first place with the apology. Because they just saw the food and they just shared it because that's just their thing. They just share random posts. But this dude just gets such a serotonin hit when he gets a slight attention, he's in love with them. This dude is a fucking Derek. A Derek. He goes to a stream, the stream notices him, he gets all giddy inside. Because he cares so much. And they modded him. They modded him too. So that definitely made him feel special. He definitely feels like a special little boy in Kino Casino's little chat.
So it's a little bit of a different situation, you know.
No,
Anyway.
it isn't. Ha ha ha.
I eat on the side of my mouth.
Wrong.
It's like I talk on the side of my mouth at times. Yeah, I don't know why I do that.
I don't know, because you had a stroke? Maybe you should talk to a doctor about it.
Mannerism. Who knows?
Who knows? A doctor would if you asked him about it.
Oh my god.
Why does half my mouth look like it's drooping off my face?
Oh my god.
anyway,
dude,
I don't know, Phil. I'm a doctor. That's my professional opinion. I don't know.
And then we can figure out what the rewards will be for the actual stream. Okay?
Oh my
Okay,
god,
dude.
He didn't even run a poll yet.
Oh man.
He's doing a podcast right now.
I received
Whatever.
a $2.51
poll.
tip.
I don't care. I don't know. There's more to it.
Oh, hold on. Pankhurst was the body model, is what.
Okay.
In modern. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Age, why anyone would care what you spend your money on is really strange.
Oh boy. I don't think I'll
Someone
watch
tipped
the
me
other podcast. We'll be here for like
$3.47.
10
It says,
hours.
I'm your age. Why anyone would care what you spend your
I'm your age. Sure.
money on is really strange. You should be allowed to do whatever you
Because
want.
you're an e-beggar.
DSP cared where haters spend their money. That's kind of strange. DSP is 40-something, 50 years old, and he literally was concerned that haters were giving money to Craig. Why does he... Why? That's kind of strange. Isn't that strange?
Whatever you want. I don't like how they hate on your wife. It's awful. No one's perfect.
Oh,
Kino
they
Kasuya
called
is
your
on
wife
Twitch.
fat.
And you know, whatever. People can say whatever about his wife. The thing is, it's like, of course they're gonna make fun of her weight because it's like the easiest thing to make fun of. I mean, to me, it's like, I don't like go to make cat jokes that frequently because it's like, you know, what else to say? I think it's more funny the fact that DSP just kind of really doesn't care that much about her, and then like she also like changed her opinion. Like the interaction I think he has with Kat is by far the funniest thing, like in general. Like that to me is the highlight. I think about that more than her weight. She could be fat as fuck. She could be skinny as fuck. I don't care. But just the interaction they've had is so funny to me because it doesn't really sound like he's talking about his wife. It either comes off some days as if she's his mom, and others like she's his kid. It's so weird and bizarre and weird. And that to me is the thing that's funny about it. Like, she went from liking anime to hating anime suddenly, somehow. And then, like, he makes fun of her gameplay a little bit, low-key. And then the interaction, she breaks everything, she does weird shit too, like, it's so fascinating. And that's as far as it goes for me. I mean, I don't like, some people go a little too hard on her, and that I kind of, like, don't vibe with. But I'm not gonna start, like, policing people with what they do. I'm just gonna go about my business and this and that. I'm just saying my piece about, like, how I think it's funny about their interaction. The way thing is, like, it's whatever. I mean, people are gonna make fun of that anyway. I also think it's funny that she started adopting his look. She looks really close like him almost. Like, she has the bulbousy nose that he has. She has black hair that's also, like, thin and has weird parts like his hair. Like, it's really like she's trying to morph into him. Like, that's kind of something.
Massive respect for your resilience. Thank you. And again, here's the thing. I can understand if I was on stream literally every day, running some kind of a crazy
But
marathon.
also, DSP said it's okay to bring up Rich's kids because he mentioned them on stream.
Every day, every stream, he has
So,
$150
if
tip goal.
mentioning them is enough. Then
And he
that's, like, your
nags you
game,
about
we saw
if
her
he's
too, right?
doesn't hit it.
Is that fair, DSP? Or is that
That's
negative?
marathon mentality. It's begathon mentality.
Guys, today I need $1,000. Please.
No, it's only $150 every stream, twice a day.
What? He did all this. He literally did.
It's not $1,000, it's only 300.
Dude.
It's only almost a third of what the crazy example he's telling you would be totally justified in making fun of him for.
Like,
it's only a third, okay?
Pig, go. Let's fucking go. Save the house. Now, of course, we're gonna get the username Save the House, but we are gonna, like, go as far back.
Fix this whole tax situation, save the house, and
Save the house.
Stay where I am so that I could potentially have a much better future for myself versus moving back to Connecticut, being a solo bachelor in a piece of shit condo.
Man, this fan arts. He never gets these kind of fan arts again. Like, dude, this is like the Egyptian you see on a history textbook, dude. Blech. What is this? Oh, no, it's Sims 4, so it's probably about games. What's this?
Happy Gilmore and save the house. I will do my best. Thank you, Bent Boxer. Butamania. Focus on work. To save the house, to save my...
Hey, save the house! Wow! It's like that's all he did. In 2017. He never did this, by the way. Oh god, this was gonna be, by the way, this was gonna be the bonus video. If I had time, I was gonna watch this. Guess what? Sadly, we don't. But I will watch it at some point.
I'm gonna lose everything. My family's gonna leave me. We're all sick. We're all dying. Please send me $1,000.
As I said save the house, like, pushed it to the point Kekken wanted to do a charity stream for him.
Said that Jasper wouldn't be able to eat food.
Charity stream for
Said it's not
Phil.
just me, it's my
Help
family who
save the
suffers if I don't
house.
hit this typical.
He had fundraising streams.
And he gives you this snotty little smile and giggle. That would be crazy if I did that right.
Again, go on your own little adventure. Go back to those videos and see just how much he was pushing Save the House. Like, it was disgusting. Literally disgusting what he was doing. And now he's like, I never did that. And he did do a $1,000 tip for a cat. But that was just a number he came up with. He was always going to show the cat, guys. Even though during the marathon he said, well, if you don't hit the goal, I can't show the reward. Because then what's the point of the reward, guys? This dude is so fucking lame. If you just paid attention, you're gonna be crazy. You're gonna go crazy, man.
Right?
Right?
Now, admittedly, years and years ago, during my bankruptcy years.
So he did. He literally tells you the time that he did.
If I was like, if I did this, that would be crazy, right? Now, admittedly, I did do that.
And then back then, people were saying,
Fucking
"Oh,
hell,
yeah,
man.
to clear bankruptcy." Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not bankrupt. And then he ended up being bankrupt anyway. But when he said he was going through the bankruptcy, it was literally just a means to an end.
It's not like he doesn't
Literally,
suffer
he
for this
goes back
behavior.
to
He
how
has no
described it.
friends, has
It
no
did not sound like
future,
he
has
needed
no
it. It
dignity.
just sounded like he just did it because he
Nobody
had
respects
to,
him.
and it was a thing to help him out.
You would
And it
much rather
wasn't
have what
something
you have
he
than what he
had
has.
to do or anything like that. And then he was celebrating it. He was like, "Hell yeah, I got bankrupt, guys. Hell yeah."
Everything was going to payments just to pay off.
And then he got like the vest streak during that time. So he did. It's not that he didn't have money. He had money.
things,
Whatever.
and I was down to the wire with everything. And there were a couple times at my weakest where I did marathon streams where I actually was fundraising, and that money was going to the important
Again,
stuff.
he did
The
say
important
save the house,
stuff.
but, like,
Where'd the vest money go, Phil? It went
try
to
tell you
pay
probably
for
that he
stuff.
was joking, but if you go back
It went
to
to
those
stuff
previous
and
and listen to
things.
them,
Oh god, people are so
at some
stupid.
point, he says it literally, and like not like facetiously.
And stuff, okay? If you haven't noticed, I don't do that anymore. It's been many, many years since I did any kind of
No, you say you want the same amount of money that you got back then.
Yeah, because
So
now you stretch it across your streams, urging your viewers to give you money. Like the begging
you
has
say if you
gone
don't
up.
make as much money as you did back then streams are down. You're gonna need more money.
Fundraiser stream. And I say, because I
You
don't
want
want to
the
go back
same
to
amount of money as when you were in emergency mode.
Doing fundraising streams was him like doing cocaine, or like him like doing crazy drugs. Dude, when people say why don't you do a fundraiser, it's always like why don't you do it for a PC? Why don't you just do this whatever? But he says no because then people will not give him money, man.
You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Nope.
I don't want to return to someone who only streams to make money and have a goal on stream.
Dude,
You have a goal on stream.
Drop it because it wasn't making money.
Ah.
We're just gonna ignore all this stuff. Like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth got dropped because of this.
What about Hades?
Must raise $1,000 on this stream, and we'll do this crazy thing and this crazy thing.
But the thing is, now the goal is like
No,
arbitrary
I'm not
and
gonna
like
do
vague.
that.
Because some days
Fucking
$2
dent-headed
is enough, other days
theatrics.
it's not.
No.
You know?
You know,
You want to
right?
look out for things that happened 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Okay.
Fucking
Well,
cunt.
that was 4 years ago. I've changed. Things got.
Again, he just brought up side scrollers. That happened a year ago. He brings up people's past all the time. Pro Jared, literally, he was going through shit. Guess what? Disney brought up something that happened like 10 years ago. Like that's relevant, and it's kind of disgusting, right? On any level, like at the time, people were coming out saying that Pro Jared was doing all this kind of fucked up shit. And then DSP decides to jump in and say, guys, he was also mean to me. He said I was a doo-doo head. Like, there's literal serious discussions coming in, and you have this joker showing up. Guys, he said I was stupid. And it's like, dude, go back to your children's table. Just let the grown-ups talk.
Things got better, right? Things got better. You haven't seen me do those activities ever again, but that's the thing.
What are you talking about?
Because they benefit from.
Did he let people like in the past like get over stuff that they've done in the
Still
past?
does
like,
begathons.
Like right now, Mr. Beast, correct, is doing a lot of fucked up shit, right? What if like Mr. Beast moves on positively and he doesn't do the bad stuff anymore? Is DSP gonna like forgive him and say he's cool? No. Is he gonna do that with PewDiePie? No. PewDiePie has a family. He doesn't give a fuck. He even demanded PewDiePie apologize for the ad revenue, even though it's like the issue was not just like, oh, PewDiePie did this. It was just in general that like advertisers were not like having a say where their ads were going, because get this, advertisers may not want their product associated with certain things. I know, crazy, right?
Slandering and defaming me. To them, something that happened once in the past is universal. Because Phil did something.
Dude, this guy also said, once you put that clown makeup, it will never come off. So let's say Rich rebounds from what's going on with him now. Is DSP gonna like be friends with Rich again? No. No, he's not. Of course.
That could be seen as deplorable or irresponsible.
So if anything is in the June the King documentary about Rich that happened years ago, are you going to be like, well, we can't talk about that. That happened years ago.
Oh, you see?
Forget all that. Strike it from the record.
That's forever him. No,
It
it's
is.
not. In fact,
it literally is. You don't get to choose what you're remembered for. That's the sad truth of it, guys. You're not gonna it's not up to you what you're remembered for. The fact that I've seen normies, people who don't know who this guy is, immediately say, is that the guy that fapped? It says all you need to know about what these people be known for.
Since that happened, okay, I've changed who I am as a content creator. Now I'm an interactive live streamer who does a variety of content, massively improved what I do, all my equipment, everything, right?
All this stuff he didn't do himself, by the way. He did not get the LED lights on his own. He didn't get the camera on his own. He did not get the Victrix on his own. Like, he can't flex about getting toys for free. Like, he can't. The only thing he bought for his business, for his setup specifically, is, I don't know about the spit guard. I'm not sure about that. But, the ring light. That's it. And maybe, and the game over sign. And shit. That's it. That's it. That's all he spent. The capture card was donated to him. He's taking a hand-me-down PC from Cat, supposedly someday in the future. Maybe one day, maybe not. Who knows? And then the Stream Deck is also gifted. The mini PC is gifted. What did he improve? Nothing.
I've met my wife, and I'm now married and have a happy home life.
Doesn't seem very happy since you're making fun of people, and you say that people who make fun of people aren't happy.
That's what depressed people say all the time. They get out of it. And how do you get out of it? Get married. Because it's so easy. Just like having kids. It's so easy. Just go up to a woman, or if you're a woman, go up to a man. Just have sex, and there you go. Don't ask. Just do it, man. It's so easy. It's so easy.
Everything in my life has improved in the last 8 years. To Rich, today is the same as 8 years ago. Exactly the same day. Nothing's changed. Haha, make fun of Phil. Why? Because that's his life. You understand?
He doesn't make
his life. He's stuck in a rut.
Again,
So
he doesn't know what he does on his own streams. He doesn't even know. How does he know he talks about you this much? And he, come on.
Today's the same miserable shit experience. So he has to project that onto others to make himself feel better. That's the kind of person he is. And that's what he's trying to deal with me in that way. You know what I'm saying?
No, because that made no sense.
That's how fucked up it is. I'm so different. I'm such a different guy.
He's so
different. I want to change for the better. I don't want to keep making the same mistakes, right?
You do, though. You do make the
I
same
wanna
mistakes.
improve.
Again, he said he learned his lesson from the side scrolls to not get involved. Guess what? He wanted to work with Mike Klum for the documentary. Overpromise, underdeliver. He then says, I want to be left alone. I don't want to do anything with drama. Now he's in bed with Kino Casino. Guess what? Kino Casino does a lot of drama content. He shames people for watching drama content. Guess what? He watches Kino Casino's drama content and thinks it's fun. Like, dude, come on.
I'm trying to do better. Like, for example, here's really where I've been trying to improve better in the last year. All right? I don't want to involve myself with massive insult wars and drama.
By the way, you know what's funny about him watching Kino Casino is, I don't know if he says it here or he said it earlier. I don't know. I forgot where he said it, but he brings up oh, I never really usually watch other people. I'm not allowed to watch someone. But guess what though? He watched other YouTubers though. His day offs, he tells us every day he watches YouTubers play video games. So he does watch other people. Huh?
Things like that. I'm trying to keep myself out of that stuff. If I think something's fun to do or interesting and it's not going to be harmful for myself or the community, that's different. But I don't want to be involved in back and forth and insult wars and shit. It doesn't get anywhere, right? So I really just ignored a lot of the nonsense that's happened, correct?
No, you just did that recently with Rich.
Responding to stuff, though. Whatever.
He said that your family wasn't real and you had a big cry session over it and you called him dumb over it.
Okay.
You said that having children is easy.
I don't sit here and be like, oh, it's the end of the world. The sky is falling because I had a day where I didn't make
Dude, he does do that though. Come on. Come on, man.
Much money on stream or anything like that.
He
I
does
used to be
do
like that all
this.
the time. And now what I'm trying to do is just calm down and be like, everyone's going to have a bad day. Everyone might have a couple bad days. Now we see a pattern. Like if I'm
We
playing
saw him
one
calming
game
down
that
playing
goes
Street
really well
Fighter, huh?
over and over,
That was a very
I see a
calm
pattern,
session
I
of
figure out
Street
who's doing
Fighter.
less.
Fallout 4 has not been doing good throughout the fucking like time he played it. He played it to the end. What a guy. He noticed the pattern, didn't do anything about it. But he kept giving us ultimatums though. That he definitely did. Isn't it funny? It's the same tactic he does all the time. If I don't get enough money, I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it. And then they give him money. Okay, man, this is pretty cool, man. Look at Stardew. He went from saying like, "Oh, it was so successful. I didn't want to milk it, but then support dried up, so I'm playing it less now because of that." And now it's getting support again. Guess what he's doing? Playing it more. Isn't that milking the game? Milking the audience? Okay.
Do we change the time slot? But I try to talk with you guys matter of fact.
He never changed the time slot. He never did. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth did bad on the night stream, and he never tried it on the day stream ever again.
About this stuff, right? That's different.
Right?
It used to be, oh my god, why didn't you guys support
Jesus
the campaign,
Christ.
right?
Right?
Now,
Literally like 300 times during this.
He's done this so many
You can make a
times in the
fucking
past.
compilation
Get
out of
outta
it.
here.
now, I have weekdays. I have days where it does bother me,
Snort.
and it's my fault
my
that I
God.
have those weakness.
Dude,
moments.
this is really like when you get caught out by the teacher that you're starting shit, and you're like, "Teacher, I'm just mad. I just had a bad day. Okay, teacher. I mean, like this is like what they say when they tell him to apologize. I'm a fallible human. Like he never learned how to apologize. It's always saying I'm a weak human. This isn't like a very like honest, genuine apology. It may be genuine and honest the first time, but the fact you keep going to it, it loses it. Like, come on. You can't keep writing it, I'm human. I'm just a dude stressed, man. People get stressed all the time. Do they fuck people up? Maybe they need therapy then. Do you need therapy? I don't know. Maybe you do.
And then I talk about this stuff, right? Well, I'm trying to do better. And I think I will do better over time. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of learning. It's a matter of not feeling afraid anymore.
Still learning.
Because for a long
Bro, you're
time, I was
fucking
afraid that
42, man.
If I had a bad week, man, I can't pay bills this week.
Figure it the
And
fuck
now
out already.
Something goes overdue.
He was afraid he couldn't pay his takeout. Last time he played Fallout, by the way. Pretty cool, huh?
Interest accrues, late fees, what's not getting paid now? Can I afford to do this or that? Which are things I need to do, right?
Right?
That's a scary feeling, and I was in that for years, and I'm out of that now. But I still get those feelings.
You
know what
still
I'm
can't
saying?
afford.
I'm
You
not
still
used
live
to
like
people
day to
being
day,
nice.
bro.
I'm just not. My viewers,
Dude, this
my
is so
longtime-
lame. Literally, his viewers tell him he's like hot and he's cool and amazing, and he's like, I'm not. No, I'm stupid. I'm ugly. I'm a piece of doo doo, man. Duh.
Time fans, they're a staple.
Dut, 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 dut,
very
dut, dut,
supportive
dut, dut,
group,
dut.
and that's why I'm here, right? I'm not
Right?
used to outsiders from that group coming by and actually saying nice things and being nice and being supportive. I'm just not. It feels weird. It feels like
It feels weird.
it almost feels
Rich
like
sending people to give him money.
This is a weird boner.
Grom.
It feels
Like,
weird
Rich
having
gave him
people
a
be
lot of
nice to
money,
me.
too.
It's like it should feel weird because
And
it's
he's not used
fake.
to people being nice to him.
Fucking dork.
Because Rich was like, he would give him money and say, Phil, you're stupid. Phil, you're fat. Phil, did you try drinking water in your ass? And then he'd be like, oh my god, Rich, you're so disgusting. Duh. And then like he would just continue with his life. Is so I guess that wasn't nice. Rich should have given him tips and said, "You're cool and I love you."
Like, do you trust it? Because again, every time it seems like I trust it,
Uh-huh.
and it seems like someone might
It
have my
sounds
best
like-
interest in
Uh-oh,
mind.
self-awareness
It sounds like you don't
almost
trust
occurred,
the
but
anyways, this is like pointless,
disappears just as
I'm gonna
quickly.
be careful nonsense. Like, okay.
Then they come back to bite me and they screw me, and it's happened many times over the years.
Yeah, it's
You think you should have learned by now, but no, I guess you're
it's a big
fucking
step
retarded.
to move forward and trust someone and say, "Hey."
Oh my god,
these
dude,
guys,
this
Talking
dude
about it
talks
like
as
it's
if
a
he's like a fucking like trauma victim.
relationship.
Like, dude, so many people go through worse. And this dude is acting as if like a wounded dog. Like, you know those animals that have an abusive family or like abusive owner, and then like eventually they're left, and then you're trying to rescue them, and the dog is like, I can't. He's so nervous and afraid because they can't trust another human because of the past experience. So they try to like cower and go away, and all this other shit, all this fucked up shit that's fucked up. That's how DSP sees himself. Oh my god, this is 4 hours. Yeah, we're definitely not doing the other part.
Are being nice to me, and
No, they're not. You're an idiot.
I want them to come by and hang out. and
This
be part
is
of the group,
insane. How long
and,
this took?
You know, I want to.
You know,
give those guys.
I just want to,
but,
I just,
step, I don't know.
I don't know.
This dude
You know,
purposely
I don't
talk
know.
this way
I
to
don't
make
know.
my videos longer.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right?
Right?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. This guy's losing
Too
it.
trusting, says Bill.
You know, that's what DSP said. He said that too. My problem is that I'm too trusting.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, I'm just happy.
We
to
talked
know.
about, but we're still
I'm
talking.
happy.
God damn it.
And
Stop.
You guys should get some popcorn for this
yeah.
video.
There are people out there.
I should have
who
said this
really
earlier, but I
give a
thought
fair
this.
shake.
I thought at
right?
most it'd
They
be
don't- I don't
2
feel
to
like
3
I
hours.
Still don't feel to this day like I've gotten a fair shake. Anybody.
Well, you told the side scrollers that they gave you a fair shake.
I'm happy to know.
Like,
that
man,
the
when
people
was
out
the
there
last
that
time
are
we did a
like,
4-hour
You
video?
see, look, you're not perfect, and yeah, you have flaws, and yeah, even
No one ever said you were perfect. Don't worry about
But at the same
that.
time, in comparison to all the other people they try to group you in with, you're not.
I
even
am not
close.
gonna compare this guy to anyone else.
You're
to,
worse
like,
than a
hate
lot
on
of
him.
people.
I'm just gonna hate him for him. I'm gonna compare him to himself. How about that?
Right?
Right?
They're way up here with the amount of fucked up stuff they're doing constantly, and they're doing it on purpose.
Oh my
To
god.
get over on the internet, because it's the only thing they can get attention for.
Shut up.
So what are you
Now,
begging on
you
accident?
nonsense, and it's just simple mistakes you make, and you have a great
That you
community.
keep
of positive
making.
people who
Like,
hang out
we're
and all.
just gonna ignore that he keeps making the mistakes. This is really the dude that puts his hand on a fucking stove that's on. Say, oh, that's hot. Then dude does it again anyway. Get out of
That,
here.
right?
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
I love
Yeah,
you.
yeah, man.
Yeah, Jade, no
I
problem.
love me.
Okay,
Go on
Jade.
by tonight, and
You know.
Okay, what's
the real messed up part about all of
oh
it,
my God.
right?
The
Right?
real messed up part.
For the longest time, how people, again, they wanted me to group into, you're the same as Wings, you're the same as Boogie, right? They
Right?
would draw
Oh,
pictures
You're all locals.
man.
that I was like a ginormous, bloated, swollen dude.
I like how he says it's bloated, swollen dude. Like, swollen implies it's temporary. When you're fat, dude. Whatever. I mean, it can go down, whatever. You know, it is what it is.
What in the
It's
fuck is
semantics,
this?
I guess. But this dude, these are caricatures. I'm like 5'4". So obviously I get like jokes about being short. Now obviously I'm not like short, but guess what? People exaggerate the joke because, you know, 5'4". Bleh. But dude, come on. And this dude gets so worked up. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna keep calling him fat. Fuck it.
Right?
I mean, he is
Yeah,
fat.
I'm
He's
so
overweight.
offended he gets about being called fat, but this dude, like, man.
Also, you want to
okay.
talk about big, fat, and bloated? It's your wife, bro.
What pictures are you looking at exactly? Like, what?
This is like him getting upset when people drew him like Rufus. But this dude was going through old videos, literally back in the Twitch days. Oh, look how fat I was! Oh, I was so fat! Oh, look how fat I was! And now it's like,
Yeah, he's got a big pot belly and little scrawny arms and
what do you
legs.
mean I'm fat.
It's not in
Dude,
shape.
There's when he used to wear these like little shirts, it literally looked like tits. Yeah.
It's like a fucking goblin.
Like, dude, come on. And his jowl shake. That's not being fat. He just has a weird body, I guess. But like, when people say he's fat, he thinks that we're saying that he's obese. Like that he's obese. No one is saying, unironically, you're obese, Phil. Don't worry. Just because we think you're fat doesn't mean we think you're obese.
Like what? Where do you not see the streams that I'm on every?
And probably when they do these drawings that like morph him and Wings together, they're probably just saying that they're so similar that you just fuse the bodies. Like this is them fusing,
Yeah,
like
and
the
like,
fusion dance. He did
like it's an extremely shallow thing to say that the only similarity that they have with each other is that they're fat. It's like it's so shallow and superficial.
fusion dance.
It's so wild.
every day. I weigh 200 pounds.
No, you don't.
And
You weigh like
they don't
220.
The narrative of toxic people on the internet is that I am the same as all the other people they don't like. So they draw me to look like them. They claim
Look at this. This dude will say that we're saying that he's similar to Wings. That's a 1-to-1 comparison.
Yeah.
But this dude says
Semantics.
It's not like that. You can't say that. But he'll say that we're all the same and all the trolls are the same and we're all similar and this and that. Blah blah blah. Okay.
I do the same things even though I don't.
Yeah, I don't watch
One
live,
time
so
I
I
had
can
a
skip ahead when he's being extremely obnoxious or just stalling, sitting there doing nothing and just wasting people's fucking time.
Something like that.
I don't think that's how it works because I don't think Boogie was running a crypto scam. I think the problem was that he invested in crypto and lost all his money. Like that's what happened. As far as what I understand of it. I mean, was he running a crypto scam? Was he what was going on there? Whatever.
I came up with some
He was
giant-
paid to market
They
a
came up
crypto
with
scam.
schemes.
A pump and dump.
Literally, he said to the quartering that when he came up with that $1,000 tip goal, he just threw a number out. He just threw a number out that he didn't think he was gonna hit. And then when you go to the marathon, he's telling them, "I'm not gonna reveal the surprise unless we hit the goal because if I just show you the goal, then what's the point of the tips goal? But if the $1,000 tips goal was a joke, then why push it that as if it was a real goal?" But then when he does it, he did say that it was to catch up on bills or whatever. So it didn't make sense no matter how you sliced it. And it was really stupid. But that's not a scheme according to Phil. Him pretending to be here wasn't a scheme so that people wouldn't attack Cat or whatever. That's not a scheme. Okay. He didn't run a scheme with his car, remember? He did this whole thing where he's like,
Oh, so like, I told you guys that the car was broken, and I gave some breakups because I was curious if they were gonna find stuff, and guess what? The trolls fell for the trap.
and all this stuff, and he bragged how the trolls figured out how much the bill was, and all this other stuff to prove a point. That's not a scheme. That's not a scheme. That also doubled to get him money. Okay. That's not a scheme, though. To reveal Jasper after getting $1,000, that's not a scheme. That was a joke. That was for fun. That was for the lulz.
Crazy scheme to take your money and then screw you over.
And then
Does that every single day.
Save the house scheme is my favorite one. He had literal. I wonder. I don't want to go back because this is like a 5-hour video, but I wonder if you go back to the marathons if he had in the tip goal save the house. But again, he did streams to save the house. That's not a scheme. Okay.
Pocket it and stuff like that, right?
Right?
Product
What are you
seven?
talking
Scam people every single day, man.
But that's it. They'll say shit like that. They'll say it happened.
Yeah, they'll say true shit that happens on a daily basis. Yeah, fuck them. They're assholes.
It was a cat.
They should only say nice
You
things.
charge people $1,000 for that.
You did.
You said that. You said this is a reward.
You know who
goal,
else
it's a
did?
special
Brian.
reward if he hit the goal and this and that. He hits the goal. Guess what? It's a cat. What is that action? Okay. Days like this, I wish he never hit that $1,000 tip goal. Because then we'll know for sure he was gonna share the information of the cat anyway.
Well, he knew he was going to hit it beforehand because he got an
I
email
guarantee
from
you, if he
Planet
hits that
Jeff.
$1,000 tips goal, he would just lower the goal and try again. That's what would have happened. So that way, it would hit the goal anyway, and then he would show it. Like, it would be an eventual goal.
He was guaranteed the 1,000 and he
is
begged for
so
1,000
lame.
anyways.
So lame to try to chase some form of success.
That is the worst, most unfair, most ridiculous spin on what really happened.
You're unfair. You're unfair to everyone, stupid. So why the fuck would anyone be fair to you?
Prove their own narrative, right? Just like in their eyes, there's no way I was ever good at Street Fighter. There's no way I was ever
You're
good
not.
at anything.
Watch the Street Fighter 6 gameplay. It's all garbage. Garbage patterns. Dive rush throw. Dive rush throw. Dive rush jab. 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 Like, dude, if he lost to people who played like how he played, he would call them scrubs and pattern players. But guess what? No one plays like Phil because he plays like shit.
Everything I've done, you know, it's just bullshit. They spin it in such a stupid way that that's not really what happened, right? But and they all believe it. That's
Right.
the sad part, is they all believe it. So these people out there who want to suck me into their vortex.
You want to suck me?
People want to
They
suck
want
me.
to
I don't want to
believe
suck
that
you,
I'm
Phil.
Exactly the same as all the other
PPP
horrible
does,
people
though.
out there.
You're not exactly the same.
Apparently.
Doing
From
this.
what we can
Similar
see.
No content. I'm not. In fact, just leave me alone.
But you just
Right?
suck.
Literally, just leave me
Leave me
alone.
Right? No.
Right?
But if
Wrong.
you alone,
Don't have to.
you
Fuck you.
alone, and you
Fucking
wouldn't
piece
be
of
your
shit.
friends.
Go
You
fuck
wouldn't have
yourself.
met Kino
I'll do whatever
Kino
the
alone.
fuck I want. There's
Think
nothing you
about
can do about it.
You never would have known.
Suck
that.
on that,
You should be thanking us.
twat.
He should thank the trolls
I have another shout out to do.
for matching them up.
There was a pause. What pause? What are you talking about?
Okay.
What are you
Thank you,
talking
mysterious
about?
stranger, for a $5. I said they want to suck me. Oh, they do. Oh, trust me, they
Oh.
want to suck me.
Now we get to gay panic mode.
They wish they could suck me.
Yeah,
They wish they could
would.
suck
What are you
me
talking
dry
about,
if
Kino
possible.
Casino?
Because again,
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
Remember, they claim I'm a lolcow and they want to milk me. They want to suck every orifice for anything that would benefit them.
I never said I wanted to suck
True.
you or milk you or anything like that.
Absolutely true.
Keep your fetish
Really
to
The
queer.
yourself.
funniest part about that,
Jesus, man.
I want to appear on a show called Lolcow Show or Lolcow
No one said you
Podcast
wanted to,
as a
though.
lolcow farmer, and we milk the lolcows. You want to milk men?
Oh my god.
You're literally.
And then he does this.
Is it
Now,
okay if
like,
they were
I
women?
know what he's saying. Like, it's obvious, but at the same time, out of context, this comes off very homophobic. Because he's kind of saying that doing any sexual act with men is disgusting. But if you're gay and you're a man and you're into other men, like, that's just what you're into. And this dude is saying that's disgusting.
Stop being gay!
I mean, why are you like doing this?
He's a proud ally. He has that
literally
pride slide
admitting
that
you
says
want
gay
to
people
milk
are
men. You
perfect.
just want to reach in there and start tugging and get whatever you could get, right?
Oh my god.
Right?
Wow. That's incredibly disgusting. You're a freak. To say
Gay
that that's
people are
not a
freaks,
freak,
according
well,
to
you see, we're better than
DSP.
them. No, you're not. You just said something incredibly gross and disgusting,
Whatever.
and you're acting like it's something positive. You're a bunch of dudes that want to jerk off other guys for content.
He gets so
That's
worked
not
up
what they
about
said, but
milking.
let's
It's
just make
so,
stuff
like,
up.
Weird. Like, it's more weird than what he's saying. Like, honestly, he could just say, it's disgusting that these people want to exploit drama or whatever. But no, he's fixated on milking because he takes it so literally. Like, oh, milk them. Not for sus.
You literally are saying that publicly.
Oh my god.
No, they're
saying that
not.
your entire
They're not
show is
literally saying that. You're just
Your entire show
you're
is just
intentionally
about
misinterpreting
Good for
it,
you.
and you
Now-
think
now it's saying-
you're
now it's
funny
sexual again.
and not crazy looking.
Why not just call it the Handy Show? And you could all just give it big circle jerks the whole show. And now, and just
That's what you and PPP are gonna do.
With plastic, you see splattering on the walls. That would be better than what you put out now.
Oh my god, bro.
right?
Calm down.
What?
Circle jerks the whole show. And now, and just
Circle jerk?
just cover the walls with plastic and see.
Cover
god,
the
bro.
walls with plastic. Man, what kind of porn does this dude watch? Like, this is very specific. Like, I've never heard anyone who does this kind of shit just say, do this to the walls and then do circle jerking. But this dude is like...
Yeah, it must
put
be the shit that
plastic
Derek
up.
sends him.
It's like he has experience in doing this.
You see splattering on the walls. That would be better than what you put out now, right?
Man.
There you go.
Right?
You put it on OnlyFans, you could charge even more.
You think you're really
Not hurting
funny.
anyone, though. You know?
And then you satisfy your oral fixation with a nice
Just like Overwatch, Jade. It
mo-
plays like
emotional support
what I
water
just
bottle.
described is nowhere near as gross as what the
Oh boy.
gross. Oh,
He
no.
talks about that and
What I
then
just
puts something in
described
his
is nowhere
mouth.
Near as gross as what the show actually is. That's the sad part. What I just described is not as gross
It's
as what they
sad.
actually do on there.
It's sad that porn is not as disgusting as them just on Skype.
You must not find gay porn that disgusting then.
It's not.
Sure.
Because Kino Casino does exactly what the Locale Live
You
podcast
gotta
does.
jerk off to something, I guess. But why does that matter? Why does these be care what people jerk off to? Why shame what people are into?
All right.
Man? It's not very positive.
I think
What a weird fucking fig.
Paul, for watching the level 1. I'm gay, I'm gonna wrap it up here. And wait, I owe you guys rewards. Try not to milk too many men today.
He says this as this is the screen, the first screen you see. Don't try to milk any men. Sure.
Okay,
Guys,
Karen.
Just so you know, trying to milk people around you is it's actually really disgusting. It's not like a funny thing.
DSV would know. He would know.
Be celebrated. It's disgusting, just for the record.
Milk your pay pigs.
Why does he have this picture? Come on.
Yeah, he has gay shit like this.
Because some people are so dumb, they actually think that has to be like repeated.
What?
Right? Like, wait.
Right?
Yes. Milking people, milking men is not a good thing. You
What
know,
if it's
it is
not
a certain
good
kind of content. I don't think it's what they intended. But anyway,
What if?
thank you for
okay,
watching the show.
whatever.
Tomorrow, talk about how Fallout concluded. I'm sure we'll be talking about more Marvel Rivals, and hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow.
Man, that had to be
Yeah,
like
I hope
literally
so too.
300
Whatever.
cases of him going, right?
We're gonna get one more.
All right, guys.
He's so insecure
Thanks
and
so
just
much
has
for
to
watching.
secure
Try not to get
himself.
milked. See you
Okay.
tomorrow.
All right. What the
Sheesh.
fuck is this, are these recommendations? There's this, the most embarrassing moments in gaming journalism. Then we got this. Then we got June the King. And then what is this? The ultimate illegal, disturbing video game iceberg? Oh man, man, okay. Swaycast. Oh yes. Oh man, this is okay. Alright. That is it for this fucking long video. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did not think it was gonna be this long. I'm sorry. Next video, hopefully it won't be this long. I'll be watching the next podcast dealing with this because you guys suffered enough. So I'll release you from hell. Thank you for watching, and hopefully this will not happen again. But you know what? I will show you one thing as a little prize. I finally got the Guilty Gear character Lucy, guys. This is from Guilty Gear Strive. If you're saying it's from
Lucy.
something else, I don't know what that means. She's a Guilty Gear character, so get hyped. Sick, right? Pretty cool. All right, that is it. Thank you for coming. Hey guys, remember, always drink some milk. Okay. Bye bye.
Time to skedaddle on out.
Thank you, Dio. Okay, let's go watch the Sewer Level podcast. From what I hear, it sounds absolutely insufferable. We got no filters. We got raw DSP.
The entire playthrough.
Let's
of
rewind.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a new week of streams here on DSP Gaming. But it's also a new month, which means a new backdrop and exciting new stuff
Looks
going on.
the same
In
to
fact,
me.
This will be likely a crazy week of streaming for me. I'll explain why in just a moment. Plus, we've got tons of game news today. Phil's day off. A bunch of new updates and things that are gonna take effect.
A bunch of new things that's gonna take effect.
This is going to be a jam-packed show. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome to a new edition
Of the Level 1 podcast.
Yesterday while I was away. Today is Friday, the 2nd of August, 2024, and of course, I'm Darkside Phil. Welcome to the channel.
How retarded
Welcome
do you have to be to have to be
show.
told
Now,
who
wow, do we
this
have a lot
guy
to talk about
is?
today? All right. At this
If you
point,
guys don't know,
we've
I'm
gone
Darkside
from
Phil.
being
I know.
like a super slow part of the year to like an insanely busy part of the year. Like, I have so much going on right now, kind of out of nowhere, honestly, that getting a little bit hard to manage and
I mean,
juggle.
game
I'm
schedules
actually,
are pretty easy
you know,
to
finding myself having it being
build
a
your
little bit
content
daunting
around.
every day, keep track of the different projects and scheduling.
Oh,
and
there's so
everything
many
that's happening around
projects.
here, because there's a ton of stuff going on right now. Notably, as you guys know, my schedule is all over the place. For various different personal reasons behind the scenes. So I'm not here the usual 6 days a week I used to be. And so it's hard to keep track of what day it is and when I'm going to be here and when I'm not. I know. And this week is no exception. Wait till you hear this. It's going to be a crazy week coming up. Okay? But in addition to that, we've got all these upgrades. I mean, new webcam has now allowed me to do 60 frame streaming. And now
Oh my
look how
God,
good the
no one
backdrop
cares.
looks. Like I was setting it up last
It
night.
looks
I
like
was
shit.
wow,
Doesn't
like,
look
this
any
is what
different than
we
it
need
always
on
looks.
YouTube.
You can skip
The
jacking
colors
yourself
are
off, you
fried,
fucking public
all the stuff
masturbator,
like
man.
that.
No one
I'm joking.
cares.
I'll actually be squeezing them in much later, so it shouldn't affect the
Legitimately,
stream
nobody
this week.
fucking
There's
cares.
just so much going on. And on top of that, we got gaming news going down, all this stuff happening, like, oh my goodness. So it's
Oh my
very
goodness.
hectic, okay? And I'm
No, it
doing my
isn't.
best to kind of juggle everything and not
So
get lost in the
hectic.
shuffle, because there's so much going on around me, and it's getting difficult to keep track of everything. It really is, okay? What I'd like to do is open
Makes
up
no
the
sense.
show with a couple of possible upgrades that are going to hit the stream soon. First off, as you know, as you can see, with the new webcam, the visuals of the show are much improved. It looks much better. It's much clearer quality camera work. It's 60 frames per second. The
Bro,
colors
blow your
are-
brains out, man. Fuck, man. God damn it.
My PC is not falling
My
apart.
camera
The
looks so
battery is
good.
more-
Does my camera look good? Tell me my camera looks good. Tell me it looks good. Tell me it looks good. Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me.
One of the things that I think holds you back
No one cares.
on your streams.
Shithead.
It's part of your setup. And I was like, well, what setup? The micro. There's is they wanted to upgrade like emotes, hair, feel, animation. We have totally new ones. Like I've seen these different shaped panels, like almost like a honeycomb that you can build together behind you, and you could get those in all kinds of colors and designs.
What?
And
You want
you know, that
more
would definitely
sound
change the backdrop.
deadening?
It would make the backdrop look a lot better, likely, behind me. You know, for the streams. And being that I do an hour to hour and a half podcast every day, I do a daily rap video. My face is on camera all day doing gameplay. Since I've now got the camera, that's a modern camera.
Oh my God, he's looping.
Drop behind me that will drag what you eating. Whatever paints behind that, it's gonna be a little whiter. Than
Get
my
a green screen
camera.
like everyone else. Bro, can you quit jacking your camera off, man?
Like there's
Get the news or shout outs or schedule or whatever the fuck. Quit fucking around. Fucking twat. Man, being really annoying.
square.
No one cares, bro. Get to your fucking podcast, man.
All right. So.
Anyways.
Possibility of a new hat and new sound. Things
Possibility of a new hat. How exciting.
with over the years with copyright on YouTube, I immediately have had a bunch of problems with it. So we're going to talk about that at first because I want you guys to know what to expect with this playthrough, okay?
Insufferable.
However, please bear with me.
No.
As I battle with my laptop.
How about no?
This play
I am never, ever watching this guy live ever again. Can you imagine having to sit there and tolerate that shit?
To play through up without missing parts, without mute, secret thing.
Drive to this guy's house and fucking
the project, and I told
shove him down his own toilet, his own broken toilet.
But just listen to the problems that we've run into. Okay, first upload gets hit with copyright. Okay, blocked worldwide. Can't watch it. All right, so YouTube has new AI music removal tools. They're advertising them. Everyone's talking about them. Oh, it's
no, they're not.
They're using AI. You can put any video you want on YouTube and remove the music. Okay.
I don't think anyone said that, but
to do this on part 1 of
pretend like what these do are literally magic, and then disappoint yourself when you realize the reality of it.
Out of touch, out of time, whatever the hell it's called. I can't remember the name of the song. I think it's Out of Touch. Oh, sorry, cannot remove that song. Wait, why? Because it's not a song. It's a composition. It's a YouTube somehow has a
oh my god, bro.
Different category.
You're just going 2x speed, man.
In a composition. If it's somehow categorized as a composition, the AI tool will not remove it from a video. What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of an arbitrary difference is that? Like, what are you speaking of? It doesn't even make sense. So cannot
you can
remove
look up the definition.
Great. There's another claim on the video too. Let me go check that one out. And that one was I'm trying to remember what it was. It was 2 songs. Oh, I took screenshots in my phone so that I could actually address this. Let's see here.
Oh my god.
It was Broken Wings by Mr. Mister. Yeah. Broken Wings by Mr. Mister. This one, get this.
My ad pennies, pennies.
We can do it. We can still have this playthrough work. The whole thing. There's some music is completely missing. Like these, only some music that's just muted.
Who cares? So it gets claimed.
All right. We upload.
Oh my god, bro.
It good. I said, all right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna test this because I know what happens with YouTube. They try to be basically elusive assholes. When you upload a video to YouTube, it'll say everything's fine, and then if you make it go live, then they'll have a second wave of AI run on it, and then all of a sudden they'll flag it for something else. And I had an inkling with GTA this was going to happen, so I said, you know what, I'm not just going to trust YouTube to do the right thing because they never do. I'm going to change some data on the video. That's going to trigger YouTube's AI to do a round of review, and let's see what happens. So I just changed it to test title to see if AI runs, and within 5 minutes, YouTube flagged it for ad unsuitability. 5 fucking minutes. And I knew it. I said, that's bullshit. I know this video is suitable for ads. It's just that YouTube has a tendency, when it finds a channel that has some videos that it thinks is unsuitable for ads, it'll just start flagging every channel, every video on your channel until you have enough that are ad suitable, and then it will stop doing it.
Bro,
I know that sounds dumb because
my streams get copyright claimed all the time, and I care 0%. I don't spend a single second talking about it.
Who think that they're smart because they went to an Ivy League
no
school.
one cares.
In reality, it's just all arbitrary. They're dumbasses, just like everybody else, and their AI sucks.
They're dumbasses just like everybody else.
Yes,
everybody is a dumbass. Everybody.
Had nudity. Now flagged every
except for
video on my
Phil.
channel moving
Phil
forward
Burnell
as
is the only
suitable
smart
because you're a
person in
fucking lazy
humanity.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
So, when it flagged it as ad unsuitable, I said, good thing I didn't publish the video, because then all the work of the editors and everything would have went for nothing. So I then submitted it for review, and guess what? Annual review, ad approved. So now finally, I'm not kidding, this was like 3 days of work to get part 1
3 days of work. It
to
was
go
like
live on YouTube.
30 seconds of work.
So finally, part 1 of Grand Theft Auto Vice City will be going live tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific
Now
time
ask me
on
if I
ESPN
care.
program, okay? Please.
God
check
damn.
It out. I'm asking you for a favor. If you're someone who hangs
No.
out here and watches my stuff, please go check out the video.
Start
The amount of work that went into
a
it.
double barrel.
If I could get 300 views on the video, I'd be happy, because the videos over there don't get a lot of views. They get between like 100 to 200 views. If you get 300 views on part 1 of the playthrough, would be amazing. Plus, by the way, this is one of my best playthroughs of all time. I really think if you've never seen it, you're gonna love it. Or if you've seen it previously,
No, I'd rather watch it as I don't play. It's much better. It's edited. It's actually entertaining.
Please consider giving it a look tomorrow morning, all right? And I will remind you all again tomorrow morning as it goes live, okay? But actually, what I need to do today, see, another thing, I'm losing track. I need to set up the playlist for it, because I didn't make a playlist for it yet. So I don't have it actually set up, I think, to go live yet. I need a playlist to put it in. So I need to do that. Right now. Because if I don't do that right now, I'll forget. Give me a second. It'll take 2 minutes.
You know what? Actually, I'm just going to tune in later once you're done with all this dumb bullshit so I can just skip ahead. Because you don't get to waste any more of my time, Phil. How about Sam and Andy, streaming's Leech Locale? The guy who actually edits his videos to make it entertaining instead of just being like, hold on, give me a minute. I'm just going to give you like 5 minutes of dead air while I just walk away.
Deep in the internet archives exist a man, Sam and Andy.
Difference between like, it's not that bad.
A man where the only thing larger than his ego is his belly, so heavy glaciers respect him and cruise ships fear him.
I mean, Deepak, you don't even have to consider sex.
I love Sam and Andy, dude. Like, I watch his shit all the time. I don't think he can physically fit in the boat.
A man with a voracious appetite, Mando will do anything to devour his next meal.
I'm finally gonna fix my teeth, dude, so unfortunately I gotta sacrifice my passion for photography and the shit that I have to make it happen. My smile's more important, to be honest, than fucking the camera gear.
God damn, he's fat.
What the fuck? I didn't know. Ah!
Aboard the Metro E-Line Expo. This train's final destination is...
Ew!
He's suave with it, busting down animal style.
Okay. Big boy tuck down here, big boy tuck.
Drip so hard, he looking like DJ Fatlid.
Don't do that, actually.
Wow.
No, oh my god. Oh, fight.
A man with many talents, Salmon is not afraid to get a little dirty at times.
Yikes.
A natural performer, you can even find him spending time ice skating with little children.
Creepy.
When he's not prowling the streets, you might find him sleeping on them, berating the very audience that feeds his fat belly.
You guys literally have a life, but you rather fucking watch somebody sit there in their own life like me. I'm fucking sleeping, and you guys are wasting your own fucking life watching me sleep. Like, make up your, like, make it make sense, guys.
This is Sam and Andy, streaming's Leeching Lolcow.
Sam and Andy is one of the biggest clout chasers I have ever seen on the internet. He'll use anyone to try and climb to the top, including the mentally ill.
That way? Get that fucking camera off, motherfucker! Get that camera off! Bro, you touch me, bro, real shit. Right, get the camera off! Fuck off! Get the fuck off! Get the camera off! Fuck off! Get the camera away! Fuck off, bro! Feel me, you fucking retard! Don't come at people stupid! You learned your lesson, you see what fucking happens? Now you quiet? There you fucking go.
And the clinically insane.
Single follower from anyone in face. So again, you're just jumping on Reddit hype.
From overgrown toddlers to viral scammers.
Yo, Aiden, I got the picture for you, bro.
Let's go! Legend.
What up, bro?
He's that.
Yo, Aiden, do the arm thing.
No. Alright, yo.
Yeah, you know, I used to play soccer convy.
And washed up music stars.
I want you to leave my house, Mondo, or I'm calling the cops. Leave my house or I'm calling the cops.
Mando has built his empire off the backs of those way more successful than him.
Yo, man, you can't turn Mondo down anymore. I'm king out here. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm getting a place really soon, guys. So I'm finally moving out of my car. Fitness, teeth are on the way. I'm already working with a dentist about it. I've done everything in the possibly I can. And that's it, man.
Except for lose
6
weight.
months from now, I'm going to be a whole different Mondo. So this is probably one of the only streams you'll find from me. I'm in a really beautiful mood right now. Life is amazing. I've been blessed.
He is a leech. It's as simple as that. A man with no skills who must live off the generosity of others to fuel his delusions of grandeur. A photographer by trade, Salmon has tried to portray his life as one of posh and luxury and just flexing on the haters.
I'm not gonna flex like I paid for this. I was hired to shoot on the yacht. But still, I'm on a yacht.
Even though you're more likely to find him sleeping in a tent on the side of the street homeless than you are to see him riding on yachts every day.
So, we're gonna see how that goes.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah.
You can't have the tin up.
What? That's what?
Yeah, 56.11 of the Los Angeles Municipal Code is that you can't have a tent up on public property after 6 a.m. From 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Gotcha, no problem. All right, understood. I didn't know that. Thank you. I have it taken down.
Yeah, can you take it down while we're here? Because I don't want to get another call.
Because of his vagrant lifestyle, he's always picking fights with different businesses, different people he comes to interact with, and of course, that leads to numerous different altercations with police.
Hey there, how are you? Good, how can I help you? I have to ask you to leave, I'm sorry. Can I ask you why? I got a call from corporate and... From corporate? Yeah, they you didn't get a call from corporate. Just go outside, I'm sorry. Sorry, can I ask you just... You can't do this, you know that. This is private property, you can't do that. Check your call record, I promise you.
I've literally driven by
call the cops.
tent cities.
What's up, chicken?
It's definitely a thing.
So I came to get some food, and corporate called them.
Yeah.
Drive them away, they'll come right back.
Because I'm not gonna sit this one out.
I've had that before with Denny's where corporate calls.
Yep. So now I'm sitting here. I'm obviously not gonna get fucking served. So at this point, I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna get an incident report, and I'm gonna follow up with this because this is stupid. Because it's viewers. They're trying to swap me.
Right. Why is that happening?
Because there's people trying to swat. Do you not understand the internet, man?
I know it's swatting.
They're trying to swat me.
Well,
that's them.
This really isn't swatting. That would be something
when
different.
officers show up to the scene, that's a swat.
That would be saying the guy's got.
Finally, someone understands the difference between a swatting and
just
two uniformed officers showing up.
That's all right, man. Let's just go back with the terms because you clearly don't understand the internet.
My guess is that they see an ice cream cone-shaped man coming into their businesses and they get petrified. They're worried, they're rushing into the freezers, they're checking all the stock they have, and they're like, this is it. This is it. This is when the Denny's closes down because Sam and Andy is there to just vacuum, Kirby suck up every fucking item they have on them.
DBDR deleting everything. Oh no. All his fucking black-pilled little zoomer-doomer videos. About how he can't get a job, he can't get a girlfriend. Fucking DBDR. He should.
The menu.
Sorry, man, sorry.
Miserable little dork.
Very good fandango, my friend, tranquilo. Toma tranquilo, man, tranquilo, no me subo. Shut up, don't raise your voice, bro, relax. I'm cool, don't raise your voice on me, bro. Don't raise your voice, bro.
It's not me. I'm eating my sandwich, bro.
Like any good Andy, Mondo is keen to humiliate himself and others to appease their god king, Ice Poseidon.
For the boys, baby. Listen, when Paul called me, he said salmon.
Let me take a sniff.
You'll fucking try me. When Paul messaged me, he said salmon. Do you want to be a part of the prison stream? He didn't say Mondo. He said salmon. I had to.
Bro, that's gotta be cheating or some shit, man. Like, what the fuck? Come on, man.
Listen,
what do you mean? No.
Paul, did you call for salmon or Mondo?
I'm cold as fuck. I called for salmon. You smell like a zombie or
Who's
something,
salmon
man.
Andy? Dude, I'm known for smelling horrible even after I shower.
Ew.
Right, Paul?
Bro, he showered at my house one time in the shower. He smelled worse after the shower.
There was
the shower was, you couldn't use it for days.
Yeah, there was no soap.
You can try and run, you can try and hide, but he's gonna appear in almost every video that we talk about from the CX network. From gay wrestling with the local motel crackhead Twink.
So you want me to attack you?
I don't want to have my life for a minute. I don't want to have my life for a minute. Risk control.
Really gay.
To literally lighting their RV on fire with fireworks.
Yikes.
Salmon is always
Why
trying
is he not
to
in jail?
innovate his content. He's one step ahead of
Oh,
the
yeah,
rest
that's
of us,
right.
all right?
None of these people
You
ever go
think
to
that
jail.
There's a popular meta going on now. Well, Sam and Andy, he's going to one-up it because he's so smart. He's ahead of the curve.
Just openly break the law and then just get let go.
Please don't trust me. I'm gonna fuck you up so much. I will take your skeleton out of your asshole. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck about your trip. I'm at the point, bro. I'm about to book a goddamn Greyhound, and I don't give a fucking goddamn about nobody, bro. I don't want you to ever fucking hit me up. I don't want you to fucking call me. I don't want you to fucking do shit. Same thing with everybody, bro. Because you know what? At the end of the day, we're not friends. None of us are clearly friends. We're just associates. We're here to benefit each other, apparently. Where I'm here to benefit you with all the fucking hate and all the work I've done and everything I do. But guess what? Out of nowhere, you decide, Mondo, I'm not going to pay you. And then you... Call me English. Watch out, dog. Watch out, dog. Watch out, dog. Don't get stupid. Don't get stupid, dog. Don't get stupid, dog.
One of my favorite gay lover quarrels that took place between Andy is when he took his tweaking boyfriend out to some park and was just chatting with streams saying, hey guys, what's up? He's looking kind of bad. What do you guys think?
I honestly think JJ probably did take some shit, dude. Yeah, he did ask me for Narcan twin crystals. Yo, by the way, I hope you're doing well, dude. I'm about to Narcan you. You're not gonna sleep in my car, dude. Wake up, we're at the park.
You guys think he's gonna make it? One's in chat if you think he's gonna make it. And then he drags him out like a dog and lays him on the sidewalk to interact with the public.
Stop overdoses. I think somebody gave fentanyl to this
No,
kid.
I don't.
Oh, shit.
Hey guys, what do you think about this? You think this guy's gonna be okay? He's an innovator. He's a creator. He's so smart when it comes to revealing what the audience truly wants to see. And Mondo has tried his hand with the ladies as well. Oh boy. Unfortunately for him, casting fireballs and role-playing as the submissive in a role-play prison scenario.
You women don't fucking do shit. You fucking sell news. You sell yourself. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You're a fucking idiot. You make shit up. You make shit up, bro. You make shit up, bro. Hey, you told me to swat my house. I never did that, Paul. Never my fucking mom. Fuck him. On my mom, I never told on my mom, on my dad, on my grandma.
Listen, I don't care what your
You're fucking delusional.
I don't care what your beef is. You guys need to fucking relax.
Nah, fuck this guy. He's a fucking prick. He comes in and fucking try to fuck everything up and then run shit.
It doesn't really work out. It doesn't really get the ladies going. But I understand the pathway he's pushing for.
So you're going to believe it,
Why the fuck are you trying to expose me like this? Like, just shut the fuck up. I'm not a homeless bitch. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
you
really
are.
not.
I told you we got karma because you got evicted.
After you kiss a homeless man, you become one of them.
You
Bitch,
become
if
part
I
of a
was being homeless, you should shut the fuck up because I will never be broke in my life. I'm NBA, never broke again, bitch. I'll never be fucking broke in my life. Where's the pepper spray? I will literally pepper spray you if you don't stop talking shit.
Be careful. Look,
Alright.
he made a Reddit thread saying that you're homeless and
Why
that
would
you're
he-
couch
why would you
surfing,
fucking
and
do
you're
that?
using your friend's tampons when you're on your period because you can't buy your own.
I literally have tampons in here.
But
I
you
have
s-
my own tampons.
He said you stole them from your friend.
No, I didn't. I bought it from the store, Salmon Auntie. Not everybody's fucking homeless and broke like you. What the
Salmon has obviously struggled to get women. I mean, you know, let's look in the mirror a little bit, guys. Come on, it's not just Salmon out there. So when all else fails, what does he do? He's sitting there. He's scraping his smooth brain to really just come up with something ingenious. What could he possibly do? Well, he decides to make up an r/confessions incel fantasy story about fucking Only Use Me Blade's girlfriend, Beck.
Blade, your scripts are repetitive, sitting alone. Do you need people around because it makes it a better...
Your buffets are repetitive. Shut up.
My what? My buffets? Bro, you've been doing the same fucking script for years and you call my buffets repetitive?
Your buffets
Blade,
repetitive.
your IRL shit, you don't even go out no more, dude. You don't do nothing but fucking sit in an RV and drink. How am I repetitive?
What are you talking about? You're repetitive.
Outside. I go outside, you don't.
I've been outside fucking like the past 3 seasons. I've been outside.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah?
I went on a fucking hike the day before. Went on a hike the day before that. And I fucking...
Wow, cardio. He was with Blade at the time. They were in love, quote unquote. But me and her, we met up and we were hanging out, dude. We started walking around. We had some dinner. Things led to a thing, dude, and we ended up hooking up. And you know, she told me, man, how she was not really in it for Blade, that she was trying to grow a fucking YouTube channel that she wanted to basically do. And when she built her channel, she was basically gonna kick Blade to the curb and just let Blade go in life. And fast forward, when me and her hooked up, dude, oh my god, bro, she's got like the fucking cutest, pinkest pussy ever, dude. It's so weird to explain, but it's so fucking tight. It's fucking nice. It was looking for a fucking
I'm sure she
quiet,
appreciates
dude.
that.
And when I looked at her fucking again, her fucking knees were shaking, dude. Her fucking legs were trembling. She was going like this. She's like, oh my god, I can't fucking stop. I was like, Beck, what's wrong? You okay? This bitch is having a seizure. So I said, okay, Google, why is my girlfriend's fucking toes curling and her fucking body's trembling? And then fucking Google told me. I gave her an actual orgasm. I was like,
hey Mondo, do me a favor, please.
How
fucking clear
romantic.
this shit up, because like I don't give a fuck about the internet things, because I know where I stand. But like you said some foul shit.
I
about
googled
me, my
it,
lady.
and
I
Google
want you to
told me
clear it
I
up,
gave
that's
her an orgasm. That's some incel shit right there.
the truth is, the day that me and her met, when she
Tell what happened.
We hung out. You know, things were
Alexa,
interesting, and then I suggested that.
what's an orgasm look like?
Captain, she should go for you because you're the 40-year-old.
Okay, I was gonna call the cops. Get to the hospital here to tell you a seizure.
You're
Hold this.
Mondo awesome. Whatever then.
All right.
Because the thing is, Beck, it's like,
Why would
look,
you say
man, I
that?
get it. Like, you don't want to admit that a guy with a fucking small that got leaked on the internet named Jenny fucking made you like a rainbow. It's just reality.
All right, bye, Mondo.
Love you, baby girl.
Fuck off then.
Do you have a letter?
That's sad.
But I know it's sad.
That makes me sad. I fucking hate people. Like,
if I could give Beck any word of advice, it would literally be just to fucking leave Blade. Like, I don't know what the fuck she saw in Blade other than views and numbers and money. I wish Beck made smarter choices in life, because Beck could have been having a good life just like she did way before all this streaming shit. But instead,
her
now
husband passed away.
When all else fails, Mondo can always resort to catfishing the community bicycle, Elisa Jordana.
Oh god, that lady.
hello? Hello?
That crack smoking
Who
whore.
is this? Oh, is this Mondo?
Yeah. Put me on speaker.
You're on speaker.
Hey, Elisa, remember when you said you didn't fucking need me, bitch? Enjoy Miami, dumb bitch.
The Last Legend of CX. I said yes, just sit tight very soon. Whose YouTube channel he was on? His live
The
stream
Stream
was 100 viewers or
Queen
less. He was on the
University
biggest YouTube
professor,
channel.
Alyssa Jordana.
And he's not making any money from his YouTube. You know, when somebody lives in their car, that means they literally have not one friend. Not one friend or family member that gives a fuck about them.
That's right, you thought that there weren't other characters that we've interacted with showing up? Well, you would be sorely mistaken. If there's one person out there that has sought to profit off of other people's names and talent and notoriety, it would be Elisa.
Good. Number one, I do not need you.
I've heard your name, but I've never seen you once.
Woman, listen to me first of all.
Don't give a fuck. Hung up. Mondo, don't try to leech off me. You're a loser. You're homeless. You live in your car. You suck, okay? Nobody ever like even mentions you to me ever. I just like heard your name in passing, but nothing. You're not at the top, you're at the bottom.
Sam and Andy is a blight on basically every community that he ever interacts with. Fortunately, the universe has a keen way to spill out some subsequent karma to the populace.
Look at this. Fucking spooked her. Let's go!
What a
We
prick.
pranked her, guys! We're so cool! We pranked her!
What a dickhead. Oh, good job, dipshit. Instant karma.
And I got fucked.
What Mondo doesn't seem
Fucking
to
retard.
understand is that he's not meant to win. He's not put on this earth to be the champion, to be the top G, alright? He's not there. That's not his role. This is probably best explained by his multiple interactions with Antifa. For some reason, he thought that this was what was going to propel him into the universe, is going with a camera and shouting at Antifa members wandering around downtown cities.
Can you just stay away from me?
I'm just making sure you're not trying to incite bullshit that's not true.
Stay away from me. She asked you to step back.
We know each other. We know each other. Okay, I know. You should ask her about her donations. Corinne, tell them about your
What are you gonna do,
donations.
call the police?
Tell them about your donos, dog. I told you.
That you
boy,
wanna
she's not
abolish?
hard person, Corinne, dog, she's lying.
You're stalking her, so
No,
you
I'm
need
not.
to back the up.
I'm not, dude.
You need to back the fuck.
Yell louder. That's what the police do. That's how they handle stuff. They just screech.
No, hold on, dude.
Yeah, you're a good replacement for him. Good job.
Dude, hold on. I'm getting something. I'm good. I'm just going home, dude.
Well, you're going to jail again, dude.
Why?
Oh, they called the police. No, I guess they didn't want to abolish him yet. Not yet, though.
Dude, I'm homeless. Where am I gonna go?
Make sure you keep me safe and then abolish yourselves.
Come on, winter, dude. I literally just got locked up, dude. I'm trying to go sleep. I'm literally trying to go sleep, dude.
Okay, then stop.
I apologize,
Put
dude.
your phone in your pocket.
I apologize, dude. I'm just trying to trust my voice, dude. Where you live? I'm homeless, dude. I know, but I sleep over here because I'm trying to get a job and it's different.
When he's not fighting actual children, he chooses to fight people who abandon their children. In comes Burger Andy to get into a mid-30s, living inside of their cars, averaging less than 300 viewers, homeless street brawl over who is more pathetic.
Get out of my chair. I'm not asking you again. You're not even the customer.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bro.
Oh, hey, it's Burger Andy.
Premeditated assault. You stay the fuck away from us, and this is your last warning. Let's go. Really? Never enough cock? Like, you can't get enough? Really?
Never enough cock, but rest
You
in
just
peace.
gagging on it, it's just never enough? Like, just all day,
Rest
all
in peace
night?
to girls in
Really?
Williamsburg, dude.
Get out of here.
I'm not going nowhere, Burger.
I'm putting you on blast, and I'm telling you,
Put me
leave
on
the
blast.
fuck out of
Put me
here.
on blast.
All right, I'm gonna go this way, and you go the other way. Fuck piece of shit.
Get my shit.
No, I'm not holding anything.
Fuck
my shit.
Nope.
Gary.
Don't. Ooh.
Garrett.
Dude. Stop. Yo, stop. Dude.
When one IP2 streamer realizes how annoying another IP2 streamer is,
Guys, stop.
it creates an obnoxious
chill,
vortex where they just fight each other.
Chill. Salmon, chill. Burger, stop. Chill.
To complete our Infinity Gauntlet of prior characters covered on this channel, we have to discuss the altercation between Sam and Andy and Ice Poseidon. Obviously, in order to get the name Andy, you have to be associated with Ice Poseidon, but as I did some of my research, it sort of seemed like, compared to a lot of the other Andys that were kind of reoccurring characters, Ice kept his distance from Mr. Salmon, Mr. Mondo. Why was that? He puts up with so much other shit. What could possibly push him over the edge that Salmon would do? So we basically have a React Andy stream where this guy is sitting inside of some abandoned warehouse, and he gets to moderate, air quote, aka just taking a nice hard puff out of his brass knuckle vape pen, baby, while two Spurgs explain why they hate each other.
Salmon Andy, we paid you $200 to paint the guest house, and it turned out terribly.
Okay, how?
You painted the wall a different color completely. And then you painted the roof as well, the same color as the wall. You painted the roof with wall paint, dude. Do you know why I didn't put you back in the network, Salmon? It's because I know your true character, and I don't like it.
What's my true character, Paul? You don't even know my true character, dude.
You're just a selfish human being. Homeless.
Okay, so what else? What else?
Smelly.
I saw a clip where you said it was because of
because Salmon Andy has no loyalty and just don't like him.
I do have loyalty, dude. You just don't you don't know how loyal I am, dude.
You are you basically every person you talk to, you try to be their best friend, but you're one of the fakest people I've ever met. And
I'm gonna fucking make it to be a fucking I'm gonna make it to be a fucking streamer someday, dude, and I'll fucking see you at the top, dude. Not everybody's gonna fucking stay under you forever, dude. Whether you believe me or not, dude, mark my words, by the end of this fucking year, I'll be way more known than people think.
It ultimately culminates to the idea that Andy doesn't really look out for anybody else but himself, which is odd because Ice Poseidon has made that point about everybody else. I mean, we just talked about Mexican Andy, and that was a big gripe between their relationship, but I don't know, maybe he viewed Mexican Andy as more generous than Salmon Andy. I can understand why, because anytime that Mondo is interacting, he's going out with different people, he is constantly so high energy, he's so high maintenance that he's just getting in disputes with everybody he ever crosses path with. It must be exhausting to have to deal with that. In retaliation to this betrayal, the removal of being on the CX network because he can't figure out how to fucking paint a guest house, Salmon concocts a great idea. Why don't I go pitch my tent out front of Ice Poseidon's new streamer house and beg for my knife to be returned to me? And it's going to make the greatest content of all time.
But I don't give a fuck. I get the hustle. I get it. Like, I don't give a shit about this.
Okay.
Just don't fucking yell so my neighbors can.
Okay, so can you bring me my knife?
I have to find it. I'm busy right now, but I'll look for your knife.
So I'll be here till the knife is back.
Okay.
All right, Paul, go back to your little dungeon. Paul, nobody around you challenges your mentality. You know my word is important, bro. You might not agree with it.
I don't think you know what a friendship is supposed to be.
Paul, I know what a friendship is. You don't know what a fucking friendship is,
You don't
Paul.
challenge me because of your own opinions. You try to challenge me because of Reddit's opinions.
Dude, you think I really care about Reddit's opinions, bro? Reddit's the one that...
yes.
Dude, Reddit shitted on me the fucking most. Why do you think I had...
but you still pander to it.
No, dude, why do you think I had the big change of heart with Sam the day of Survival stream?
Unfortunately, it doesn't last very long. And the reason it doesn't last very long is because Salmon is out there shouting over the wall to have Ice Poseidon come out and face him. Come on, you coward. I need my knife back and I'll be gone. Meanwhile, I've already set up my encampment out here. It's probably taken me a little while, but trust me, I'll leave as soon as I get what I want. There's a bunch of other streamers there. They come out, they kind of harass, they mess with him. Ice Poseidon is getting worried because he's afraid that his neighbors are going to get pissed and he just moved here. There might be consequences. Well, fortunately for him, somebody, who knows who, from the streamer house called the police on Mondo. And Mondo was forced to be evicted from the sidewalk. How sad.
Excited, boys.
You guys call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, someone already came out and talked to us, so we leave, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, have fun.
Paul, didn't you say I could set up out here?
I said I didn't really give a shit, but...
You see?
But if the neighbors give a shit, then...
Oh, no, but the call came from you guys.
Yeah, but if my neighbor is coming out yelling at you, then I give a shit.
Oh, no neighbors have come yelled at me.
I'm not okay with him setting his tent out here.
Okay. So we're trying to figure it out right now. And then if we have any questions, we'll come in.
I was gonna be okay with that, but you're an asshole.
Now you see what it feels like.
SSJ was going to Vegas, but he's not in Vegas anymore.
I'm sure. You were homeless too, dude. You're only living in a fucking mansion because of fucking Paul. Paul's carrying your fucking career. Paul carries your career, dude.
There hasn't been a lot going on with Salmon Andy in the recent years. His prevalence was probably 3 to 5 years ago, somewhere within that range. He's never been an extremely popular streamer. He's never really reached the peaks of some of the other Andys that have existed in the CX network. He's mostly a forgotten character. And we're sort of left with this one lasting image of him within the hospital. And you might be wondering, saturated, how did we get to this point? Was it just being too mean? Did he inhale too many fumes years ago from painting Ice Poseidon's guest house? No, he was DoorDash driving, which he does on the side, and he was looking at his phone, and kablamo. He smashes his car into somebody else.
Yo, what up, chat? How you guys been, man? I just want to give you guys an update. My lungs are not doing good at all. No joke, dude. I can't breathe. Like, I have this shit on me. Like, I can't breathe. Like, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. My lungs are like, I can't hold air.
If you weren't texting, you would have stopped earlier.
I wasn't texting, dude. I looked at my map. But regardless, the car was stopped on the highway when he was never supposed to be stopped.
Once again, I'm asking for your financial support. Send $3 so you're getting that fat lawsuit.
He's here. He's still in trauma ICU. Unfortunately, until there's a proxy established, like, we can't really release too much information on him, but he's doing all right.
Okay, so he's doing all right. Is he like asleep? Is he under?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so he's in he's more or less in a coma. That's what I'm still.
He's. I don't know what they told you earlier about him, but since I've been here since 7 p.m., nothing's changed, which is good.
He tries to make up some excuse for it, saying, I was actually at a dead stop and somebody came smashing into me. All right, buddy, you're a reliable source. I'll take your word for it. That's definitely what happened. But since then, he's just trying to find the next thing to leech off of. There have been other streamers that have tried to mess with him since he's been in the hospital. Who knows what his return is actually going to look like. And we might just be stuck with these lasting memories of Sam and Andy.
Thank you, Saturated Content. Letting us know about another piece of shit whose life is terrible. Okay. Let's get back to this. Let's get ahead. Skip. Dude, just empty chair, dead air. You gotta be kidding.
Looks like it is okay, no music issue, but again...
I don't care about the fucking music issue, bro. Nobody does.
It turned itself off completely. So I don't know.
His camera turned off? Oh my god. What a fucking advancement in quality this guy's got.
USB port I always used for my webcams previously and never had an issue. So, I'm not sure.
Like, yeah.
Really?
Okay, can you get to like an actual segment for fuck's sake?
Attached, know where they are to even attach them and charge them.
Oh my god.
Cost. What I've got, I'm not going to spend a ton of money on a controller. It should literally be $20. It should be $20 to get an NES controller for your Switch, but because Nintendo is a bunch of fucking morons who want to have everything be limited edition, it's $100+ to get it. Yeah, moronic.
Get a third-party one.
Okay. So,
okay.
It is what it is.
Is it?
What can I do? I'm just going to play with the Hori pad and deal with it.
Okay.
But it should be fun. Have you ever seen me do challenge runs in games before? This is pretty fun.
No, it isn't.
I don't know. It's tonight. Tomorrow, that'll be interesting. So it'll be DSP versus the internet on DSP.
Oh my god, he's finally on the schedule segment. Jesus.
Before we get into it, I'm well aware that these guys have been very critical of me. They've insulted me and my wife. They have done this kind of stuff. They've also done it to a million other people too.
Oh, okay. So if you insult a lot of people, it's okay to insult DSP. Well, I'm good then.
We've had some conversations back and forth. We basically have a understanding, all right, that we kind of want to...
I don't know what you mean by that.
This together, all right? Like a co-op commentary on the Review Tech documentary, all right? And we're trying to work out the logistics of that. Like, how would it work? Who would appear on whose channel, etc., all right? And we're working that out right now. But the only way that we can actually get this to work would be to do a test. We can't just do it the day of. We have to test it first so we have it working. So when the documentary actually drops, we can be like,
did he force Andy Worski to say, right? Admit you're a weirdo, admit you're a fucking creep? And then he
in
did,
the
and he's
next
like,
week,
okay, I forgive you.
there is a very strong possibility that one night,
Like he did to the romance
I'm going
cat
to
guy.
appear on the Kino Casino show over on Kick. I will not even broadcast it on my end. It will just be, I'll just be a guest on their show for a couple of hours during what would have normally been my late night stream slot. I'll just be over there on their show for a couple of hours to test the waters, to see how it goes. All right. Technically and everything, but also let's see, you know, how does it work? All right. And if it works fine, then
Sounds
cool,
really
we'll do the
nervous.
co-op commentary on the Rich thing. If it doesn't work and I don't feel like it's a good fit, or if we have issues or whatever, then we won't do it. But I feel like this makes sense to give it a shot and give it a try and see how it works. All right. It's only one night stream. It's not like I'm sacrificing an entire day or anything for this. It would be one night stream this week that I would be on their show. Now, I'm currently waiting to hear from them on their broadcast schedule for next week to see which night would make more sense. And then the logistics of when I'd be available, I would join them for a couple hours as a guest. I probably wouldn't be there for the whole show, but for a chunk of it or whatever. Okay? Now,
That'd be pretty fucked up if you were there for, like for one of their 5-hour night
so
streams,
that's
and you can't
coming
even
in
do
the
that for
next
your
week. So
own
one of those night
audience.
streams, probably Tuesday, Wednesday,
yeah,
Thursday, Friday. I
figured.
don't know. Well, not Friday. I'm not here Friday, but one of those night streams, likely when they're broadcasting, I'm going to join their stream and just see how it goes together and go from there.
I already said that.
Fair enough?
Whatever, man.
So again,
Your
not
funeral.
promising and under delivering here. It's a possibility. We got to work out the logistics. I think it eventually would work. If we could get the technical stuff working and see if, you know, with their audience, how it works and everything.
You're
it could be a
on
good
third time
find
saying
out
this.
together and go from there. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll
Yep.
never have to do it again.
Okay, are you going to make it a fourth time saying the exact same thing?
Right? Like I said, I've now watched their show twice, and each time I was in the chat, they were incredibly nice. Their audience has been great, coming over, watching my stuff, checking it out, and even supporting it. And I'm like, well,
Just
that's
a bunch
nice
of
of
sneak
them. So give it a
dissers.
shot. And if it does, again, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's
Okay, there's the fourth time. Are you going to say it a fifth time?
So if we try it and it works,
Ugh.
then we will have the kinks worked out, and we'll be able to figure out how to make that work. For
Okay, are you going to say it a sixth
sometime
time?
that next week. Like I said, I have a hunch it's going to be probably not this weekend, but next weekend that review tech documentary will drop on June the King's channel, and therefore, if it does, we'll be ready to go. We won't be scrambling. It'll just be ready to go. Okay, it's live. Let's get set up. Let's do this, guys. Right?
Okay, can you move on?
Fair enough. And listen, I totally understand. There's so many people who are in the chat right now, and they're like, we don't think this is going to work. We're apprehensive. You're not the only ones.
Yeah, we can tell you're
I'm
nervous.
not jumping into this thing full face forward. I'm not. All right? I'm not.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm skeptical
You know.
too. I've been treated pretty poorly by the vast majority of people on the internet over the year, right? I really have. And
Not poorly
because of
enough.
that, it's hard to have trust that people aren't going to turn it into something toxic and messed up towards me and my audience.
Rasman mentioned
I'm gonna give it
diabetes
a
to the fat
try.
one.
And it's not going to be me fully committing.
If Andy Worski says something you don't like, just yell aim, aim, aim. That'll totally get him. That'll rise him.
So let's see what happens. All right.
Okay, and if it doesn't work
Sometimes you
out,
gotta dip your toe into the water and see what the temperature.
well, your
is.
toe has gout, so that would probably be a bad
Alright.
idea.
Fair enough.
I don't know, man. It's up to you.
So there you go. And by the way, I'm sure these guys are going to be watching this back, and also they're going to be seeing tons of people in my chat are saying,
Oh, yeah, they're gonna
"They've
see what a
been incredibly
fucking
mean, not
insufferable
only to your
retard you
wife
are."
As well, is that acceptable? No, of course it's not acceptable. Do you not think that that's something that I would have issue with? First of all, do you really think that's something they're going to do when I'm on the show? Of course not, right?
Maybe.
They know now that anything that they say, I'm going to get wind of it. Like, they know that, right? So, obviously, we're going to see what happens, right? There's one thing when they were treating me as kind of like this outsider, but now the fact that we've had a couple nights of good conversation on their show.
Still an
in the chat or
outsider.
whatever, and we're having some behind-the-scenes conversations.
You're not
we
their
have some mutual
friends.
Interest in stuff we want to cover. You know, attitudes can change. I didn't know anything about these guys until like a week ago.
That's a lie.
This is all new to me too, right?
Wrong.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Let's see what happens.
Yep, you've said that
I'll
already.
Be honest. You want to insult me? Go for it. Call me whatever the hell you want. Say whatever you want about me.
Except you get banned from chat if you do
She
that.
has nothing to do with any of this. You know what I mean?
She's part of your content.
So,
So anyways, and she's obese and fat.
excuse me.
Okay.
All right, so
Moving on.
that's also coming up this week. So we've got Nintendo World Championships, Street Fighter 6, the final Marvel for the next week. There's gonna be
Next segment, please.
my preview looks 30, but that could just be my preview.
Oh my god, I'm so done with the camera spurgery.
And more. But now I'm out of time. We've gone too late. All right. So tomorrow we did a $5 super chat and says, Phil, do you like Frank, Pepe's, Sally's, or Modern? I've never had any of those. I think you're talking about the different pizzas in Connecticut. I take that back. I've had Pepe's Pizza.
I don't care about your food opinions.
Yeah, I am apprehensive about it, about trusting other people. You know,
You should
But
be.
we'll see what
You're
happens.
universally hated.
All right. On the tip side of stuff,
$100 tip.
going to the $1.50. It's Debo. Oh boy. Debo says, if you claim to dislike Darkseid Phil, but you watch his content while slandering him and hiding behind a Kermit the Frog profile picture, check yourself into the nearest hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. That was a very specific reference, Debo. Seriously. That was a very serious, specific reference. So I wonder if you have someone in mind who you might be referencing in that one. I'm not sure. But it's probably likely, right? Okay.
Whatever.
And
$100 tip.
Ho.
Nope, $1.
The problem is also, from what I'm to understand, my documentary is going to drop either in late August or early September. Guess what's going on in late August and early September?
No, I'm not going to guess. Say it or not.
Outlaws, the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 beta, the casting of Frank Stone, Quidditch Champions, Age of Mythology remake, Astro Bot, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, and Dead Rising remastered.
You're not even going to play half of those.
So,
So,
FYI, what I think I will do when my documentary drops, what I may do is this. Day stream gameplay, night stream react to my documentary for an hour or two. Day stream gameplay, night stream react to my documentary for an hour or two. And I might have to split it up like that, because there's no way I could just do my documentary and then get so behind on all the games that I'm supposed to be playing. As much as I know it's going to be stuff people want, they want to see me react to it, I've got to split that kind of content. It can't just be, ignore all the game releases now. You see what I'm saying? So, we'll see, because again, without having a concrete release date, it's very hard to plan around it, you see? So, no, I'm going to be reacting to it slowly but surely over time. And like I said, if we get to this stuff, one of the things that I don't think I ever want to react about, when they're going to get into fake financial shit
what do you mean
been
fake?
made up about me on the internet, stuff that people have fabricated about me playing mobile games and stuff.
You admitted
There's
you
no point
did,
saying anything
so
about
you're just
it.
going to
Not
skip
only
past the
have
most
I
damaging
legally
parts
been
of
advised
it.
by
Very
lawyers
honest.
not to talk about it.
Because you lied on your bankruptcy forms, right?
It's the devil I know versus the devil I don't.
Oh my God,
right now,
bro.
the devil I know is that a ridiculous amount of people on the internet want to believe that I'm some kind of a gambling mobile game addict who spends all his time.
I mean, it's not really
playing
gambling, because gambling, you get something out of it. You're just a
what I've
mobile
dealt
game
with for the
addict.
past 4 to 5 years. That's already been out there. That's the story. I'm still here. I'm still happy. I'm still have a good life, even with a bunch of people believing that nonsense. Okay. The flip side of that,
A lot of
would be
pay
the
pigs
devil
have
I don't
left.
know. If I go out of my way to dispute what their claims, and I show you,
So your
evidence
pay
to say,
pigs
"See,
are the
here's
devil
what's
you
really going
know.
on."
The devil you don't know
All
is
of
what'll
that
happen if
evidence
you
can
tell them the
literally be
truth.
used to
That's
just
cool.
create more problems for
That's not
myself
scummy at
and
all.
my family and my business. And it's like, do I really want high-level possible disruptions? Because you know how crazy insane my haters are. So they will go to any lengths whatsoever to use any piece of information presented to hurt me or my family members.
That makes
or
no
other
sense.
people as well around the whole
Schizophrenic paranoia,
gambling,
but
what I
he's
do
happy,
streaming,
you
all of
guys.
that. So
He's
does it make
paranoid to this
sense
extent, but he's happy. That makes a lot of
put
sense.
yourself into more risk when the risk that you already have been in is over with? Like, everyone already believes the nonsense. Let them believe it. I don't care. I still get to have the life I have, stream, have fun, and enjoy myself. And I know the truth. And, who cares? Right?
You.
Who gives a shit about the dumb shit that these idiots say?
You
the
do.
things that they say about me are nowhere near as bad as 99% of the stuff they say about everybody else, right? The stuff
Wrong.
that they're saying about Review Tech and freaking Boogie and all this shit is way
Well,
worse.
Boogie
than
faces
I've ever
consequences for his
done, right?
actions.
So I don't even care at this point if people believe the bullshit. Let them believe the bullshit, and I just move on with my life. As opposed to, all right, so I disprove your bullshit. Oh, by the way, I just put
This is a
myself
guy
at
who
such
doesn't
great
care, by
risk
the way.
that now I probably have to deal with years of repercussions of me presenting that information because now people used it to hurt me in other ways.
Yeah,
So,
well, because you committed perjury.
it's that simple. I don't see the point in even bringing it up and talking about it any further. So I know a chunk of my documentary will be about that. I'm going to probably not care about that and just skip it. There's no point. So all the background stuff, before YouTube, early YouTube, all the way up, I would argue, till around probably like 2019, 2020, when you know it's going to go heavily into the bankruptcy and all the shit that people said about me on the internet that's not true or is based on a nugget of truth.
I mean, just because you don't watch it doesn't mean nobody else will. Like, you represent such a small, insignificant proportion of the viewer base.
Maybe I'm only going to be dealing with 2 hours of it, depending on how in-depth he covers.
But he thinks if he doesn't
the
watch it, then
recent
no one
shit
else will.
that people have made up.
That's some
I
crazy
guess we'll find
narcissism.
out. Yeah, I'm sure that there'll be timestamps on the documentary and everything too to figure this stuff out. So, but anyway. Yeah. So
if the documentary talks about how you blow all your money on a mobile game, you're just gonna skip it and just not even address it because you don't care because your pay pigs don't care.
Cutting it off and be like, guys, that's it. I'm not going to.
That sounds really scummy.
I have nothing further to say on it, and then move back.
I guess OIC doesn't care
or whatever. However, he adjourns it or ends it, right? Because we don't know how it ends. So, okay, guys, it's been a long show, and I'm ready to adjourn the show. Oh yeah, now I'm 60 frames again. Look at this.
No one cares.
World Championships, and number 2, I've used the bathroom pretty bad.
Okay.
Tomorrow we'll get back. I have a lot to say about some of the. I have a lot to say about. I hang in there and I again.
Wow, that was terrible. Let's see, go live. And he is at $2. So I guess the new Kino Casino vest streak has ended. What? Ricada's body cam block? So they blocked the body cam footage, even though you paid for it? Gotta hear about this. Hold on.
The Ricada case has progressed slightly. There's a new filing, and it has been reduced to this the following bullet points by Autistic Right. 1. The hearing regarding custody. So there's 3 ongoing cases, to be clear. He is still being sued by Montegraph. That's a civil case, case number 1. He is being prosecuted by the state of Minnesota for drug possession charges and child endangerment charges. That is case number 2. Off in its own little world is the family court case, where he is basically suing his own children. It's kind of a weird thing how the child custody cases work, because it's independent from the criminal charges. It has its own rules. And it's sort of this weird thing where the state both takes custody of the child and acts in their well-being against their own parents. So it is technically like a state level thing, but it's different from the criminal thing, and it's kind of you versus your own kids, and with your kids being represented by the government, which is why these sorts of cases have a very, very bad reputation in public discourse. But it is proceeding that way, and the bullet points go. There was a hearing on the 20th of May. Ricada preemptively stated that the children were not aware of any presence of drugs or drug use, and if they had tested positive, it was due to secondary exposure.
There was a segment
Ricada
before he went on break.
That,
Okay, I'll go back.
Kayla spent the weekend cleaning the house like a bucko, and that the condition was far better than the original visit, which implies that he's admitting that he was living in a filthy shithole. I remind absolutely everybody that the laws of Minnesota would permit him to consent to the release of the body cam footage at any time. If Ricada reached out to Matthew Harden, who is an attorney licensed to practice in Minnesota, and agreed to sign an affidavit he would not even have to write, we could get the body cam footage very, very easily without having to wait for the state to enter it into evidence first. It would still cost money to get it redacted and put together, but he could do it. He could expedite this at a moment's notice. Rekieta deliberately chooses, number one, to refuse to do this. And he doesn't just refuse to do this. He lies. He says that this is not how it works. You can read Minnesota law. It absolutely does work this way. He can consent to it. And from what I understand, everybody who doesn't consent to the release would be censored. So all the kids would automatically be censored by the state before we even receive it. Kayla and April would both be censored out. Like the way that it works is because of how the consent process works. For instance, there's a similar case where there was a bus robbery. And there was a big debate over if the bus CCTV should be released because of the privacy of the victims. 2 people consented to the release of the footage. So when the state released the footage of the bus robbery, they censored everybody except the 2 who were in it. So you could still see the robbery, you could still see the crime, but the footage was able to be released, redacted. So all we need is one person. Even theoretically, the cops could consent to the release of the footage. But for sure, Rekieta could. And the implication would then be that everybody else would be censored. So if there's any kids in it, they'd be censored. They might even redact any segment of the video that has kids in it completely. I'm not sure how that works precisely. I just know that if he wanted to allow people to see the inside condition of his home and where the firearms were kept and his bedroom, and completely clear off any doubt whatsoever about if his kids were living in substandard, filthy conditions, he could 100% do that at any time. At any time, at will, he could communicate to Hardin, who he knows how to contact, and sign an affidavit to allow the release of the footage, which would be redacted for privacy for everybody except him. And he chooses not to, and he lies about it. He lies that he has the ability to do this. He 100% does. And he lies a lot. It's actually kind of shocking when you listen to him to hear how often he just blatantly, flagrantly lies about everything. Things that are immediately contradicted by public record. Things are immediately contradicted by statutes in his own state that he's licensed to practice in. The dude lies like it's second nature now, which I think is a skill that any druggie picks up. There's something about drug addicts when they get addicted to something, they just pick up lying as a second language. It's really crazy. And he's very flippant about it too. He'll just make lies that could be contradicted in a second. But the effort that what the liar realizes, a professional liar knows, is that when you start lying, the amount of effort it takes for somebody to rebut a lie is 20-fold what it cost in time and effort to make the lie. So his thought process is, if I just lie continuously, nobody can contradict me because nobody has the time of a fucking day to sit down and really go line by line. If Rekieta thinks I'm wrong, I challenge him to submit approval and consent regardless.
He definitely
because
is
if
an
I'm
addict.
wrong, then we'll submit it to the clerk and say, look, he consented to it. There's no reason to withhold it anymore. And then we'll either be told that's not how it works, in which case Rekieta vindicated, lawyer of the year, figured it out, or we'll get what we want. And theoretically, if that happens, he says that there's no issue with the house. The kids were living in a good condition. Things might be a bit messy, but they were fine. There weren't any kind of a neglect issues at play. Should be okay. It's win-win based off what he says. But we all know based off the actual court records and based off of what's been submitted as evidence and basically implied correct by his own admissions, is that the house is filth and he definitely doesn't want anyone to see it. He's hoping that he can get these, he's hoping in general that they can get the entire warrant thrown out, in which case all the evidence collected in regards to the search itself would be dismissed from evidence. So it would never come out then without his consent. It would never come out. So the only thing that could happen, and actually this is kind of my conspiracy, is that I'm shocked that April, and I forgot to mention this because I didn't want to bring up Ricada just to mention this. April Imholt is also being charged with a minor drug possession charge. So at some point, the police went back and said, actually, we're going to charge this bitch too. And I think that the reason why they did that is that she's not playing game with them. They thought that she would just be a natural witness. Like she would come out and say, I didn't have anything to do with this. I was just here to do some coke. It wasn't my coke. I barely know these people. But now she's like intimately involved in Ricada's life, and they made a big public spectacle about it. So it's like, why the fuck are we letting her walk? She's not a cooperative witness. Might as well charge her too. Fuck her. So my conspiracy mind is that Ricada is trying very hard to keep April on his side because there is cash fucking money. I will pay her for her consent. If she wants to come out and say, I consent to the release of the body cam footage, I will fucking pay her for it. And so will Hambly. So will all these other people who are, drama vultures that want to get this footage. She has cash money on the fucking table, and Ricada has to keep her happy no matter what, because he does not want that footage to come out. He doesn't want it to come out in court. He doesn't want to consent to it. He doesn't want the only other person who could reasonably consent to it, which would be April Imholt, to consent to it. So he's got her fucking locked down, and he will do anything she asks. I don't even think she realizes. I'm going to put out bad juju just for the sake of it. I don't think April Imholt realizes how much leverage he actually has over Ricada, because Kayla, is the mother of his children. She's in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say. April isn't. April can walk at any time, and nobody would think any worse for her of it. In fact, she would get a charge dropped, probably, if she became a corroborating witness, and she would get cash money for her own defense. Her bond would be immediately posted by the quartering in exchange for her consent to get the body cam footage out and release with other people redacted, and we would know who they are regardless, but it would be out. So April Imholt, if she happens to hear this, she should know that she holds the chain. I don't care how the BDSM formula, polycule situation is organized, but the flowchart, the pyramid of who holds what and who has control over whom, is that April Imholt is at the top, the very fucking top. Zero reason to stick around and many reasons to go away. So Ricada better keep reading these fucking ads on his stream for 5G radiation protection for his home that Rumble lets you accept money to do ad reads for, because the second that gravy train stops, she has many people willing to accept her with open arms and open wallets. The fucking nanosecond he stops being a benefactor, the fucking nanosecond, and the state would appreciate it too, I'm sure. So next bullet point, following above, his youngest child was tested positive for cocaine. Sorry, I'm reading that like a retard. Was testing positive for cocaine and or associated metabolites at over 5,000 picograms per milligram at 500% or 500 cutoff. So 10 times the cutoff. Baldo attempted to go after those in the state of Minnesota who recorded the initial hearing and shared it. He believes it was contempt of court. Baldo wants all the hearings to be in person, likely in an effort to suppress the flow of information, i.e., so there'd be no Zoom conferences or anything. Baldo previously stated that all the court cases should be 100% transparent so the state can be held accountable. Oh, fuck! Oh my god, I need to tell Hardin right now that he's trying to get everything sealed, and we need to file the motion to open the case as soon as possible. I completely forgot about that. We may even be permitted by the court to send in a Kiwi Farms news correspondent to set up recording, and if that happens, I don't know what the fuck we're going to do. We're going to have to get someone who knows technology to go in and be our court reporter, and that might be Aaron Imholt. We might need to call upon the dark jester himself and say, look, I know you're in the business. You know how to set up a recording booth. Can you go into the courthouse as the Kiwi correspondent and record it for us? I will listen. I might show up in person. I might fly back. I might send in Hardin. Hardin might show up with a caravan, and I'll have to guide him through over over a call how to set up a video recorder and broadcast it to the internet. Listen, we have genuine public interest here, and it's going to fucking happen. And he can whinge about it all he wants, but we're making it happen. Bono wants to go after those in the state of Minnesota who recorded the initial hearing and shared it because he believes it was contempt of court. Bono wants all hearings to be in person. I already read that. Bono previously said that the court case should be 100% transparent. Well, I know that. So yeah, basically he's a fucking hypocrite. He says, I want everything to be out in the open. Everything should be out in the open. And then he goes, no. I don't want anything to be out in the open. That would be bad. And then he just uses his children. That's fucking sickening, by the way, how he uses his children as like a defense. No, we can't have transparency in this case where I claim I'm being 100% transparent because that would be dangerous to my kids. Well, who was fucking doing cocaine around your kids, dipshit? He's so fucking dishonest with that shit. It's crazy. Colves for 10 says, how much do you charge for shower talks? What if I'm interested? Ricada bath talk recorded. And then there is a YouTube link.
Yellow.
It's Family
Hey,
Guy.
Quagmire. Hey, Peter, what's up?
How much?
Well, what do you want?
Nothing. I'm just calling to talk. What you thinking about?
What do you mean, what am I thinking about? You called me.
I just wanted to say hi. So what do you do?
Kind of. It's kind of that, but there is actually something he wants to say. That's kind of how it works.
Well, there is your Maddie update. Okay. Let's go back and check this out before we went on break. We're at $3. Whoa. Keno money's rolling in. Okay, rewind. What's this? Dead air. Complete silence.
All right. Anyway, we got to get started. But like I said, 4.5 years. Don't. So now saw that. Like, no lie. Basically, where it changed, and this I will say during the react, by the way, where it all changed is when I was in the bankruptcy hearing and a troll called in and impersonated one of my creditors. When basically my bankruptcy attorney and that judge involved
that really terrified him, huh?
Of interference, they knew that my haters were going to go to any lengths to ruin my life.
I mean, it was a public
They knew
hearing.
it at that point. And
It's
they
not
were
like it was
okay,
private.
So yeah. So now lay it all here. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Lay it all here. Tell us the truth of what's going on. Show it to us. Show us the evidence because we're the ones judging your future here, right? Be honest with us, and then that's it. Don't expose yourself any further to any idiot on the internet because you don't owe them anything. And they're absolutely right.
And that's not what they said.
And there you go. And I've been fine. 4.5 years, right?
No, you've been miserable and begging.
Okay.
Your wife got fat.
All right. Anyway,
You're now in a constant state of paranoia.
Bathroom.
Is that it?
So you can bear with me. I don't world championship through stuff. I gotta.
Is that it? Is that it? Like, creditors have a right to question, like, what your business expenses were, and you lied and said that you had detailed what they were, and you didn't.
I keep bothering myself over
Is that it, really?
world championships. It should already know what's going to happen on a server like that. I've been through it. During my own documentary and say the same answers, I feel like I wasted 5 hours with those guys. I get it something. And
He's
then
probably
they never got
lying.
to it,
He's lying.
right?
He's just using that as a way to, like, punish the person who called in and saying, because you did that, I'm not going to tell anyone anything. It's like you weren't going to tell anyone anything anyways. He's just using that as a shield. Like he always does. He's a fucking piece of shit. I think we'll take a break with the Crystal Station videos. That was really trashy. Really the bad kind of trashy. The awful, stinky, smelly kind of trashy. Not the hobo chic kind of trashy. Not the golden trash bag among the piles of trash. Just the kind you don't want to see. King Cobra is sort of like the higher tier of trash at that point. Vibes is single. I don't know who Vibes is. Oh my god, Vault Boy is just pumping out video after video. It's just random shit. I might have to unsubscribe because he is flooding my sub box. And they're all just random edits. Nerd Brew re-uploaded the Lightning Returns unboxing, but removed the fire alarm. So it just makes DSP sound really schizo, and he's responding to a fire alarm that isn't there. That's a funny one to watch if you want to check that out. Got some Kersey clips. Looking at some news. Anime Slayer put out a clip from Deadpool Wolverine that has over 500,000 views already. Which is good for him. God damn it. I guess if you just pirate a movie and upload a clip from it, you can get 500,000 views on your channel. Cool. What is this one?
I need that money. Yeah.
This is all the intros.
And who after our...
What is this?
A meat store, huh? We should rest after our long and weary journey.
But we've only been walking for 10 minutes.
Enough of your pignosis, pig roach.
And who are you, stationary mage?
Duty.
Duty.
I remember now. I used to have a life, then I got pignatized by this pig roach.
Unearned nonsense.
I'm not going to kill you, pig, but I will give you this.
Where did you send him?
Somewhere he belongs. Somewhere where he will suffer forever. Sorry, girl.
Great acting.
Wait a minute. Where am I? Hello? Now how do I get out of here?
I'm sorry. The Temple of Dibella is closed.
I've seen this one. This intro. It's pretty good. Seen this one. Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Just all the intros collected back to back. You already see all these. Okay. Back to the chaos realm. I remember I had a life. DSP refuses to address anything about WWE champions covered in the June documentary, as if that's going to do anything. Other than just make them look even more guilty. It's like other people are going to see it, dude. People are going to watch what you avoid, and they're going to see why you avoid it. But He thinks he's playing chess when he can't even play fucking Jenga. What an idiot. I guess he already knows that Jim the King's gonna cover it. When they called into a public bankruptcy call, where the call was public, and said that he was one of my creditors, which he very well could possibly have been, that's when my lawyer told me not to discuss the fact that I lied on my bankruptcy forms. That'll show him. I'm like, okay, dude. And then he was on side scrollers. It's like, the $5,000 a month in business expenses, is that like on my taxes? Is that on my bankruptcy forms? I don't even know. It's like, I thought you were the one who gave your tax attorney all of your business expenses, so you would know what they amounted to. You would know where they came from, and you would know where people were getting that number from. Again, it's like Josh said about addicts. It's like they lie in second nature. And all it does is cost you every single person around you. You just stay isolated. Don't let anyone be able to call you out. So, well, I guess we'll see what happens when he steps out of his little comfort zone.
His eyeballs in about me constantly. This is
another side scrollers rant. What is this? After a wild podcast rant, Discord isn't DSP. Side scrollers were unprepared in interview. Interview was all over the place. Side scrollers listened to the detractor content. The detractors called into the bankruptcy and more.
Thanks for watching Level 1 Podcast. See you tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, see, but Danielle, here's the thing. Danielle says, yeah, but people would want to see you watch those parts that you say you want to skip. People are yearning for your take. You already know my take. Literally,
my take is no.
Everything that I had to say about it, I said in the Side Scrollers interview. So if you want my take,
my take was, I don't know.
I answered everything.
What are you talking about?
Like, so here's
what do you mean?
This is still on a Discord server. No, that's not really me. That's all fabricated.
That's okay. So what is your Discord account? That's how you would prove it's not you. Aside from just saying, no, that's not me.
Totally not me. I've never actually had a conversation on a Discord server like that. I
don't. What was that? I've never had a conversation on a Discord server like that. Well, that's another lie.
Don't even know where they made that up from. It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, several of your mods leaked your entire chat history on your Discord accounts.
There you go. That's my take. So do you need to hear me say that while the documentary's playing? Right? It's going to be the same thing. No, that's not my account. No, that's not my leaked bank statements. They made that up too.
Okay. So how did they get access to your bank accounts and steal thousands of dollars from you, which is what you claimed?
No, this is all bullshit. It's like the same thing I've already said. A million.
So this is no. Meanwhile, we have evidence that it's all true. No. My evidence is no.
Times. So I don't need to say it again. I've already been through it.
So why not just watch it then?
It's literally the same exact answers a zillion times. Why keep bothering myself over it? And again, that's the.
I thought you didn't care.
Reason I did the Side Scrollers interview. If I just sit here during my own documentary and say the same answers, I feel like I wasted 5 hours with those guys. You know?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I need to zoom in.
He's just afraid that they'll actually present the evidence, and he doesn't have any way to debunk the evidence. He's going to say, no, It's like, well, what about the evidence, though? Well, and then it'll just be awkward.
In. The interview, yeah, the Side Scrollers interview is over 5 hours long. You're right. That's their problem. If they wanted to be a better interview, they should have been more concise and focused on I'll be honest.
DSP talked more than every other person in that interview combined. He's the one who made it that long. It's literally all his fault. It's that long.
Side Scrollers interview.
He's the one who diverted on to so many different tangents and non sequiturs and stories that had nothing to do with the questions that they asked. And he did all that on purpose just to exhaust people and tire them.
We covered a lot but it had no direction at all. They were all over the place with their topics.
You were
They
all
weren't
over the
even
place.
prepared with certain questions. Like, you could tell they were trying to get at something, and then they never got to it, right? They'd be like, so what are these expenses? What expenses? Well,
The $5,000 that are you listed on your bankruptcy forms.
the expenses for your business. What are you talking about?
The ones on your bankruptcy forms. And they said this.
Well, and then are you talking about the expenses that were listed during the bankruptcy?
Obviously. The ones that, like, you brought up the person who called into the bankruptcy call and it was like, I'm not seeing $5,000 a month in business expenses. Like, you know exactly what they're referring to. You can't play this dumb.
Like, they weren't even ready. Well, oh yeah, that's what they didn't even know what they were talking about.
So they said, yeah. They said yes. You asked the question, they said yes. But we just have to forget about all that. Okay.
What it is they watched a bunch of detractor videos, and then they tried to base an interview.
And then you played dumb. You're like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. And they're just confused because they're like, why the fuck are you pretending like you don't know what we're talking about?
Oh yeah, that's what they didn't even know what they were talking about. What it is they watched a bunch of detractor videos, and then they tried to base an interview off of it without even having the information. They didn't put a single piece of information on screen. Right? Like, if you have a question for me, show on screen what you're talking about, and then I can respond to it.
Because you do that.
You know what we're talking about. No, I don't. Like, what?
Yes, you do.
You know? And then I answer honestly, well, I don't even know what you're talking about because that's my accountant who does all that. My tax guy. Like,
well, he gets the information from you.
He handles it. I pay someone a lot of money to do my taxes every year.
He doesn't find out on his own what your business expenses are. That's impossible.
Feed them all the info.
So you fed them the info. So they got the information from you.
Process it. That's what gets made. I don't do my taxes. I mean,
they're not talking about your taxes. They're talking about the expenses you put on your bankruptcy forms.
Insane to do my own taxes because I'm not an accountant. I'm not a tax guy. I'd be a moron. I'd probably do it all wrong. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? Because I don't. Because I pay someone to do it. Are you stupid? Like, what is not answer? What it is they want me to somehow admit to fault of something I didn't do wrong. So they all the interview was trying to catch you with gotcha questions, and none of them worked. So, you see, well, he was dishonest the whole interview. Well, you don't have any evidence I was dishonest the whole interview.
Of course we do. You're the one who provided the $5,000 a month figure. Like, that's the evidence.
You just said that because you're...
So you're lying when you say you don't know where that number comes from. I mean, what more evidence do you need for that?
A fucking hack, and you didn't do a good interview. Right?
So it's their fault for not putting the public bankruptcy forms on the screen. If they did that, then you would have said, oh, okay. So when you say you got the numbers from my bankruptcy forms, what you meant was you got the number from my bankruptcy forms. Okay, cool. Now I can answer your question. But because they didn't do that, you had no way of answering their question. That's pretty convenient. Gotcha.
But again,
really believable.
I've already done this. I don't need to sit here and be like, okay,
you didn't do any of it.
Here's all the shit that everyone made up about me. That's wrong. Okay, well, are you going to prove it? No, because if I prove it, now I put myself to further risk.
That makes no sense.
So then why am I wasting my time talking about it?
Like, the only way it could put him in further risk is because he committed a crime and lied and committed perjury. And his business expenses aren't actually $5,000. He just added mobile game expenditures which have nothing to do with his business as business expenses in order to get his bankruptcy forms by overinflating his expenses and underrepresenting his income, by the way. That's another facet of it.
People, you're not going to get anywhere. It's semantics at this point. It's going in circles.
Semantics.
I'm never going to talk.
Okay, we can add semantics to the list of words he doesn't understand.
Talk further about it because there's nothing to talk about. And I've been legally advised, don't keep talking about it because if you say anything else that reveals anything about you, your business, your family,
you could reveal that you committed a crime.
You know what I'm saying? Your haters
sure, I
get
guess.
this info and use it to do malicious things to you. So don't do it.
I don't know what he means other than the guy who corroborated in his criminal action doesn't want him to admit the fact that they both committed a crime together.
Exposed. You know what I'm saying? Your haters can get this info and use it to do malicious things to you. So don't do it.
God, is that part of just the diversion? The way
no
you exhaust
lie.
people is you like cough into their ears?
Basically,
You don't want to hear that anymore, do you? There.
By the way.
You understand if you keep making me talk, I'm going to go more. You wouldn't like that, would you?
Where it all changed.
So stop asking me questions. You want me to shut up, right? There, you like hearing that? You like hearing? I'll do it again.
Is when I was in the bankruptcy hearing.
Stop asking me questions, unless you want to hear more.
And a troll called in and impersonated.
Okay, we already heard that part. You hate hearing me say so stop bugging me.
His content to talk about me. That's incredibly insulting to say that I don't have a family. Okay? Like, he doesn't understand that the only reason he ever had a modicum of popularity on the internet is because he's a drama queen.
It's a modicum,
who
not
wrote
a
on the backs of other
modicum.
people's misery. He doesn't get that. Once you put on the clown makeup and you start the clown show, the makeup doesn't ever wash off. Anyway, we're done with that. We got to talk about our other big topic for this morning. All right. So I was made aware of a situation that I am not happy with in any way, shape, or form. And you guys know me. I'm not one for drama. I try to stay out of drama. I want nothing to do with drama. All right.
Doesn't like to talk about drama, yet here we are. Would you look at that? For a guy who's constantly saying that he doesn't like to talk about drama, he sure does find a way to get himself involved pretty often, doesn't he? He can feel free to pretend all he wants. Everyone can already see that he loves talking bad about other people and is looking for every opportunity to do so. I just wish that he would be honest about it for honesty's sake.
But as you know, upcoming during the summer, there's going to be a series of documentaries released by June the King. Okay. One of them is about me. And I'm going to live react to that one. But there's also one about Review Tech USA coming up. And that one's supposed to come out before mine in early August, okay? And so I announced, yes, I will do a long-form react to that one. And you might say, well, why are you going to do that? Well, there's two reasons. Number one, because I haven't done a long-form react in over a year. So it's good to have different kinds of content. And number two, because Rich from Review Tech USA has been a heinous person towards me for the greater part of over a decade. All right?
He gave you a
Something
heinous
tells me that the second
amount of
reason he
money.
gave was far more important to him than the first. You'll see soon enough, don't worry. But I'm really not surprised at all to see DSP going back after Rich of Review Tech USA again. I'm more shocked than anything that it didn't happen sooner actually, due to all of RTU's constant escapades and rapid ascension up the lolcow ladder. I guess DSP was just looking for an excuse, and finally he was able to justify to himself that this was worth doing, that this would be a worthwhile addition to his content and worth his audience's time. You know, that audience that also doesn't care about drama or other lolcows, but instead chill gameplay to relax and drool to.
I literally have nothing to do with this man at all. I don't watch his content. I don't talk about him. But he literally nonstop.
I don't talk about him.
And of course, it's mostly in a
He
negative
doesn't
light.
talk
It's
about him,
always
you
something
guys.
he has to say
All
to
that
make you feel
times
like
you heard
he's
him talk
better
about
than
him,
me,
it's
right?
all fake.
And
All
man,
fabricated.
if only
It's all a
Fat
lie.
Brains
It's all
this or
troll
that, and always
conspiracy
I'm doing something
theory.
wrong and always rolling with the memes about me and everything. And literally this guy has made a living talking shit about others for the past decade. Keep in mind, this is a guy who used to review tech, which is why his name is Review Tech USA. But he doesn't do that anymore because basically no one cared about him doing that. But he only got views and clicks when he started doing drama content. Like he's a TMZ Gossip Girl style channel on YouTube, right?
Oof, to be called the Gossip Girl style by the guy? That's gotta feel bad. Believe it or not though, I do remember seeing RTU back when he did legitimately review tech. I didn't know it at the time how rich the lore was behind him, and I couldn't possibly have imagined he would be more insufferable than the guy, but I do remember seeing him back then. For anybody who's unfamiliar, if you thought that DSP talking in circles is non-tent, then you should really check out Review Tech USA. It's somehow more dead air while also having an obnoxious soundboard. You'd think that that would be impossible, but he actually makes it happen. And I know that I don't speak on RTU all that often, and that's for good reason, but I will say this concretely. DSP legitimately does offer more entertainment value than anything that RTU could possibly do. And for that reason alone, he is in fact beneath DSP when it comes to ranking the dregs of society. I'll even take it to one step further and say that when DSP beefs with RTU, that's about the only time I can ever really hope for a filled W. And if at any point during this video it sounds like I'm giving DSP too much credit, I do apologize. It's just not too often that I talk about DSP positively, but when compared to RTU, how could I not? Of course, I'm still not willing to pretend that Phil never invited any of Rich's nonsense into his streams, because he absolutely did, quite a lot throughout the years actually.
And I have an issue with the guy, and I've called it out over the years over and over. I don't support this kind of content. I think it's incredibly harmful. I don't think it should exist on YouTube to begin with. It certainly shouldn't be monetized, all right? But guess what? YouTube doesn't care. Toxic behavior continues. And the thing is, I made it clear over the years, I want nothing to do with this guy, right? I just don't. Yet he constantly tries to interject himself into my life. He's constantly talking about me. He used to come on my streams and try to derail the entirety of my streams. I had to ban him from all of my channels because he would keep coming back. I had to ban him from Twitter because he kept quoting me on Twitter, and then all of his idiotic viewers would start repeat quoting him and tweeting him, and I would get my entire feed filled with bullshit. This guy is the most immature dude. He would take dumb memes and shit, and I have to see them in my timeline. Like, I don't want to see your nonsense. I just want to run my business. Leave me the fuck alone. And the thing is, I've told him time and time again, over and over and over about this. Said, I want nothing to do with you. I've tried to be civil with the guy. About a year and a half ago, you know, one of his kids was sick, and I actually reached out with an olive branch to the guy, and I said, listen, all beef between us, you know, aside, I'm really sorry to hear that when your family member there is sick, and I wish the best. I really hope that things go better. And he said to me at that point, you know, that was so nice of you. Would you like to come on my show and talk with me and my editor? Yes, because this was before, I guess, he had the breakup with his editor or whatever. And I was like, I don't even know why he spun it that way. I was like, I don't know, you know. And then later that day, he goes on Twitter and talks shit about me. Later that day, he goes on Twitter and actually said nasty things about me. The day when I wished him well, that his daughter would get better.
Oh, don't act like you were being decent without the expectation of something in return, you little weasel. Granted, I think he was looking more for good optics rather than a collaboration, but not for a second do I actually believe DSP was going to forgive past transgressions for nothing. He has been known in the past to hold the pettiest grudges for years at a time, so I really don't think that RTU would have been any different. I really just think that he's more upset that he got snaked before he could do the snaking. He's always looking to be the snaker and never the snakey.
He actually went and talked shit about me the same day. And I went back to him. I said, just so you know, usually the traditional way you respond to someone being nice to you and extending an olive branch is not to immediately go and attack them on Twitter. So goodbye. And I blocked him again. And that was it. And that's really the last time I talked to the guy. Okay.
It may have been the last time that he talked to him, but it most certainly was not the last time he talked about him. He found a way to talk about RTU and his drama about as often as he could, albeit always behind a very performative.
Just because someone has treated you badly doesn't mean you wish them ill. What's happening now with Review Tech, I don't want him to have a bad life. I don't want him to be going through stress. I don't want him to be going through bad things. I want him to have a better life. Because maybe if things were going better for him, he wouldn't do toxic content, right? Anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is because, as I said, I am going to react to Rich's documentary. I don't follow this guy, but now I'm intrigued about his history. Where did he come from? How did he get into drama content on YouTube? Why did he go down this toilet? And what is all the controversy around him these days? I don't know any of it. I literally don't follow it. Again, he is up to his eyeballs in shit about me constantly. This is his content, to talk shit about me. But I don't know anything about him. So I think it would be fascinating, right, to actually watch this documentary, long form react to it, and learn about someone who has literally done drama content about me for 10 years in an educational way and respond very matter-of-factly to it. I think people are going to love this react because obviously I am in a prime position to react to this documentary about this man who has talked about me for over a decade, right?
Again, hates to get involved in drama, but it keeps coming up as a reason to justify his behavior, and he even eyed himself to be in a prime position. I am happy to see, however, that DSP has apparently learned nothing from Adam Krigler, because he's still getting his information on these internet personalities from the exact same type of YouTube documentaries that he blames for spreading slander about him. I just hope that a couple of months down the road that we don't have to hear any of his whining about how he was misrepresented and people don't know the full context, you guys. Unfortunately, I can see that exact type of thing happening, of course, after he tries to get out in front of the documentary as much as he possibly can. He's already come up with multiple preemptive excuses to try and explain away some of the more questionable behaviors of his past, and he's decided to do an entire react to it, excluding the parts he doesn't want people to see, obviously, because that's what every other honest content creator would do.
So, that being said,
shout out, obviously.
That's it. That's where I've left it, right? I haven't really talked about this at all. I just said, I'm going to react to this guy's documentary. So as usual, I know that he always talks shit about me or whatever. So someone actually contacted me and said, just so you know, not only is he constantly talking shit about you, now he's gotten wind that you are want to react to June the King's documentary about him. And because of that, he came out publicly on stream the other day, and he actually has threatened and attacked June the King. And I was like, what? Like, I thought, nah, this sounds like bullshit. This sounds like someone's going to send me a video of stuff that's out of context because they're trying to stir up drama, right? So I watched the video. Now, first of all, for clarification, no, it wasn't the raw video, but it was pretty much like an hour of unedited Rich being watched by two other guys. I guess it's those guys, Kino Casino or whatever. I've never seen them before. I know nothing about them. You guys have mentioned them in my chat before, so I didn't know anything about this. So it's like they're commenting on what he's saying and everything, and I'm just trying to like get the gist of what's going on, okay?
Oh, you mean exactly how so many of your detractors reserve your content as more palatable and digestible content that can actually be enjoyed? Glad to see that once again it's rules for thee and not for re. As long as someone else other than Phil is suffering, he couldn't give a shit less. As for a clip of what Rich actually said on the stream, that's not going to happen. It's too long ago now and I'm not sitting through any RTU content if I can help it. And while I knew that DSP knew of the casino, I couldn't have foresaw him outright admitting to watching a full hour's worth of content from them. Not the way that he just did, at least. I guess that just speaks to the quality of the content that Kino Casino was putting out. Even DSP has to admit that the feltoning laid upon Dickers routinely is in fact Kino. That doesn't make him any less of a hypocrite, of course.
So I start to watch this video. I watched it last night, okay? And literally what Rich is doing, first of all, Rich apparently has had a huge breakdown, which I didn't know. I guess he doesn't really make content anymore, and when he does, it's rare, and when he does, no one watches it. Like, his channels are falling apart. He's got, like, no views. He's deleting videos en masse. He's losing subscribers. I know nothing about any of this. I'm not involved in it. I don't know anything about it, nor do I revel in it. Like I told you guys, I wish these people the best. I feel like if these people were having good lives, they would leave everyone else around them alone and wouldn't be drama queens trying to bring other people down. But the problem is they don't have good lives. So things fall apart, and, you know, then all this shit happens.
And would you look at that? Almost verbatim, the exact same nonsense that I just included a few minutes ago. Also that he can once again shield himself from anything negative that he says because he, like Ricada, wished him $1 million or whatever.
So I wasn't aware of any of this. Well, apparently this is all going on. You know, the Kino Casino guys were talking about it in the video. And basically, he's on stream, and you can see, if you look at his eyes, he is wasted. Now, I don't know if he's high. I don't know if he's drunk. I don't think he was drunk because he wasn't slurring his words or whatever. But this dude was, like, toasted, right? You can tell he was on something.
I'm unsure as to why DSP refuses to just say that Rich is high. If he was high or drunk, but you don't think that he was drunk, then you could have just said he was high. What's with all the filler? Then he went on to say that he was on something. How did he turn one sentence, you could tell he was high, into 4? He really never fails to waste as much oxygen as possible, does he?
And basically they start playing the part where he's talking about this upcoming documentary. And he goes like, June the King, he's making this documentary about me. And I don't understand because he didn't contact me. He didn't contact me to ask me anything in the midst of making this documentary, right? So now here's the funny part about it. I've said for many, many years, many documentaries have been made about me. And no one ever contacted me for any kind of information about one of them until June the King. He was literally the first person to ever ask me for my take on a few different things that he was researching, and he couldn't get a clear picture, so he wanted to get my take. And for the record, with the things that June asked me about, sometimes he would be like, okay, so your answer actually corroborates the information I found. And then other times he'd be very honest and be like, Phil, what you told me doesn't seem to be corroborated by evidence on the internet. So it's going to be presented as that you said this, but here's what I found. I said, you can do whatever you want. Go for it. Make it the most honest documentary ever. If I'm wrong or if I'm misremembering, it should be presented that way, right?
Then again, I have to ask, what is the difference between when June the King does it and when all of your other detractors do it? You can't say it's because the others don't have your side of the story, because on so many events you've been giving nothing but your side of the story for years. You'd think that since DSP feels so strongly about reaching out to people before a documentary, though, that he would have actually been on Rich's side. And as somebody who's on the outside looking in, I'm really only left with one question, and that is, why is Darkside Phil, of all people, the insufferable man baby, the special little fellow who gets to write his own lore? Not that I think it honestly matters too much, because regardless of whatever June asked DSP or what was said in response, I think that the doc is still going to be incredibly tame and milquetoast at best. I'd love to be proven wrong, of course, but I really have no hope that either doc is going to be as scathing as these two deserve.
So I appreciated that, but I get the feeling it's not going to make me look good. It's just not. It's not going to make me look good whatsoever because there's probably going to be things
Why
I
would it?
misremember, heinous things I've done in the past, which I've already fessed up to. But you know, that's life. You do things. It's like we all have our time in the firing line, right? We all did heinous things, and we're all in the
No.
public light. We're all going to have that negative light shined on us at some point, and you got to face the music for what you've done. Correct?
Wrong.
So it is what it is.
We all have our time in the firing line. What a morbid way to look at things. It's especially striking from the guy because he's always pretending to be Mr. Chill. And I'm quite unsure as to what he means when he says we have all done heinous things. I don't need DSP speaking on my behalf, and I would recommend everyone else keep that same energy about him. It is insane to me though, the DSP is sat here talking about accepting responsibility and facing the music when he is the first person that comes to my mind when I think of zero accountability. For Christ's sake, one of his most iconic lines is, "I did nothing wrong, I did everything correct." Need I say more?
So Rich apparently is so upset, right? Because June is making a documentary about him, but June didn't contact him to ask him specifically about certain topics, right? So as he sings, he's like, well, I was going to have you know that if he has something about a certain, I don't even know what he's talking about because he's mentioning like specific drama situations that I'm not into. I don't know what he's talking about at all. I think he mentioned something about like a Dropbox or a Discord or something, you know what I mean? Like just random things he's referencing. The layperson has no clue what he's talking about. Like, what? I'm not in on this shit, right?
DSP is trying desperately to sound uninformed and out of the loop while simultaneously knowing all of the topics of discussion and the websites and apps involved. And this is why I wish he would just give up on the act and acknowledge that he loves drama. Imagine how much more fun he could be having if he just started spouting all of the information that he knew and what he thought about it. And imagine all of the fun that the detractors could be having, calling out all of the hypocrisies and all of the fails in his logic. It would just make for genuinely more exciting content than the slop that he currently makes.
But basically he's referencing specific things, right? And then he goes, well, if he mentions any of those, I'm just going to have you know. Just listen to this. I'm not like Phil. I don't have a fake family. Okay? I'm not like Phil. I don't have a fake family. You know what? I took that personally. Yes, the me. I took that personally.
Good. It's about time that someone finally said it in a way that penetrated your industrial strength skull. You don't have a real family. You have a wife and a cat. That is not a family. It's a household at best. And while, yes, you can say that technically he has parents and extended family like his cousin, and trust me, he will say those things, I'd say given how far away they are and how little he even has to do with them at this point, that no, DSP does not have a family in any practical sense. So I can hate on Rich all that I want, but he is right in that department, and it's incredibly cringe that DSP thinks that this is the point to get smug about, that this was the bait that drew him into the fray. Crazy that something so factually accurate was the shot heard round the world for Philly Boy.
Because I do have a real family. I have parents, I have a wife, I have a cat, and yes, you can joke he's my pet, but he's still part of my family.
You can joke
right? And I
he's
also
my
have
pet.
extended
That's
family
a
and
joke
relatives. I
that
have a
he's your
family.
pet?
Maybe I don't have direct children, human children, but I do have a family. Okay? And I'm pretty upset.
How is that
he
a
would say
joke that he's your
because
pet?
he has kids, he's basically better than me. I want you to think about that. There are people on Earth that think
has
they're
more
better
at
than
stake.
you
He has more to
because they
lose.
chose to have sex and not use contraception and reproduce. Literally the easiest fucking thing you can do in life is reproduce.
not.
You don't even have to work to do it, and it feels good. You're tempted to do it because it feels so good. That's the whole idea, is to keep the human race alive. This is not a challenge. This is not a daunting task. Anyone can fucking reproduce.
I just want to say for the record that I don't think that reproducing is the easiest thing that you can do. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the whole thing is an entire ordeal, and many people throughout history have died being birthed or died as a result from childbirth. It's incredibly complicated when you get into the specifics, and from what I'm told, the entire process is rather painful. I do think that it is something that is often not well planned for or thought out, but those are not the same thing. I would also like to say again, for the record, that if you aren't putting any work in while reproducing, that is embarrassing, and it's no wonder your wife wants nothing to do with you. I don't think that RTU was trying to insinuate that he was better than DSP though. I think that he was trying to get across that he actually has something to lose or people in his life that could be negatively harmed and that they are unwilling bystanders in the whole thing. I personally don't buy into any of that for a second though. He was the one after all that put his own kid's drama online for pity bucks. You get what you deserve out here, and who am I to hold back the hands of fate? Especially when all he had to do was be a better father and none of this would have happened.
So to say that someone doesn't actually have a family because they didn't choose to reproduce is insanely stupid, insanely dumb, and insanely insulting. It just proves that the guy is a world-level dunce. Okay? Can't believe he would say that about me. That's incredibly, incredibly insulting to say that I don't have a family. Okay? So the reason he said that was, oh, well, you see, I'm not like Phil. I have a real family. And therefore, there's things that could be in this documentary, right, that would be very harmful to my children. And that's why I'm going to tell you right now, if certain things are talked about in this documentary, I'm just going to have to strike down June the King. That's what he said. He said, I'm going to strike down the video. Now, it's not clear what he's saying. Is he saying he's going to copyright strike?
It's not clear what he's saying, but it's incredibly stupid.
He's not
whatever it is. I'm sure of it.
He means, but he's essentially saying, I'm laying my intentions out publicly here right now. That if you talk about certain topics in this documentary, I am going to flag the video and have it removed from YouTube. Okay? He actually publicly laid out this intention.
And that's just got to be one of the biggest L's in history. Imagine, he made years worth of content on DSP, and then when the world finally wises up to how big of a scumbag he is, he immediately cries victim and starts threatening to take videos down. All because he doesn't like the way that he's being portrayed. It's insulting, it's revolting, it's sick, it's piss. You'd think, given the constant discussion of DSP on his own streams, that he would be able to give and receive, to take his share of drama and accept it as a byproduct of his own content, but of course he couldn't. As he's shown in the past, Rich is not afraid to abuse the flagging system on YouTube. He's been willing to go as far as dox his ops in the past. So this shit ain't nothing to him, man. And for anybody who's interested in hearing more about Rich's skullduggery of the past, I would highly recommend Kino Casino Clips on YouTube to get all of the old Rich lore.
All right, now, here's the thing. I can understand where Rich is coming from. He has kids. And he's trying to protect those children.
And
okay?
you don't.
I get that.
Do you get that?
The thing is, I don't fully understand.
Do you see the difference?
Because as you know, I don't follow drama. I don't know what the drama is with Rich and his kids. I really don't know. I have no idea.
But whatever he says, it was stupid.
His content or his discussions publicly in his content. Here's the truth: if you don't want them to be a part of it, then you shouldn't bring it up. Correct?
Well,
like there's things
if you
that
don't want Kat to be a part of your content, don't bring her up.
I don't bring them up. Now, if people go out of their way to go behind the scenes and find information about things that I don't talk about on stream, and they decide to try to slap it all over the internet, I certainly can't help that, right? If anything, that just shows how insane my haters are, because it has nothing to do with me, right? But anything that I actively choose to bring up on a stream, that's on me because I brought it up, right? For example, as you know, I've been having some personal issues for the past 2 or so years, and I haven't ever told you guys what they are, okay? I just tell you that sometimes I'm really stressed out, sometimes it screws up my schedule. You know, you don't know what they are.
As you know, I have issues, and I haven't told you what they are. As you know, you don't know.
Absolutely know every little thing that's going on in my personal life. Technically, it's none of your business, nor would I want to put that on you. You're coming here.
It's diabetes.
Right, in order to have fun with me and have a good time with gaming. You don't want to hear my constant sob stories about bullshit going on behind the scenes. I shouldn't put that on you.
Stop begging for money.
So I don't. Apparently what people are saying is Rich has brought up his family, he has brought up his kids and everything, and because of that, that's why it's in the drama sphere of talking about this guy. All right?
That has got to be one of the craziest lies I've ever heard from DSP. I don't know how he can be so blatantly dishonest like that. To say that he doesn't put his sob stories on his audience when he knows damn well that he gets on stream every day and cries poor, talking about how he has 2 big bills coming up. He's had to have completely pignatized himself at this point. That is the only explanation that makes sense, because nobody can tell a lie so obviously false with such conviction. Somehow, despite that, he does appear to understand the issue that can create and how it would negatively impact the stream and the content. And you just gotta love how he says that he leaves out info he doesn't want people to know or speculate about, just to confirm moments later that there has in fact been a reoccurring issue for the past 2 years, and that it has messed his schedule up several times throughout those years, because that'll surely quell any Theo theories out there that are actively being conjured up.
So if there's literal facts on the internet about someone because they chose to expose that to the internet and bring it up, why would that not be fair game for a documentary. All right? Now, here's the thing. If you feel that that information is harmful or is not true, because why would it really be harmful? Unless it was true and it exposes something bad that you've done, in which case just fess up and move on. Or if it's not true, then you need to debunk it, correct? So if that's the case, if this is a big deal, if the documentary comes out and has information in it that's misinformation, react to it. Expose the misinformation. Explain why it's misinformation. Add corroborating testimony or evidence, or if you can't do evidence, because I understand. Listen, firsthand, I'm someone who can understand where Rich is coming from in some of this, because there will be things coming up in the Juna King documentary about me, about finances and personal information behind the scenes that I've been legally advised not to talk about. And I know that if I ever expose my own personal information to defend myself and clear my name, it would lead to people being able to harm me in other ways. And after weighing and balancing the situation, I would much rather just have people talking about one stupid thing that's not true and believe it than then get into 10 other things that have nothing to do with it, but then they're able to harm me for the rest of my life. I'd rather have this over here, the devil I already know, than the devil I don't. You understand? So maybe that's the situation or whatever. All right? Maybe he's afraid that if he defends himself from certain accusations, he'll expose himself even further. That I can understand.
And I think that that last part specifically is the part that DSP can relate closest to. The inability to speak on a subject that pertains to him simply because he knows, as does everyone at this point, that if he were to speak on his finances or his WWE champion spending, he would be further incriminating himself, both figuratively and potentially literally. For someone who doesn't know a lot about the situation though, he sure is talking an awful lot about it and talking as if it's coming from a place of knowledge. Phil really is everything that he hates about detractors, which is wild because more often than not, his detractors aren't even guilty of the things that he accuses them of. And I'm unsure whether this was intended, as I don't know the current LARPer status of Steak Sandwich here in the chat, but he is on screen right now saying, Rich needs to make vague statements that he doesn't get into so he can have his cake and eat it too. If I didn't know any better, this is at DSP Space Gaming, because that is exactly the kind of behavior he just condoned Rich do instead for the exact same reason he does it. I'm just never sure if the dents in his chat are actually calling him out by restating what he said in a more obviously stupid way, or if they really are just that dented that it goes over their own heads.
All right? But the truth is, it's fair game. And especially from someone like Rich. Rich is someone who for the last decade has made a living by talking about other people's dirty laundry. This is not a man who reviewed tech for the last 10 years. And all of a sudden now, out of nowhere, he's being drawn into the drama sphere. He literally made a living on drama for a decade. Now, all of a sudden, the camera has been turned back at him. And he's like, wait, no. Wait, what do you mean, wait, no? It's your turn, bro. You're the one who had the camera on everyone else. Now it's your turn to go through your dirty laundry and have your shit exposed. It's only fair game. And if you don't like it, tough shit. You already made your bed, and now you gotta fucking sleep in that shit-infested sheets that you've created. That's what happens, man. That's life.
How does he always manage to take it back to the scatological style commentary? It wasn't enough to just say he made his bed, now he's got to lie in it. No, of course not. He had to say the sheets were shit infested. Not shit encrusted, mind you, but shit infested, as if there is some sort of infestation. I'm by no means a scat man, but I'm not quite sure that that's how that works. Apparently that's life though. Not the life that I'm living, but a life according to DSP.
So now you gotta live with it. That documentary is going to come out, and you're going to have to fucking live with it. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's no amount of threats or fake warnings or anything you can say and do about to this guy. Are you out of your mind? Do you not think that if you hit Juna King with false copyright strikes or false takedown requests, that the internet community is going to rise up against you? You want to talk about bad karma now? Imagine what happens. You've already declared your public intentions to do something heinous. If it happens, everyone's going to blame you. I mean... So anyway, that's only one thing. Like, no lie, in this clip that I watched, Rich literally, like 10 times keeps saying things like he's better than me. Oh, you see, but I'm not like Phil, and I'm better than Phil, and this and that. He keeps saying it. I'm like, wow, this guy genuinely believes that. Like, he doesn't understand that the only reason he ever had a modicum of popularity on the internet is because he's a drama queen who rode on the backs of other people's misery. He doesn't get that. He actually thinks he made meaningful content for people. He's lost.
You know, I hate to do it, but I think that I have to. DSP is 100% correct.
And by the way, Atlas agrees with me.
Rich does think that he's better than DSP, and while that is true when 99% of the world says it, that's just not the case for Rich. somehow he has managed to make worse content than DSP while simultaneously being more underhanded and deceitful. DSP might scam his dents with nonsense to pull Hogan's, but Rich literally backdoored into his former Redditor's computer. I'm by no means a legal analyst, but that sounds kind of like a crime to me, and even if it's not, that's next level scumbaggery that I don't even think DSP would do. And that's before we even talk about how he hides behind his
Pastor
blind
Remote. How's it
daughter to
going?
shield himself from criticism on the internet. And let me remind you that the daughter is blind from medication that Rich gave her. So his content is
I'm
low
nearly
effort
done with
slop.
this
He's a
Gundam
cruel
video.
and wicked liar that has gotten
been editing
entire
it
channels struck down before, and he's a horrible bum of a
day.
father. At least DSP has the decency to not breed. Even he understands his bloodline isn't worth continuing. If only RTU had gotten the same message.
And now, but the thing is, now again, it has been turned back against him, and now he can't handle it. This is a guy for 10 years. All he did was bring down others to get ahead and make money. And now that he is the target of that kind of ire, he can't take it. He's literally saying, oh, leave me alone because I have kids. What? Because you have kids, because you reproduced, we all have to forgive you and just say, oh, you don't get your time in the spotlight? Oh, no, that's not how it works. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's actually the opposite now because you were the person for 10 years who acted like that. Now you're going to get it worse than everybody else. You understand? So anyway, yeah, the way I see it is I just don't understand where he's coming from. It sounds to me like he's just high off his ass and he's talking shit.
Glad to hear him outwardly say that Rich is high, because it's not like it's a secret. Anybody with 2 firing synapses can see it in his face, and don't even get me started on how agonizingly slow he talks. I've heard people with legitimate speaking style disabilities communicate faster and more coherent than Rich, and that's the content that he thinks is worth everybody's time. I think that it is about time that Rich have his day in the sun though. He's been getting reamed really well over the past few months, and I think that we have Kino Casino to thank for that. But I am glad that a normie documentary maker like June is shining the light as well, because let's be honest, his content has a wider and broader appeal in comparison, even if I don't prefer the content myself.
But the fact that this guy is literally just going down in flames.
And
then about June the King. June the King,
God,
like, I don't know.
brain
besides
holes
LTG,
must just be
who really got upset with June the
so
King's documentary.
torturous. Maybe quit
For
drinking.
those who don't know, many years ago, June the King did a documentary. The reason that Low got upset is because June the King basically exposed his real name.
The guy literally stutters more than Worski.
Low tier God was like, oh, he doxed me. But the truth is that information was all publicly available. That's how June the King got it. June the King didn't like do secret research and hack accounts. It was all on the internet. So all he did is he compiled public information that was on the internet and he presented it in his documentary. And LTG got so upset with him that, number one, he called upon his fan base to attack June the King and do whatever they could to bring down the videos or whatever. But number two, he actually doxed June the King. Because what happens is when you hit someone with a false copyright strike on YouTube, you have to dispute it to get it cleared up. So when June disputed it, it put out his personal info, and then LTG used that personal info to actually attack June.
Kind of like how you got Super Crazy's info.
June, has been through this ringer.
When it comes to the doxing of anyone, yes, including LTG, I take a hard and fast stance that it's just not a good look and shouldn't be done. I don't really care if the information is already out there. I don't care if it's all public record. I don't even care if it's old info, because everyone involved knows that dox information is not ever posted positively and more often than not is meant explicitly to harm. Unless required for legal purposes, I fail to see how someone's legal information could be relevant to drama on the internet. We all have fun here and get in beefs and talk that trash, but at the end of the day, it's all just dumb internet drama and it should stay that way. And I also think that that's why it's never really a good idea to get genuinely upset and irate about DSP or any other lolcow for that matter. Because again, it's dumb internet drama and it shouldn't ever be any more than that, unless you look like a spurg, and at that point, what's the difference between you and them?
And he is widely regarded as someone who vets his information. At least what he's going to present in his documentary is going to be publicly discussed information, okay? He's not going to go and literally make up a rumor, all right? For example, all right? There's been tons and tons of rumors about me, all right? And some of them likely will be discussed in the documentary if there's some kind of evidence or at least some kind of corroboration. There's other rumors about me that have absolutely, positively no merit whatsoever, all right? And June actually told me, he's like, just so you know, there's some pretty nasty stuff about you out there that's I know is not true. There's no information about it anywhere, and I'm not going to bring that stuff up because there's no point. And I was like, that's nice of you. Now, I know there's going to be tons of stuff that's going to be bad, right? That's true. Or at least some people think it's based on a nugget of truth, right? But for him to say, I'm just
some
not
people
cover
think
shit
it's
that I know is
based on a
fake.
nugget
For
of
example,
truth.
These
Some
idiots
people
say
like
things
you?
oh, I groomed my ex-girlfriend, that I knew her before she was 18, and I basically groomed her for years.
Well, that's
and
true.
then, you know what I mean? Completely untrue. Never even spoke with her until she was of legal age. In fact, she contacted me when she was of legal age. Okay, and
No,
so
you were
he outright said,
talking
"I'm
before
not,
she
I'm
was
not entertaining that
18.
shit." You know, there's no point.
Brother, why would you bring this up in this manner? This really just reminds me of when he brought up Kat's restraining order during his side-scrollers interview, because there was equally no valid reason to do that either. Out of all of the things that he could have brought up, all of the controversies throughout the years, the one example that he wanted to provide right here and now is the grooming of Panda. Now, I don't have the dates in front of me, but it was absolutely suspicious how recently Panda had turned 18 and how far into their relationship they seemed to be when he introduced her. Just seemed like, at least to me, with how comfortable they were together, that they had been talking for a little bit longer than he was letting on. Again, don't have any concrete dates or anything, that's for the lore scholars out there. But it should be telling that I'm not the only one who's thought this way, and none of the lore masters that I just spoke of have come out and undeniably proven this to be false. And trust me, if it were undeniably false, if there was any way to actually validate what DSP was saying, somebody would have done such. If I know anything about the internet, the only thing that people love more than being right is proving everybody else wrong. Regardless of the truth, this still isn't the example I would have picked for this situation. There was just no need for him to draw more attention to this than there already is, especially since he isn't actually proving anything here.
So there you go. So that's the kind of guy he is. And by the way, June the King is not going to try to do months and months of content after the fact of one of these documentaries coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like, his goal is not what Turkey Tom did. What Turkey Tom did is he made a documentary, and then he said, well, now can I stir the shit, and how can I milk the situation for months on end? Can I get an interview with Darkside Phil? Can I get Darkside Phil to get on the Lol Cow podcast? Can I do this? Can I do that? You know what I'm saying? That's not what June the King does. He literally is just making his documentary, puts it out, and says, here it is, and then he moves on. He's on to the next. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I respect the guy. That's why I think that his content, if you're going to watch something covering someone on the internet, you should be watching someone who's like that, who's trying to literally be a neutral party, as opposed to someone who came in with a preconceived notion to create drama. So now that you've created the drama, you can milk it and get benefit from it, right?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but June undoubtedly had a preconceived notion of both RTU and DSP. If he didn't, then he wouldn't have known that these two characters would be ideal for his type of documentary content. I'm not at all shocked by DSP's standing of June the King, though. For some strange reason, some time ago, DSP picked June as his golden child. The documentarian that would do what no one else had done before and give him this fair and honest shake that he's been looking for. Very peculiar to me that he picked June over Mike Klum, someone who was willing to shoot a real style documentary in person and all, but I guess that's none of my business. Maybe it's the monotone and completely vanilla take June provides that DSP loves so much, or maybe he's just hoping that due to being so bland, June won't actually hold his feet to the fire in any aspect and will take every contradictory piece of info he received from DSP as he said, she said. Because of course that's about the only way that you can paint DSP in a semi-positive light.
So there you go. So that's why I'm looking at this situation. Like, of all the people that Rich would be upset about, right? I just think that's just insane. You know what I'm saying? Now here's the other thing too. There's one final point that I will make about this whole situation, and then we'll move on. If Rich was so concerned with his kids somehow being like dragged into through the mud, okay, then what Rich should have done many years ago was realized that his content was going down this bad path. Okay, he should have said, oh, wait a minute. Literally, I'm just making drama content. I'm talking badly about others. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. The moment that someone asked him to take his shirt off, the moment that someone asked him to pull out a cucumber, to kiss a chicken, the moment that stuff started happening, he should have been like, wait a minute, I have kids. What am I doing? I can't be doing this. This is going to be the legacy of me that will be on the internet.
Isn't that sort of the difference between a real
have this kind of
family
stuff out
and what
there.
you
I
have?
kids. I have to think about that, right? He didn't. In fact, he leaned into that. He leaned into the extreme content. So now the internet knows him as that. And now that it's blowing up in his face because people are finding things about this, right? Now he's worried. It's like, dude, you weren't worried about your kids, because if you were, you never would have made that content years ago.
While I agree, the exact same thing could be said about DSP. All those years ago when people started to detract, whether that be the first "this is how you don't play" or not, it doesn't matter. When all of those things started to happen and people began to chastise DSP for his behavior and the things he did, he should have taken a step back and reassessed his own Begasian content. Just like Rich though, he failed to do that, and here we are. I'll never understand how he can see the flaws in everyone else, he can see all of the mistakes that everyone else is making, but continue to fall for the exact same pit traps, to make and continue making all of the same poor decisions that he hates on everyone else for. The only difference here is that DSP doesn't have a kid. Thank God for that.
Okay, I have a little saying for everyone out there on the internet. Are you ready? You ready for this? This is for everyone out there who wants to lean into lol cow culture. I have an important announcement. Spread this, clip this, and spread this around YouTube and the internet. Are you ready? Once you put on the clown makeup and you start the clown show, the makeup doesn't ever wash off. You're a clown forever.
Doesn't that apply to you?
Doesn't matter how much you try to change or how much you try to spin it, you're still a clown.
Looking forward to people using that against you. Look. Totally doesn't apply to me, though.
While I absolutely hate the way he prefaced that and asked it to be clipped and spread around because that's incredibly cringe, I don't think that that's a bad saying. Because he is kind of right. Once you begin doing the lol cow
basically,
thing, it doesn't matter how you try to change or how infrequent.
Like, another way of saying it is like the dignity you sell, you can't buy back. It's a more succinct take.
When you're meant,
but that applies to DSP as well.
The internet remembers. I'm just wondering when DSP is gonna realize that this also applies to him, just so that I can stop hearing him talk about how he's changed and not the same guy he was yesterday. And shout out to everyone who commented that quote on my last video in the comment section. I was incredibly confused why so many people came in saying the exact same thing, but it all became clear once I was caught up.
And that's all I have to say about that. So, Rich,
that's all he has to say about that.
Threatening people. You have no right to do so. If you have an issue with an upcoming
documentary, he has the right to say it.
Watch it when it comes out. Respond to it, like I will to mine.
Technically.
If you find information there that is messed up, dispute it. Refute it. Give opposing testimony. Or give evidence. If you can't give evidence, I understand.
But you're not going to refute any of the WWE champion stuff.
Don't do things that you're going to regret.
Ignore it. Pretend it's all bullshit. Say no and don't let your audience see it.
Legit, respected content creator.
That's what I'm going to do.
Because you think that it's going to save you and your family.
What happened to refuting
it? You made the bet already. You're stuck in it.
What happened to debunking it?
You have to find a way to persevere. And I hope you do, actually. In truth, I hope Rich does persevere over this. Because he does have a lot at stake. He does have a family that relies on him. And
yeah,
he has
a real family, unlike yours.
What he's doing right now is not working. Okay? It's not at all. It's the opposite of how someone should act if they actually are taking this seriously and want things that are to be better. You don't make threats. You don't do awful things like this. You have to man up and say, okay, you know what? It's going to come out. I'll watch it. I'll react to it myself or whatever. And there you go. And that's that. Okay? That's my take on it.
And this is actually where I want to end the clip, because right now DSP seems like the voice of reason, and the last thing that he says actually kind of makes sense. Unfortunately, he does talk a bit longer and kind of ruin that, but fortunately for everyone, he really just repeats himself and brings up the same tired points for the millionth time about how everyone is worse than him and he's the unkillable roach of the internet. So really no need to sit through all of that if we don't have to. You guys know what's up. But with all of that extra time, I want to look at some of the comments from my last video, so big ups to the 60 skulls. Mikazuki Ishitar says, "This is complete full-on only child behavior. He completes the most mundane tasks and expects some kind of reward or pat on the back or a glass of the extra special gin, I guess. DSP was just born 30 years early. He would fit perfectly with the current generation." And that could really be said for a lot of the things that DSP does. A lot of his behaviors reek of only child mentality. And he absolutely is the type of person that they made participation trophies for. Because it isn't enough for him to feel a sense of accomplishment all on his own. He must have some sort of recognition from a wider audience. Harley Wood says, "The Phil of 16 years ago would have done insert thing he still does almost, if not every single day." This dude does not change outside of losing any passion he ever had about content creation. And that's one of the most ironic parts about that entire segment, was that he was dunking on himself 16 years in the past, when all of the things that he was calling out, all of the things that he was pointing to are exactly the same behaviors that he exhibits today. The only real difference is that his voice has somehow become more obnoxious and the snort sacks have damn near quadrupled in size. And Lost in Hollow came through and said something that I don't think too many people honestly share an opinion with, and that's that he personally is a big fan of the retired boat owner style attire. And I'm gonna keep it a $1.25 with you, Chief. I absolutely am not. I would much rather he be sitting in those greasy decade-old gamer shirts. At least gamer shirts is kind of relevant to the type of content that he makes. Whereas right now he's dressing as your retired drunk uncle while simultaneously saying that he doesn't have a drinking problem at all, and in fact barely drinks as is. It's all just nonsense, and I'm done with it. But speaking of being done with it, this video, so I want to give a big shout out to everybody who watched it, especially if you made it this far. Hopefully I'll catch all of you guys in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other detractor content and dive deeper into that. Snortex.
Thank you, Atlas. That is pretty wild that, like, he's complaining about being on the side scrollers. He's being confronted with questions. And he's using the fact that they don't literally have the documentation in front of him that they're referring to as a reason not to answer the question. So then comes the June the King documentary, something that will pose the questions and have the documents on screen for him to watch and react to. And then he's like, well, I'm just going to skip that. I'm just going to ignore that. I'm just going to skip right past it. Well, how convenient. Isn't that crazy? Like, the June doc will do exactly what you begged Adam and Craig to do, but you're just going to avoid it as it's still not good enough. That's pretty wild. So we got Tevin. Tevin is restreaming. DSPS at a whopping $7. Wild. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to finish this.
Turtle got in my way.
This Gundam video, I'm nearly done. I'm just about done. I basically just have the outro to do. And then I'll render that, upload it, send off an email letting them know I got it done. And I'm gonna pass out because I'm really tired. Thank you, everybody who stopped by and hung out. Thank you, Kojima World Order, Chris Farrakhan, Suburban High, Pastor Remote, Milky Way, Billy, J Frosty Beats. Kojima World Order. I think Cyber Angel Yakukaze was here earlier. Big ups. Thank you. Thank you, Swollen Dingus. Thank you, Bearded Knight. Hayabusa Feather. Red Animator. I think it said Bearded Knight. Deathcore Lover.
Whoa!
Ecdysis. Everyone who stopped by and hung out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Crimson Red. Have a good week. Thank you for the background noise. I'll be back on Monday. Hopefully in better spirits. We can continue editing this Elden Ring DLC video.
I can't do it. I keep missing. I can't do it. I get sloppy. I need a break.
You need a head
I'm
broken.
getting sloppy. I need a break. Bye.
You need a broken leg. No, a broken wrist. I think that would be great. A couple broken fingers. Bye, everyone. Before I get kicked off of Twitch.
I can't even break two now. I can't even break two in a row. Pro player here. Pro player here.
Never been a pro player.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break.